I ain't scared of you motherfuckers. I'm gonna tell you something straight off the motherfucking press. I ain't coming for no foolishness.
Let us rub.
Peace family, peace family, peace family. What's happening, everybody? I hope you guys are doing all right. Poor City coming right back at y'all with this African history, culture, and greatness. How's everybody doing in the chat? How's everybody doing in the chat? What's up? What's up? What's up? Thank you guys. Yes, thank you for the support. It's much appreciated. Thank you guys for spending your time with us over here when we put this stuff out. Definitely appreciate it, yo. Definitely do. How y'all doing? Y'all doing all right? Everybody doing okay? I'm gonna apologize ahead of time about my connection. I've been having some Wi-Fi connection issues. So if I go in and out, I apologize. In the chat, let me know if you guys see me going in and out. That way I'm aware of it. Ain't nothing I can do but let it pass. But if I'm sharing something, sometimes I can't see or I can't see or understand if it's getting to you guys unless I check the comments. So yeah, peace to the chat, everybody. Thank you guys for coming in. Well, is it 2 o'clock? Yeah, it's 2 o'clock. I'm waiting for some of the gang to show up and all of that good stuff. Peace, everybody. Peace, everybody. Today, got another nice presentation for you. I'm waiting on Mo to get in the building. Where you at? Y'all let him know I'm ready. I'm up in here. And we gonna do this thing. Shout out to Mo's woman. She was celebrating her birthday yesterday, I believe. So happy birthday to her. Shout out to Singing Bear if you listening. He just had a son a couple of days ago. So if you see him, let him know. Congratulations to your daddy. Shout out to all the daddies out there too. Feels good to be a daddy, you know. Today's gonna be exciting, y'all. We got some nice stuff for you. I got some thing. We're gonna go right back into the 1400s and discuss Prince Henry. We're gonna look into the time where he tried to, you know, when the Portuguese tried to occupy West Africa. We're gonna get right back on it. I'm gonna kind of brush over that. I'm gonna brush over some new things as well. I think we talked a little bit about that map pertaining to the conquest of Guatemala. We only found the one African dude in the whole scene. I think I'm gonna try to go over that again. If I'm not mistaken, I got one of these books laying around here on PDF or something. I got to be able to pull it up for y'all, so I can communicate what's going on within the scene. I think it'd be better to do it when, you know, knowing that I got a little bit more information on it. But yeah, it's crazy out there, you know. I'm sick of this whole anti-African crap. You know, they fake like they cool with you, but they talk about Africa, you know, behind your back. They shit on Africa. They say Africa hadn't contribute anything to the world, blah, 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 blah. We Atlanteans this and all this other dumb shit. When you look at the historical record, I don't see us over here in the Americas. I'm gonna be quite honest. I see small fragments of melanated people, you know what I'm saying, but not all lottie-dottie everybody over here. I think that's a bold statement to make, to put us all over here. You capping, especially when some of you cats got the Niger Caudiphonian DNA. That's the weirdest shit. I'm not understanding that. But anyway, again, thank you guys for showing up. I really, really, really appreciate it. Let me see. I guess I'm gonna go ahead and move forward. I'm still waiting on Suitin, Mr. Robinson to show up, and all them cats. We said too. So bring your asses on over here when y'all get over here. But let me see. I gotta figure out where I want to start. I don't want to keep y'all waiting too long. We're gonna get right into it. Peace to the chat. Peace to y'all. Into the chat. Into the chat. Into the chat. Peace, peace, peace. All right, give me a minute. I'm gonna look for some stuff. Peace, everybody. Peace. So I'll be going in and out of my little screen. So y'all let me know in the chat if the communication with this broadcast goes out or some shit like that. Just let me know. I appreciate it, y'all. Keep them lights up. Keep the likes up. I appreciate the likes. We got, what, 5 people in the building, 4 likes. I like that. The agent ratio is real low today. I appreciate that. let me see. Give me a minute, yo. I want to go back into the book, the documents illustrated of the slave trade. Yeah, the books that I was speaking about last night. Damn, I forgot which one. You gotta remind me. Damn, I forgot which books it was. That was a late night, Lord. I fell asleep on y'all, man. Y'all, everybody be up late, man. I can't be hanging with y'all, yo. I'm trying to remember some of those books. Oh, yeah. Okay, I think I remember. Got you. Yeah, I gotta find it. But yeah, peace, family. All right, let me go back to this book. Well, let me share my screen. I gotta make sure y'all see my shit in the chat. Let me try to share my screen, family. Bear with me. Bear with me. Now let me know in the chat if any of this stuff gets broken up or something. All right, we're gonna go back to a primary source, the documents illustrative of the history of the slave trade to America. This is by Elizabeth Donan, really excellent source. Shout out to Trustorian for helping me out with this source right here. Let's see. We're gonna go back into this primary right here. Now, this was during the 1400s. Whenever the pork, when like this was during the 1400s, right? And the Moors was getting kicked out of Spain, right? They got kicked out. Prince Henry was making runs into these coastal areas of Africa and shit. And initially they were trying to kick out the Moors. They were in North Africa, but they ran into some merchants. And you hear a lot about, well, Africans traded themselves and they sold themselves for slavery. Well, that's not necessarily how this shit got started. And I want to remind everybody that whenever these Portuguese came into contact with the African territory, you had an Islamic presence, you had a Moorish presence, you had a North African Islamic state already there. You had a trade going on before these folks got there. And the people that helped them conduct this trade was the damn Moors and Arabs. Now I'm going to blow this up, right? And it's going to tell you straight up how they just didn't have a problem doing that. And of course, I can't move my screen. Give me a minute, fam. Give me a minute. Can y'all see that? I'm trying to blow this joint up. Give me a minute, y'all. I'm trying to blow this screen up. Come on, yo. This shit always does this when I got company, yo. Okay, we can see it better. Can y'all see that? Everybody in chat, y'all see that? A little bit better, hopefully. Right? Now, real quick, in this particular primary, this talks about Autumn Goncalves, right? He was part of the members of the Order of Christ. Prince Henry, the Navigator, was the head honcho into it, right? But it says right here, when they came into contact with these Moors, they noticed that there was already subjugation going on. But because these particular Moors, which all these Portuguese identify most black people with Moors, because remember, they were occupied by the Moors for 700-800 years, and they were black folks, right? And so when they came down to drive them out, they thought everybody was a Moor. But when they came down, they saw some clear distinction between the belief system of the indigenous people. And it says right here how Atom Goncalves went to make his first ransom. When they first went there, they used to kidnap people, hold them for ransom. As you know, that naturally every prisoner desires to be free, which desires is all stronger in the man higher reason or nobility, whom fortune is condemned to live in subjugation to another. So that the noble whom we have already spoken, seeing himself held in captivity, although he was very gently treated, greatly desired to be free, and often asked Atom Goncalves to take him home to his country, where he declared he would give for himself 5 or 6 black Moors, right? And also he said that there were among other captives 2 young for whom a like ransom would be given. And here you must note, and this is the most important part that me and Mo was all trying to point out, pertaining why would they put themselves in captivity, right? Well, it says right here, it says, and you must note that these blacks were Moors like the others, though they're slaves in accordance with the ancient customs, which I believe to have been because of the curse which after Delag Noah laid upon and his son Cain. So they're talking about the curse of Cain, all these biblical curses that accepted a group of people to be enslaved just because of this bullshit ass biblical shit. So they saw that was okay. This made it okay for the Moors to go in and conduct these slave raids. Remember, they was doing this shit way before, like I said, Portugal got there. So when the Moors got, when Portugal got there, right? They saw them already doing it. They met up with these merchants and was like, "This is how y'all do this shit. Yeah, this is how we do it." They don't believe in the same Allah or whatever belief system they had at the time, so they're going to be subjugated, and this is the reason why. Because they're cursed people. It says it right here. So that's one of the reasons why these members of the Orders of Christ felt it okay, right, to come up and do that shit. Now, let's talk about Nuno Tristão again. Now, these are all members going down here because members of the Orders of Christ. You had Atom Goncalves, you had Nuno Tristão or Tristio, right? And let's see what happened to his ass. Right, let me see if I can find it. Forgive me, fam. I'm still surfing around this joint. That ain't it. Where is it at? All right. Okay. Is this it? Discover. No, that ain't the one I want. No. Where is it? I am looking for part 2, volume 2. Now, understand this. They came out. There's a volume 1 and a volume 2 of the conquest of Guinea, and I'm trying to find it on here. Give me a minute. Damn, did I not save it? Conquest of Guinea. Is this 2? This gotta be 2. I need part 2. Yeah. I gotta borrow this. Let's borrow this for like a whole hour. Let's see what's going on. So yeah, there's 2 volumes that Prince Henry wrote, right? And this is an interesting one right here because it talks about how these Africans get down when they came up. whenever these Portuguese came in contact with them. And y'all remember Nuno Tristão, where we talked about him, and Goncalves coming into the coast of Africa with those caravels, right? And in here, I had to borrow this book, y'all, just to open it up. Now, come on, show me the good, Joe. All right, I gotta find something. Give me a minute. All right, give me a minute, y'all. Give me a minute. I'm about to cook here in a minute. Thank y'all for y'all patience. I appreciate it. But we about to get down to the nitty gritty. Where is that, yo? I'm about to show y'all some good ass poetic justice, yo. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. Appreciate your patience. What I'm looking for is the contact that Nuno Tristão had with the Africans and how he tried to pull up on us and what happened to his ass. That's what I'm looking for. I gotta put my glasses on. Let's see this shit. Give me a minute, though. Give me a minute. Give me a minute, because I had to borrow the book, so I forgot what page this shit was on. We gonna get it right. We gonna get it popping up in this joint. All right. Appreciate the feathers in the chat. My bad, y'all. I had to borrow this book. I forgot what page I was on. I need my glasses. Let me find my shit. All right. So now remember, the Chronicle of the Discovery of Guinea, right? By Zura. This was Prince Henry's chronicler, right? He wrote all of this shit down. He studied all of the shit that went down when they were trying to go to the coast of Africa. Now, I'm gonna go to page. Excuse the outside interference noise. I got like a plane going over me. Hang on. Of course, all of this noise wants to occur when I'm trying to do information. Hey, if Mo or any one of y'all are waiting in the room, let me know in the chat, because I can't see if y'all sitting in there. And the link is in the chat at the top. So I can't see if y'all are in there or not, because I'm on my screen. Okay, now we are on page 258, right, of Prince Henry, the Chronicle of the Discovery of Guinea. Let me go to this one page, okay? Now, this is chapter L 35, 37. I forgot what L means. But anyway, it says how Alvaro Fernandez returned again to the land of the Negroes. Hold up now. Huh. We are in the land of the Negroes. How about that? Not in America, right? Not in the Yucatan, right? This is the land of the Negroes in Africa on the West Coast, right? And let's see here. Let me make sure I'm reading the right shit. I really want to hear about Nuno Tristão because he's the one that really got it. Give me a minute, y'all. I gotta look through this. Okay. "12 toes down" in the chat. Yeah, right now I'm trying to look at this because y'all gotta hear this shit right here. I gotta take my time with this primary real quick to make sure y'all see this story because this one hell of a story. Africans right here. Come on though, where is it at? Yo, where am I? Come on in, come on in. Let's see where you go. I appreciate y'all patience in the chat. I am looking for the right shit because this shit right here, you gotta make sure I read. You gotta read every bit of what happened. Where is that damn? Let's see. Give me some patience in the chat. I appreciate it. Okay, you here? All right, my man. Matter of fact, I'm gonna come back to this because I'm looking for something. I'm gonna let you in because that way I don't have no damn dead space. You in here? All right, I just left. I just got pushed in here. Y'all, the link is in the chat, y'all. Y'all come on in here. I'm looking for a primary real quick. I know y'all like, well, damn, Port, you should have been had it up. I got my ADD be tripping. Where was this shit at? Oh.
Yo,
Yeah, I got you, man. My bad. I couldn't see that you was in there until I went back. I'm trying to find a part where Nuno Tristão caught it bad, yo. I mean, we fucked him up. Damn.
You good? You good?
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, all right. Okay.
We got 12 toes down. We got feathers in the chat. We got rocks. It's looking lovely.
Oh, yeah. All right. I got my motivation now. All right. I want to read something to y'all. This far up.
Is my mic good? Is it too loud? Too low? What's up?
I think I can see you. I mean, I think I can hear you.
All right.
I mean, check the folks.
Am I good, y'all? Do I need to turn the mic up a little bit or turn it down? Let me know. For some reason, I can't hear myself this time.
You sound clear to me. All right, let me see. I appreciate the family. Let's see my confirmation.
Yeah, so we're gonna try to stretch this out until we get to did you hear from Vanta?
I haven't yet.
All right, we know Rob said after he gets back from the zoo,
Oh shit.
Sutton may or may not jump in.
Mm-hmm.
Not sure, but he said he did say he was busy. But I know we can we definitely can make it to when Rob get out the zoo. We definitely can pull up on that.
Okay, what time frame you think it might be?
I don't know. I know we both got enough smoke to
I mean,
out. If we,
I'm
you know what I'm saying?
slow. Yeah, I think we good. And everybody's patient. I'm looking for this primary. Okay, here we go. All right. I'm gonna just go ahead right here because I'm looking for whenever they came into contact with us. This is one of them coming into contact with us, and they realizing that we ain't playing around with them and shit when we get there. It says, I discovered a village divided into 2 large parts full of inhabitants, and you know that the people of this land were not so easily captured as we desired for as we desired, for they are very strong men, very weary and very well prepared in their combats. And the worst is that they have their arrows poisoned with a very dangerous herb. Y'all heard that? Damn. So when they first came in there, they realized that, oh shit, right? These motherfuckers got arrows dipped in poison, right? With herbs. It says, wherefore it seemeth to me that we ought to turn back, for our toil it says, with our toil will be the cause of our death. So they came across these Africans, and the African was like, come on, pull up.
My bad. What is this? New Guinea?
Yeah, this was, remember we were in volume 1 last week. So this is volume 2. And volume 1, Nuno Tristão and Atom Goncalves, they got up with Adahu. They took him back to Spain. He was a Moorish translator. He came back with these guys and connected a merchant trade with the Arabs and the Muslims and stuff. And they were doing these slave raids that they learned from the Islamic folks, right? So when they came across these Ghanaians, these Negroes wasn't playing around with them. And it tells you, it says, I discovered a village divided into 2 parts of inhabitants. And he said, you know that these people of this land are not so easily captured as we desire, for they are very strong men, very wary and well prepared in their combats. So they ain't fuck around.
We were good at signing contracts, huh?
You dig?
It's so this not sounding right, y'all. It's not sounding right.
It ain't.
It sounds like resistance.
Yeah, at all costs. It said we had arrows with poison in them, and we would fuck people up. It says the poison was very, very dangerous herb. Whereafter they seem to me.
You said arrows?
Yeah, my dude.
Did you say arrows?
Put some arrows in the chat. That's
did you say arrows? Okay, yes, we definitely getting into arrows today because they love arrows.
Right.
Listen, we did not rehearse this shit.
We did.
We're talking about poisonous arrows, and I'm about to drop a bomb on some motherfucking arrows today. So let's get some arrows in the chat.
Let's put some arrows in the chat.
Let's get some arrows in the chat for the people who brought arrows to this planet. Let's get it. They like arrows and feathers. We're gonna get to that today. So we got poisonous arrows. So
poisonous our people, arrows, fam.
We're not savages. Because I thought we were running around in the woods.
Yeah,
just dumb,
ass naked, with a damn thong on and shit. Right? That's how they see us. Ass naked Negroes running around with a thong on with a bone in their nose. No, motherfucker. We had arrows. We were combats. Fuck you up. You dig? Now let's look at page 221. No, that ain't what I want. Maybe I gotta find the one. Because Nuno Tristão get it.
Vanta in the chat. What's up? What's up?
Peace, Vanta. Y'all let me. Oh yeah, here you go. Ooh, 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 ooh. That's your ass, Mr. Postman, right here. Ooh, ooh. Let me go up to this primary I made. Okay, so yeah, this is when Nuno Tristão caught his motherfucking death, family. Okay, how Nuno Tristão, like, y'all see this? Do y'all see this? How Nuno Tristão was slain in the land of Ghana, and those who died with his ass. You hear me?
Mm-hmm.
This is some powerful shit. Y'all sit down, roll up. You know what I mean? Because this shit right here is impressive. This is some poetic justice right here. It says, oh, and what brief words do I find in registered the record of the death of such a noble knight as was Nuno Tristão, of whom sudden in I purpose to speak in the present chapter, and of it surely I could not pass it by without tears. So they crying over this bitch ass motherfucker, right? Did I not know almost by divine forecast the eternal delight his soul testeth? For it seemeth to me that I shall be reckoned as a coverness by all true Catholics. All right. They feeling sorry for this punk ass, right? Now it says, were I to bewail the death of one whom it hath pleased God to make a share of his immortality, and of a surety assumeth as he was, man, these words be fucking me up, as he was the first knight who by him bestowed with honor, and another in the land, as I made a commencement of this book with an account of the booty he attained, right? So he was getting there, getting slaves, getting booty, getting little gold dust. Remember the gold dust that we talked about last week? But he came and he met, he came to the wrong side of motherfucking Southeast DC, and they ran up on him. So it says, I did so, I feel almost resolved to conclude it with his death, right? Given to his divine soul, the primary seat of the celestial glory of they are just all into themselves, right? For the first fruits of all of the others who, for God's sake, were to meet therein in the land. All right, we're gonna get to the juicy part. Y'all hang tight. It says, now this noble knight was perfectly informed of the great desire of the purpose of the virtuous prince, being one whom from such an early youth had been brought up in his household. So he's all like, man, I raised him since he was a little kid. You know what I'm saying? He grew up in my household. This Prince Henry crying over Nuno's death in Africa. And it says, and seeing how the prince was toiling to send his ships to the land of the Negroes. Where have y'all seen the land of the land of the Negroes? Ain't in Central America, right? Like, they specifically said this was the land of the Negroes. Not in Central America, not the Americas. This is in 1400s. We're talking about Negroes.
They got us from America?
Right. This is happening in reverse. Hey, turn your mic up a little bit, Mo.
Oh, my bad. I was wondering if they got us from America.
Like, yeah, it happened in reverse.
Negroes from the U.S.
Right. Walter Plecker. This is way before Walter. This is the 1400s, around 1440. And we're talking about the land of the Negroes, where Nuno Tristão got his ass whipped. You dig? Right. So he said this is Prince Henry crying over the death of one of his Orders of Christ members, pretty much. Right. And it says the land of the Negroes, much further yet, if he might accomplish it, and hearing that some caravels, remember we looked at the caravels and what they look like with the crosses on them? We know what a caravel is now, right? These are these little ship boats, these little boats that had the Orders of Christ flag on them for the sails, right? And some caravels had already passed the river of the Nile. We're in Africa now. Whoa, the river of the Nile, and the things that were reported from there. It seemed to him that if he were not to make himself one of that elect company and to render service to the infant, his Lord, in the land, in that land, and any good thing that might be done or encountered there. All right, here we go. And down there, he could not obtain the name of good man and truth, wherefore he straightway made him ready a caravel. So this is the story of how Nuno Tristão grabbed one of those caravels and began to proceed to the land of the Negroes. Let's read further, right? So it says, whereas his straightaway made him ready a caravel. So he was just determined. He's ready. Let's go pick up some Negroes and kidnap them, right? And having it armed, right? And he began his voyage to stayed not in any part, but pursue his course toward the land of the Negroes. Family, that's where we headed. We going to the land of the motherfucking Negroes in Africa. The land of the Negroes are not in the Americas, family. The land of the Negroes is not in Central America, family. The land of the Negroes aren't around the Maya civilization or the Yucatan.
And the Nile is a river where?
Right.
The Mississippi?
Right.
Like, come on, y'all. Look at the locations are there. These people are not in America.
Yeah, it's clear. It's so clear. Now this is Nuno Tristão. He's motivated. He grabbed one of those caravels. Now he's rolling. Now picture the scene. Now he's in the boat. We already seen what a caravel looks like, and he is going in to pursue towards the land of the Negroes. He's determined, right? And it says, in passing by Cape Verde, he went 20 leagues further, right? Came into a river in which it seemed to him there ought to be some inhabitants placed, right? Wherefore he caused to be launched 2 small boats he was carrying, right? And in them there were entered 22 men. So he is deep. He's pulling up in Africa, the land of the blacks, 20 deep with men with crosses and shit. So imagine, I'm trying to draw the scene. They on the coast of the water of Africa. They pulling up 20 deep. They were in the caravel. They hop in a little mini boat, right? 20 deep, right? And it says 10 in one. It says 10 and they split them between 10s, right? You got 10 in one boat, 10 in the other. And they began to take their way up the river, right? Now it says the tide was rising, right? With which they entered, and they made for some inhabitants, or they made for some habitation, that they expired on the right hand. And it came to pass that before they went on shore, right? Before they went on shore, there appeared from the other side 12 boats in which they would be as many as 70 or 80 Ghanaians. Dog, all Negroes, right? With bows in their hands. What? Did y'all just hear what I said?
Arrows in the chat.
Arrows in the motherfucking chat. We are in the land of the Negroes. These motherfuckers think that they can take 20 men, 10 in each boat, pull up, and we like, yo, pull up then. Because we got like, it says 70 or 80 all Negroes with bows in their hands, right? Ready for the action. So it's on now. Okay, picture the scene. The order, the orders of Christ, right? They get on these boats. They got the crosses on. They got the Jesus pieces around their neck. We trying to Christianize y'all, right? We gonna try to kidnap y'all. They pull up. We got 80 Africans, all Negroes with bows in their hands, fam, right? That's what they don't tell you, that a part of history. Can anybody remember any of this part of the history being told? No, right? And it says, and because the water was rising, one of the boats of the Ghanaians crossed, and the other side put ashore. It was carrying, and they began to shoot at our men in the boats. Damn. This was an on-site ass whooping, is what I'm trying to tell y'all. On site. So I don't want to hear nothing about Africans was weak. I don't want to hear nothing about Africans just let this shit happen. I don't want to hear nothing about Africans were just weak. Because it's clearly saying right here in the chronicles of Prince Henry the Navigator, when them motherfuckers came, we was like, come on in, pull the fuck up on us. We 80 deep with the arrows, and we started shooting. It says they started shooting arrows at the men's boats, right? I ain't done, because it gets worse, right? When it says, and the others who remain in the boats, but let's say, bestirred themselves as much as they could to get at our men, right? And as soon as they perceive themselves to be within reach, they discharge that they discharge ammunition of theirs, all full of poison, upon the bodies of our countrymen. God damn. So they, when they pulled up in them boats 20 deep, they were greeted with motherfuckers that was 80 deep, right? With bows poison dipped, right? They shoot the fucking bows at these countrymen, yo. Right? And look at this shit. It says, and so they held on, and they held on in pursuit of them until they had reached the caravel, which was laying outside of the river in the open sea. And it says, and they were all hit by those poison arrows. God damn. In such wise that was before they came to the boat. Damn. It says before they even got to the boat, 4 of them died on sight. This damn. Woo. That poison is so potent, dog, that once they got hit with it, they just was an on-site death, on-site ass whooping, on-site contact with these Africans. We saying, this is the fuck around and find out of the African. This is the true African right here that they don't never want to tell y'all about.
So what you saying is Africans been pushing shit in since way back.
Dog.
Damn.
Since way fucking back, dog. Come on now. We saying, come on, motherfuckers. If y'all coming, come on. Pull up. We 80 deep. We dip our shit in fucking poison. They say that shit was something. They said before they came, they said they shot the poison. The poison hit some of their countrymen. And it says before they fucking boarded, 4 of our men died in the damn boats. Right? And it says, and so the wounds, what it says, and so wounded as they were, they made fast their small boats to the ship and commenced to make ready for their voyage, seeing their case how perilous it was. They were not able to lift their anchors for the multitude of the arrows. God damn.
Arrows in the chat.
We brain it. Put some motherfucking bows and arrows in the chat.
It was getting they shit split.
What? It was raining arrows. Y'all seen the movies when it just started raining arrows and shit? a fucking
getting plugged in.
Nigga,
they thought that shit was sweet.
Nigga, a shower of poisonous arrows came upon these motherfuckers. Where have y'all haven't heard this story? This is out of their sources. They're telling you that they got fucked up in Africa. They telling you they got fucked up when they came into the contact of the African. Whew. It says a multitude of arrows, right? A multitude of arrows, a multitude of arrows with which they were attacked, and they were contained to. And it says a multitude of arrows which they were attacked, right? And they were constrained to cut the cables so so they did not remain. So they trying to get the fuck out of Dodge. Them arrows are coming. They like, we oh shit, we got it. We try to get the fuck out of here. And so it began to make sail, leaving the boat behind. They like, we gotta leave this shit behind. They running now, and they could not hoist them. And it came to pass that the 22 men that ship, only 2 escaped. And with one, Andre Diaz, right? Look him up. And another, Alvaro de Costa, both esquires of the infant and natives of the city of Aurora, and the remaining 19 died, my nigga. 4, that the poison was so artfully composed that a slight wound, if it only let blood, brought men to their last end. Damn. Here's the juicy part. And there died that noble knight, Nuno Tristão. Bam. They fucked around and they found out. This scene right here changed everything, right? Because prior to this, they was going in there, kidnapping, trying to raid. They might have set up a little bit of trade, right? But this what they were really doing this. When this shit went down, that's when they wanted to conduct trade. They were like, we're gonna try to slow down on these raids because they fucked around and they found out. Pick your mans in them up and drag them in the boat and get them the fuck off the coast and take them back to fucking Spain. Ooh, oh my God. If anybody want to know this primary, because this isn't a primary, I got this book coming to the house, right? I haven't gotten it yet. It's supposed to be here. I thought it was gonna be here, but by the time I do the presentation, but it's all good. You can get this on PDF. This is the Conquest of Guinea. Prince Henry, in the Chronicle, the Zura, if I'm pronouncing that right. And it tells you straight up what happened. This is some poetic. When I read this, I was like, damn, this is crazy. So let's stop talking about Africans are weak and Africans just let this happen, because in history, you don't see that. In history, you do see resistances from the jump. You know, they just thought they can just do this to anybody and just come in and kidnap and raid initially, right? They just thought they could just come up, pull up, get out the boat, do some slave raids, and it'd be done with it.
And just to be clear, even if our people did
speak up a little bit more.
Hold on, my bad. Even if our people did bitch out, right? That still would be our history. These people just happen to be lying. They're gonna say it didn't happen and say we were some bitches. So that's crazy. You know what I'm saying? So they telling lies on top of lies on top of lies. They didn't even have to say this shit. This was like for shock values to scare people away from this situation. Like, yo, you want to be those people who never fought back? Like they just throwing extra shit in there, and that didn't even happen. But even if it did, that still would be my people's history. I'm still repping this shit.
Still repping them.
We pulled up and they all ran.
Yeah. No matter how it down, they're my folks, yo. And I got to take that.
But as you can see, we ain't that.
Yeah,
and never been
that. Now I'm gonna tell y'all. Now this, I want y'all to see the difference. Now, we like they make no mistake that these are black people. They make no mistake that this is a land full of black people. It's pretty clear in the writing who these people were when they were in Africa. Now I want y'all to pay attention because we're gonna go to the Americas in a minute, in a few, and we're gonna look at what they saw the Indigenous, like we're gonna see the differences between the two. I would like, don't you would have like you would have saw something about land of the Negroes in their writings in the Central America like you do here in Africa. You dig what I'm saying? It's like they know where they're at. They arrive, they see these Negroes there, and they write about them. They're real passionate in their writings about black people. and where the land of the black people at. You don't see this writing about black people like that in the Americas. Christopher didn't write about it, or anybody that came over here didn't write about it. Now you had patches of dark melanated people around, yeah, and stuff like that. And that's not my argument. My argument was all of us over here before Columbus. Fuck no. That's my argument. Now, now let's see some shit, yo. Now I'm gonna go back to some other shit here. They used to conduct. You know, I know what you know where the word raid comes from. Huh. It comes from Raza. Y'all know what a Raza mean?
Raza.
Can y'all read that? This is what they learned. Can you see this? Razia?
Razia.
Razia.
A hostile raid for purposes of conquest, plunder, and capture of slaves, especially one carried out by more African. A hostile raid for purposes of conquest, plunder, and capture of slaves, especially one carried out by Moors in North Africa. Damn.
So when you hear the word raid, slave raid, this is where they get the word slave raid from. This is how they learned how to do raids, because we've read that where they learned it from. We just read in the primary that the Arabs and the Moors were conducting slave raids, and they were merchants. You know? So in the Moors, right here, it's telling you that. I want y'all to see that, because we're gonna go back to some other stuff. I'm like the most unorganized cat. Where's my book at? Now we're gonna go back to this book. This book, Portuguese in West Africa between 1450 1670, a documentary history. I get some poison dip arrows in the chat. Poison dip arrows in the chat. Give me a minute.
Are we learning today, y'all? Are we learning today? Are we learning today? If y'all don't know that Africa is not to be played with yet, y'all better get with the program. Get with the program. He said this is not 3. Yeah, Port went to sleep, so he don't know. I said the same thing. I said, oh shit, what the fuck?
Last night?
Yeah, you was already gone. We have figured out like the time. Like every time when we say 2 o'clock, it's always really 1 o'clock or like 12.
Oh shit!
Because we in the Midwest. So then we was like, we got to make sure we do 3, so it's actually 2. You get what I'm saying? So it had to be, or so your time probably would have been 4. But it was already new. I was like, I got to come in earlier because you had already left and went to sleep. So I already knew I wasn't going to actually show up at 3 o'clock my time. He said, this is not 3 o'clock. That's all good though. It was going to happen either way. It don't matter what time we did it. It was going down. It was going to happen.
Hello?
Yeah. I hear you.
My bad, man. I'm breaking up, man. I thank God this shit still goes when I can't get signal. Yeah, my bad about the time. I don't know. I heard 2. but I guess it was different
Yeah,
timing.
no,
I
no, no.
fell
It was
asleep last night.
it's two. It is two, but it's two Midwest. So when we say 2 o'clock, it's really 1 o'clock for us because it's already 2 o'clock for you. So we were saying we had to do we had to do 3 in order for it to actually be 2 o'clock. But you good, you straight.
Okay, cool. All right, so I'm gonna try to share my joint again. So okay, it says the capture of their relatives and friends, and although the crowd of these Moors was very great in comparison to a small number of our men, and the latter did not retreat. This ain't what I wanted. God damn, my bad. Give me a minute. All right, give me a minute, y'all. My bad on that one. It's 45. Gee whiz, dude. What's up? Can everybody hear me? We good? Am I still cooking? I don't know if my signal's still on or not. Can y'all hear me in the chat? Okay, good. All right, so I just want y'all to look at this real quick. This talks more about slave raids in the Sahara in the North Africa. We just read the definition of what a raza was, right? So now in this book, it talks about in the 1440s. This is way back, right? Way back. It says in the 1440s, the Portuguese were still mounting slave raids, right? Along the Sahara coast, right? Though shortly after the word slave raiding gave way to slave trading. Remember I said that? Which proved less hazardous and more profitable. Y'all know what happened to Nuno Tristão, right? That's why this shit changed. Because it was less, like we can't go in here and do these raids because we are losing some of our men, right? And it says Zura, this is the dude that the book that we reading, the Zurara, like to employ classical consents such as invocations to the fortune to be, but he also attempted to understand what was happening in the encounters that Portuguese raiders had with non-Christian peoples. His discussion of rumors, cannibalism showed him the man, blah, blah. They don't really say much. But I want y'all to see, though, this part right here is important because it tells you they was doing raiding, slave raids, and it was a hazard. Why was it a hazard to them, right? Why would the trading prove less hazardous? Well, they don't like them poison arrows on their ass, pretty much. They don't like the poison arrows on their ass. So they wanted to work out some type of trade. So that's what the Moors and the higher ups and all these big chiefs was trying to conduct trade with them, because at this point they was getting fucked up. Let me see. Here is going back to Wikipedia. We're just going to cover the primaries. We're just going over the homework to make sure the primaries are aligned with everything. It says Nuno Tristão was born in 15. This is the one that quoted with the arrows. R.I.P. Tristão, right? He's the one that came in. He was all ready to go to. He the one wanted to go to the land of blacks. This dude right here. He wanted to go to the land of the blacks and see what was happening out there. He was pressed to do that shit. It says Nuno Tristão, 15th century Portuguese explorer and slave trader, active in the early 1440s, traditionally thought to be the first European to reach the region of Guinea. Legend has it, right, that he sailed to the Guinea-Bissau. However, more recent historians believe he did not go beyond the Gambia River. It says Nuno Tristão was the knight of the household of Henry the Navigator. Remember we talked about that? He grew up, you know, Henry was crying about his ass. Oh my God, I lost Trio. I remember he was a little lad growing up, right? So he grew up in the household of Prince Henry the Navigator. Our primary matches up with this, right? And it says in 1441, Tristão was dispatched by Henry in one of the first prototype caravel. See? Back to this fucking caravel, y'all gonna see what this shit look like. Can y'all see that?
Yep.
Okay, cool. So this caravel right here with the cross on it is how they rode, how they pulled. This is what they was pulling up in. Sorry about this noise, y'all. This is what they was pulling up in. This was what the Orders of Christ was all about. This is how West Africa was introduced to Christianity, right here, right? So Nino was on one of these boats. He took another little boat to get those 20 men on there, and they all died. They're all of them, including Nino. This Orders of Christ coming at you to convert your ass. You know?
They got their shit pushed in.
Shit pushed in, you know. The Orders of Christ coming in to try to convert you.
Y'all going to learn not to fuck with Africa.
I'm telling you, you're gonna learn. So this is okay. So we learned. I'm learning that Moderna or Marina is where Henry grew up at, and that area with like where they built this carousel at or caravel. That's the early shipbuilding areas. You dig what I'm saying? Where Prince Henry the Navigator grew up at, and Moderna or something like that, right? To explore West Africa. The furthest point reached by Henry, last captain 5 years earlier, was Alfonso Goncalves around 1436. Trio met up with the ship Antonio Goncalves. We talked about him, remember? They were buddies who had been, he was in and out and shit. Antonio, I think one of the motherfuckers was grabbing capturing seals and shit until he built the courage to go kidnap some humans. I think that was Antonio. But anyway, who had been sent on a separate mission. Oh yeah, here you go. Yeah, who's been sent on a separate mission to catch monk seals, right? But Goncalves happened to capture a solitary, I cannot, of a young camel driver for the first native encounter by the Portuguese since the expedition began in 1420.
Wait, you gotta start over. It's cutting out. It cut out.
I'm cutting out.
Yeah, I couldn't hear anything but Calvez.
Okay, yeah. Well, I'm just going over where Calvez went to accompany Nino and just kind of bring, matching the primaries and stuff up with it. Sorry, I keep getting cut off and shit. But it just talks about they were all in the house of Henry. And it says Nuno Tristão, who carried on board one of Prince Henry's Moorish servants as a term to interrogate the captives of Goncalves. So everything lines up with the primary, going back to the conquest of Guinea book and the documents illustrated of the slave trade in the Americas and stuff. This is how that shit started. And it says, of course, it says he quoted. He got his ass. Let me see, where is that? I don't know if he puts it in here. Yeah, it talks about his death here. Definitely. It's the death of Nino, Henry's favorite captain, the beginning Of the end of the wave of Henry's expedition, another set of ships would still go out the next year. So Henry just started this. That's the whole kickstart of this shit. Him going out there, he's pressed to go to Africa for some reason. They're part of the Orders of Christ. They're pushing Moors out. They come into contact with North Africans. They conduct the razzias or the razzias, which are slave raids. They're all over the shit. What is this? Everybody still with me? Can y'all hear me real good?
Yeah, you good. You good.
Good. All right, let me see what else I got. Oh, we're about to get over there. So now we know we are in the land of the blacks, yo. Okay. Now we're gonna read about the Orders of Christ. Now this book right here is Prince Henry the Navigator, A Life. Really good book. It really cuts down into everything really well. I like it. I really do. But this talks about just Prince Henry being a high-ranking member of the Order of Christ and the motivation that brought him down here. So Africa. Give me 1 minute, y'all. I'm looking. Let's go to page 244 real quick. Okay. Yeah. 244, 243. Why ain't this shit matching up? They got some books out of this thing. Pages. There's a part on here about caravels. Chapter 9. Chapter 9. Damn it, y'all. I think they took some pages.
Make sure
out.
y'all get them arrows in the chat.
Yeah, please, family. We need arrows in the chat. Arrows in the chat. Where is the damn caravels at? It talks about caravels in here. You got to get the hard copy. Sometimes when you try to get these primaries from the PDF version, you ain't gonna be able to get all of the pages. So sometimes I get both. Damn it. I really wanted y'all to see that. But it's all good. It's all good. Let me see. Got that. All right, I'm out to get out of here. So make sure I ain't missing shit. Make sure I ain't missing nothing. All right, so now I'm gonna turn my direction on the
You
new
said,
world.
wait, is Port low? Nah, he loud as shit on my headphones.
Damn, they can't hear me. I got a fucked up connection, y'all.
Yeah, that might just be his. I don't know, because I can hear him real good. I had to turn him down earlier.
Yeah. Thank y'all for Poor talking low. Say it with your chest. I hear you, bro.
Oh, he hyping. All right.
Yeah. Okay. I'm trying to find all my shit, man. I'm gonna transition real quick. Now we're talking about and we learned what Razas is. We learned that they got them from them. That's kind of how they did all this shit. Now we're gonna go back over here to what that damn not bad, yo. What the hell? I can't find none of my shit there.
Peace to the chat. Peace to the
Peace
chat.
to the
Thanks for
chat.
everybody who showed up. This is another segment of the mass extermination. You know, we thought we got them all. It was some of them that came out the corner. They start transforming and shit. We tried to burn the bodies and everything because we figured out that they start replicating, you know, after death too. So, you know, they come back and turn into zombies and shit. So it's going to be a little bit more flames. It's going to be stinky out here, but we want y'all to remain seated. Keep your hands up. Do not move. And leave all the feathers where they at. Just leave them there. All right. You're going to see some turkeys hit. The turkey was,
Right.
the turkey. Hey, you got to play that shit too.
Which one?
You would have to play that shit. Or you saving it for Pseudo Sunday?
Which one again?
He said, and the turkey was hit.
Oh yeah.
My nigga said the turkey was hit.
Yeah, yo, that's got it. We're gonna say that one. That shit funny.
It was glowing.
It was glowing.
The feather was glowing.
The turkey left it for me. He was
Hey,
dead.
bro, listen, y'all, when we say that these people have completely lost their motherfucking mind, yo, it is not a joke.
Funny,
They
man.
completely lost it, man. We doing actual work. Like at first I thought this was like just hype, you know, we just promoting our little shit with it. Now we are doing real work in the community because these are grown ass men that are leading people astray, young people too. Now, I mean, if you at a certain age, we can only do so much for you because you're your own person. But still, I mean, we still obligated to protect our people, at least give them the opposite side of the argument. These people are just coming out of their ass with this information. Just straight up freestyling shit, making no sense at all, and people eating it up. So it's a lot of work to do, man. So like it's gonna be, you know, I thought it was gonna be one event, but that was just because it was, you know, some people we was bumping heads with or whatever. But this is something that needs to be done, period. I mean, if we can do another one next Saturday, we're gonna have to do it next Saturday or skip one. But this is something we're gonna keep continuing to do because this history is important. As you can see, we're learning as we go. Even while we do this research, I'll be learning shit. I'll be like, oh, what the fuck? I'm looking for one thing and something else pop up, and I'm like, yo, boom, we need to share that anyway, you know, and just throw it in there. So if y'all learning something, make sure y'all share this, subscribe, you know, pass the information on. You ain't got to do a presentation and get on live with us or anything, but take this information and pass it on. It's not all internet. This stuff is for real life too. Tell us to your kids. You know, I'll be sharing this shit with my family. I get off and I go tell them, hey, look, you know, we was doing a presentation. I came across some information. He shared this, Suit and shared that, Port shared this, Van to this, and you pass it on and let people know that so that when they do run into these people on the internet, they're armed. They're armed with the information and they're able to defend themselves, you know, because your mind is very powerful. It's a terrible thing to waste. But go ahead. You ready? My bad.
No, it's all good. I don't know how everybody is hearing me. I don't know if I'm getting chipped out or not, but I want to go over this map real quick again. And I'm probably going to switch over because I think I can hear you on your end better. And I don't like me getting cut off unless my Wi-Fi is good. But I think the studio will be carried on. If one of us got good signal, it'll just ride out. So that's good. But anyway, this is the Liazenzo de Quelaquelan. I always messed up with the name. And this is the this is a map, a pictorial map illustrating the conquest of Guatemala, right? And this is the map that we looked at last week. Now, we just talked about the land of the blacks, yo. We just talked about the land of the Negroes, right? We just saw Nuno Tristão get his ass fucked up in the land of the Negroes, right? Now, where on this map do you see any Negroes? Take a real good look at it. Does this look like the land of the Negroes here? Now, mind you, this is only 100 years later, because this was whenever they went into because this is the same group of damn people. Make no mistake, the Spain, Portuguese, the motherfuckers are neighbors, right? And they first colonized Africa, and they took those Africans to Lisbon and Seville, to places into Spain, right? And when they these Africans got Europeanized, and they brought these Africans with them to do more conquering. You dig? So when they get here to Guatemala, this happened in 1526. Where are the land of the blacks at? Why don't we see any land? Like, do y'all see any black people here? Shit, I didn't mean to do that. Right? We're looking, and it's like, where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? Or where's Waldo? Oh, there's one black dude. There's one black dude in the middle of a whole war, right? That's going on. Can y'all see him? If anybody can remember where this dude was at, right?
Yep, found him. I see
We
him.
found this one black Negro. This is supposed to be the land of the Negroes, but I only see one Negro. This is supposed to be our lands. Our lands. These are our lands. We have to defend our lands. Why is this Negro holding the colonizer shit? You dig? Now, if you look really close at this scene, you'll see another shit too. Because there's other shit going on too. I didn't understand it until I studied the map a little bit more, right? So you see this one black dude who came with the conquistadors, and you see two different indigenous types of folks, right?
Right. Yeah.
Fighting each other. Whoa, what's going on here? What is going on here in this picture, really? Well, when the Spanish conquistadors got there, right, they made alliances with some of the indigenous people.
See, hey, we on YouTube. I don't give a fuck.
Yo,
I'm gonna
go
say
ahead,
it. Where the fuck are y'all at? Where's y'all at?
Yeah.
Because this what y'all like. Y'all like these pictures and the old, you got to get the old stuff from back in the day. So where was y'all hiding? It was just one person that popped out. Who was that? Godly? That's godly people that just popped out. Where's everybody else at? Who is that? Who's the other tough guys? The Earth Speaks? That's just Earth. Well, Earth Speaks ain't even dark like that. So who is this? Is that Yahweh's people? Who is the tough guy? Whose family member is that from the Americas that popped out, said, what the fuck? Who are these invaders? You got two different types of people pulling up on you, right? If your narrative is correct. It's two different types of people who are invading your land, and you got one person that popped out. Are y'all hiding in this picture? Y'all all hiding in the house while these people running through, ransacking your shit?
Mm-hmm.
Who is this? Come
Whose
on, y'all
mans
get
is this?
that shit up, because y'all said we bitches. It looked like y'all hiding in the house while people running through your shit. Because where you at? Y'all left
Whose mans is this, Mo?
Hey, I don't know who that is. It may be one of Yusuf's people or godly. Some of those people that it seem like they would be outside fighting. I'm just saying. The rest of y'all indigenous people, I think y'all was hiding in the house. I think y'all was hiding in the house. Man, fuck it. I think that's a damn African. I don't think that's I don't think that's us. I think this is a depiction of us taken somewhere far away from our fucking land, and he just lost in the sauce. He trying to survive. He doing what the fuck he got to do, and he probably a young boy. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't even say that's a grown ass man, like an elder. You know what I'm saying? I think that's a young person that was taken, and he just lost. Got into the middle of some shit that he shouldn't even be in. This ain't our land. Come on, y'all. Wake the fuck up.
Yeah. Yep. And this is a fight scene, and there's two different people. If y'all can hear me, let me know. If y'all can't, let me know. I'm gonna just keep going. But yeah, this is supposed to be the land of the blacks, yo. We supposed to be all over here with the boat. We don't even got no bows or arrows.
Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you. You real clear now. You back in. You're not chopping up at all.
Okay, good. Thank you, man. I appreciate you holding it down. Because sometimes I don't even know. But yeah, man, this is supposed to be the land of the blacks, man. And we are nowhere to be seen. There's just one image of us here in this land. This wasn't that long ago. As far as 100 years before here, they were in the coast of Africa. So think about that. And I'm looking. And let me see where I'm gonna go back. Where's the book at? Oh yeah, look at this shit. This is what they found when all right, this is the Spanish. No, this is let me see. These are ceramic items that was found in Peru, right? And this is the Moche culture. Y'all see that? Moche culture. Am I being heard? Y'all hear me?
What we looking at? What is this?
You're looking at some weird shit.
What
remember
the fuck is going on?
Remember last night when Mr. Robertson was saying that the kings were dressed up in women's clothing?
You ain't hold up.
Yeah,
nigga, you gotta say brace yourself or something. What? Damn, nigga. Shit. I know we on YouTube, but damn, nigga, give a nigga some a warning.
Yeah, I didn't see this shit coming either. Pause. Okay, so let's talk about okay, what happened when the Spaniards arrived over here, right? It says once the Spanish arrived in the 16th century, this is the 1500s, they were astonished at the sexual practices of the natives. It says Visori Francisco de Toledo, a priest, right, were aghast to discover the homosexuality was accepted and that the indigenous population also did not prohibit premarital sex or hold female chastity to be in any particular matter. So this is what they ran up on when they got over there. These artifacts that you see, they don't look, I mean, this they gotta hold this L. If this is y'all lands, this is what they saw y'all doing when they got over here. I'm just keeping it real. And it says that they had to outlaw the shit. Like, it was so bad that it says Toledo ordered the natives and evangelized, and those caught cohabiting outside the church sanctioned wedlock will receive 100 lashes with the whip to persuade these Indians to remove themselves from this custom. So the detrimental and prenuptious, Toledo also issued several decrees aimed at creating near total segregation of the sexes in public. Violations were punishable by 100 lashes and 2 years service in the pestilential state hospital under the Inquisition brought to Peru in 1569. Sexuals could be burnt at the stake. So they had a real bad problem with that over there.
Y'all tripping out here, man. Y'all was in here plugging charges up.
They was pushing each other shit in when they got there.
Tripping, bro. God damn. And then had a nerd. This y'all?
This y'all. They didn't find this in the land of the black show.
Now listen. We're not gonna act like, you know, we're not trying to say this makes you uncivilized or
no, I ain't saying none of that.
That Africa was free from this shit.
I'm just saying what this.
But y'all bragging. I mean, this is what y'all bragging about.
That's them.
This is something that the only people I know that brag about this shit and put it in their artwork is Greeks. So I'm not understanding, like, this is the same stories we have when the African runs into the Greek, when the African runs into the Roman, the funny business that we see in their artwork, right? The Greeks didn't say that about us. When we came to Africa, they had these ornaments and they was plugging in chargers, and that's not us. This is who you want to be. You gotta hold that. That's your people's shit. What's the dude from Black Panther, Killmonger?
Yeah.
This is what he would be coming. This is your king. He would be coming to get these artifacts to give it back to you. Here, I got it. And you're gonna take that like, yes, this is our ancestors' stuff. Come on, man.
Yeah, dog.
Come
like,
on.
you got to take all of this. This is all of y'all right here. Yeah. I just thought I had to bring that up because I ran into this.
And who are these people again? Make sure we're specific.
These are the Moche people of pre-Columbian Peru area, South America.
Okay, Peruvian.
Everywhere where they said we're from, and they saying that the land of Mu, a little bit below the Yucatan, and this is what the Spanish had to deal with when they came in contact. Nothing against what they doing. This ain't African right here, bro. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. We ain't trying to throw no sneak this in the shade or whatever. This is we know that our people don't represent this type of activity. So when we see this, we got to bring that out and go, point. That's a red flag. Like, we know that that's not something that's part of our cultures or whatever, and we got to point it out.
Right. And the people whoever
history this is, that's y'all business.
Yeah, that's y'all.
This ain't got nothing to do with you. We talking to our people. Like, we know that this is not part of our culture, even though people probably was doing this shit. This isn't something we would do. Yeah, good. Zoom in on that shit. he face down, ass up, with a man in the back.
Yo,
that's not African, my nigga. And I don't know. Is that a pipe? What is this? What is this device?
Are these the Moonite
Negroes? Is that a bowl?
Is this the Moonite Negroes?
What the fuck is
like? I don't understand. They, and I wasn't like looking. This just came. It literally came up. Pause. And this dude right here.
That boy spitting on a mic.
Yeah, like yo. This hold on, my bad. Where did the dude go? Francisco. He outlawed that shit. When he got there, he was like, yo, what? What's going on with y'all?
Feathers in the chat.
Yo.
Feathers in the motherfucking chat. Don't put the rocks in there right now. It's gonna feel
what
funny. Put the rocks right in there.
What is happening? You dig? Yeah. It says Francisco. This is the dude that outlawed. He just couldn't stand seeing that shit. Often, let me see. He was born in 1515. He died in 1582. Also known as he was the aristocrat soldier of the Kingdom of Spain, often regarded as the best of Peru. He is often denounced for negative impacts of his administration he had on the indigenous in Peru. I see why. So, yeah, that part. These are the lands. These are the two lands that Earth Speaks talks about.
Bro, that's not Africa at all, y'all. I'm sorry. I can't stress it enough. I'm sorry. That's not African. And I'm not trying to be mean to nobody or be disrespectful to anybody culture. That's just not Africa. Africa today. Africa still has not let into that. And I don't discriminate. You do what you do. That's your business in your bedroom.
Business, man.
But culturally speaking, Africa has never and still does not accept that shit. They don't. They will catch you and whack you for that type of shit. You don't do that type of shit. It's not acceptable. Okay?
Yeah,
it's just not acceptable. But what do we have in America? It's acceptable. And shout out to the alphabet LGBTQ plus, whatever y'all doing your thing or whatever. Hey, it is what it is. But I'm just pointing out historically, this would not be an African culture because they do not accept it. They have strict rules against it. And you can see the old world, new world. Damn, and he put it right on the screen. The old world, we be lining shit up. But the old world, new world concept where someone has already established in their history that this is a practice that we don't do. You're running up on people who didn't quite get that yet because they separated from the source of, where government and everything already had popped off. And they're just running wild, running loose. It's like your kids go out, they get an apartment or whatever. That's how we got to look at the out of Africa theory. And some people get offended by it, but this is the truth.
Yeah,
you ran away. You're far away from the cultures who had already got rid of this shit and said, look, this is something that we don't do. To the point we had people who were already comfortable with it ducking it. This same dude who made it illegal probably could have been doing the shit in secret, but it was a private thing. they know publicly you just don't do stuff like this because it just goes against nature. You get what I'm saying? If that's your business, you do your thing, you know, somewhere and hide it. They're proud of this. So they're clearly separated from the cultures of the old world that have already established that this is not something that we do. This is not a practice that we have. And you can still see it today in America because it is widely accepted, and it's still not accepted in Africa. So whose culture are you claiming?
Yeah. I just want to point that out. And this stuff goes back to like 600 BC. Like these, you know, I'm not, you know, I ain't being funny. This is historical shit I'm talking about. So I mean, these are like, this is not African culture. These aren't African people at all.
And y'all like phenotypes. Zoom in a little bit on them phenotypes. Go back to the other one. Get close to his grill. What is it?
Yeah.
That's not, come on, who is that?
Like, I don't know who man's that is, yo. This is the go back 600 BC, the Moche culture. So I mean, if we were here and if these were our lands,
and you said that's what? That's 600. Yeah, 600 BC, 200. But listen, y'all, that's not, according to them, these people ain't even supposed to be here in 600 BC. That's not us. These people are already here.
And if anybody want to know this book, this is Sex Pots. I was just, you know, when I saw it, I know everybody like, damn, Port, what you on, right?
That nigga was doing hella research.
What the fuck going on with Port? Like, it's just like, nah, man, like one domino fell. I'm like, yo, what? It's just a rabbit hole of information that I'm just like, oh shit, I ain't know that. And I wanted to study the culture of Peru, you know, and this is what I came across. Yeah, true story. So this is why my man right here, when he got there, he was like, what the fuck is going on? You know, and he outlawed that. He was whipping it. He was literally said, I got to give y'all some lashes for this. Because in his eyes, he felt like it was unacceptable, apparently. But that part really happened, y'all. Y'all gotta hold this L. Y'all gonna hold it tight. Pause. You got to take that all in. You got to take all of this in.
I'm at a loss for words.
Yeah, you gotta hold that. Push that in and hold it tight. Pause.
Man,
fuck. Yep, and that's around this area. Okay, that's all here. You know, when they came, you know, yesterday, Rob was talking about this area. I think up in here, but this is all, you know, this is that area, the Americas, when they came in, and that's what they found in the land of Mu. So yeah, fam, they got some explaining to do with that one. They really do. Where's my book at, yo? I'm gonna wrap it up a little bit. I think I said a whole lot already. Shit. There's this book. Damn. Where is the book? Man, come on, yo. What is it? What is it? Yeah, feathers in the chat for that, y'all. There we go. I heard about the Indian conquistadors. I know there was, we heard about the black conquistadors, but they were Indian conquistadors as well. And of course, it ain't gonna let me pull it up.
Oh no, yeah, we gotta hear about that. Yeah. That's exactly what been on my mind this whole time. I ain't know you was gonna pull up the other shit.
Yeah,
God damn, boy, I gotta recover from that.
Yeah, I ain't mean to just throw that out there like that, but I had to get it off my chest real quick. Because when I saw it, I was like, oh shit, what is going on? Man, where the damn book at? God damn, I thought I had the motherfucking book. I'm gonna read a little bit out of the book.
Y'all got some splaining to do.
Yeah. They really do. They really do. Oh, okay, here we go. All right. Let me see. I'm gonna look. Okay, so whenever I came across that map, the pictorial map that we saw with one African dude in it, I was curious as to, what was the map of, like, who the people in the map and all of that shit, and what's the story behind all of that that's going on. Like, I know we looked at it and we can identify one black dude, but there's two different people, or two different indigenous people that was there. And I just was curious about the whole shit. So I realized that there was alliances that was built. This book is titled Indian Conquistadors. This book is titled Indian Conquistadors, Indigenous Allies in the Conquest of Mesoamerica. And I was like, damn, I ain't know that. Well, these people do the same shit wherever they went. Oh, and they try to do the same shit in Africa, and here they are over here doing the same shit over here, trying to make alliances, right? It says the colonial coercion. I can't even pronounce that. Hold on, you know me. Oh, I can't see it. What's that? Mo? Coercion was rooted in a system of administrating and a rule that depended upon the collaboration of local elites, right? A popular theme since 16th century has been the supposed reputation of the Spaniards as invincible warriors, even gods. Here we go. But conquest era evidence suggests that this was a post-conquest myth that tells of hypothesized invaders were applicable. And it says the story lies in how local elites drew on Mesoamerican traditions of alliance formation to deal with the Spanish invasion, right? According to Ross Hassig, a multi-city alliance were composed of allied city-states or multi-city states drawn together by mutual perceived interest, including security from eternal military threats. So they're telling you that some of these indigenous folks, allied with the Spaniards. Same thing, the Spaniards wanted to take advantage of any little tribal wars that might have went on in this area prior to they getting there, just like they did in Africa. The same fucking game plan, right? And it says the members of such alliances were not centrally controlled, nor did they share a common ethnic identity, but being less bound in geographical limitations, they essentially functioned as special purpose institutions arising from perceived needs and persisting as long as needs were satisfied. It is no coincidence that Hager's description of the pre-conquest political organization and imperial strategy in opposition to it in central Mexico could just as accurately apply to Spanish strategies in Mesoamerica after 1519. In the year of the so-called Fat Caqui of Campola, I ruin names, responded to the arrival of Hernando Cortez and his men in his town by proposing an alliance with this group right here. I can't pronounce the name. I'm not going to chew it up, but they proposed an alliance with these groups and others city-states for the purpose of conquering another group of people that was in this area, right? Now, throughout the pre-conquest times, such multi-city alliances were created both for defense and aggressive purposes, evolving as political merchants, fundamental Mesoamerican city states cultures. Okay, so this so-called Triple Alliance, a sort of confederation between the I'm gonna try to pronounce it, Tenochtitlan's and the Texcoco and the Telecopan. And if I'm ruining these names, there's no disrespect. I just apologize if I'm chewing that shit up. Okay. And it says this is the Triple Alliance that was developed, right, and used by Mexico and the conquest machine that served to incorporate much of Mesoamerica into their empire by the time of the Spanish invasion. The Triple Alliance had succeeded another confederation between the Aztecapala, whatever. I can't pronounce that. So they had several alliances, and some of them pretty much superseded other alliances, which in turn was preceded by the alliance of the Chacalans and the Tula Otumba. It says the finding of the ideology of such alliances was often a rally cry against the tyrannical rule of the existing power. This was the case with the creation of the Triple Alliance, with the alliance proposed by the Fat Chukchi and centuries later. I know I'm chewing his name up, so I apologize. It says this kind of appeal across political boundaries could also be used against Spaniards' interests, of course, and thus help to explain a hindrance to Spanish expansion in regions such as the Yucatan, as much as it helps to explain such inner regions. So I just wanted to kind of point that out. I ain't gonna go heavy into this, but this is letting you know that there was an alliance that was formed when these Spaniards got there. They saw some weird shit going on everywhere. You had different people doing different shit in different areas when they got over here. And you had a triple alliance that occurred between multi-ethnic groups that was within this area. Again, anybody who want to really, really dig deep into this book, it's called the Indian Conquistadors. We heard of Black Conquistadors, but there was Indian Conquistadors as well. And I always want to bring that up because, you don't hear about that. I was just like, damn, I didn't hear about that. Mo, you heard about the Indian Conquistador? I didn't hear about that. But anyway,
hell no.
Yeah, I was just like, whoa.
First time.
This is my first time. I ain't know. They don't teach that.
Now
part.
I know they went over there and it was some people who were, traders or whatever, and they, they teamed up with them but hey, I didn't hear about it like this. I didn't know this was a thing.
Yeah. I didn't even. It's just, and that's just part of history, man. I mean, the Spaniards and shit, when they came over there, they had a way of persuading people to get along with their program. So I ain't going to say that they, because they did the same thing in Africa, but I want to make sure that everybody know this shit happened everywhere, not only in Africa. Like as far as them trying to conquer and divide the people, that shit went on everywhere. Now this shit right here didn't go on, but I'm just saying they came across this when they came over here. When they came over here, right? There wasn't no land, wasn't no land of the blacks over here. They didn't mention it at all in their writings. Going back to the map, right? Now let's go back to the map. We just read Prince Henry and Nuno Tristão getting his ass whooped in the land of the blacks. We had a full, pretty much eyewitness details of these blacks whooping their ass in Africa. And it's only 100 years later that these same people ended up over here to these lands. And where do we see any black people at? We see black people later on down the line, because throughout all that time, you had a supply of Africans going into Europe via the trade. These Africans would become Christianized, Europeanized, you know, and they would come back and they would just have to work, you know, they basically was doing shit for their survival. And then you had the Triple Alliance right here. This is the Triple Alliance right here when you see all these indigenous people and the Spaniards. It's the Triple Alliance they're talking about, because you got two different people. You know, look at this scene right here. The dude fighting with his arrow. I can't. Damn, slow down, man. I'm trying to get a good picture. But there's just, look at these. Look at this. These are two different indigenous people fighting each other. You know? If you look real close, you'll see who's on the side of the conquistador and who's not. But yeah, I just thought that was interesting history. Go ahead and look up what a raza is. A raza is a slave raid. That's where they get the shit from. Slave raids. That was carried out by who? The Moors.
Hey, I'll be right back.
Yeah, man. It's all good. I'm gonna slow it down. Go ahead and take your time, but I'm gonna park the car. I think it's time to park my car. Y'all gonna let me park my car? I'm gonna park it. I hope y'all enjoyed that little presentation I did. I'm gonna bring some more out later. This ain't over. This is a continuance and stuff. This ain't gonna stop. But yeah, fam, it wasn't like I was looking for that suspect shit, yo. I just came across it. Pause. I was just looking and I'm like, hold up. And what flipped me out was because last night on Students Live, we heard Mr. Robinson talk about, you know, some of those indigenous folks wearing like women's clothing. And I was like, oh shit, it kind of makes sense a little bit now. To what I read, I did not talk to fucking Mr. Robinson at all, but he's telling me and us last night, if you look at Sutin's last live, about that same little area in the Central and South America area where you just had that type of activity going down. And I just thought that was just wow, because we had pottery. That's pottery. That's pottery, and they actually, there was a culture that they was just heavily into. So I just thought that was interesting. You know me, I'm honest. I'm going to share everything and just kind of put it out there. I apologize if I messed up any names. I chew up a lot of these indigenous names all the time. Come on in, Sutin, if you want to. I'm just chilling. For those who you guys are just coming in, go ahead and hit the like button, hit the share. We in here chilling. We got Vance in the building. What up, man?
What it do?
Man, you know, man, just doing my thing up in here.
Yeah, I see y'all popping it off.
Yeah, man. That's about it, yo. Chilling. You can run if you want to. I'll give you the show.
Okay. Just give me 1 second.
Yeah.
But let me drop these links.
Take your time. It's all good. I mean, if you need more time, I think Mo is gonna come back too.
All right. Okay. All right. I'm about to go ahead and send the links in the chat.
All right.
All right.
What's up, family? Thank y'all for coming in. We appreciate it. Hit the like, hit the share, hit the subscribe. All that good stuff. What's up, Val B in the house? What's up, peoples? What's up, peoples? Yeah, but when I saw those ceramics, yo, I was like, whoa. I mean, anybody can find this information. If you look up the conquest of Peru, it's there. Yeah, I didn't say too much, Lily. You having connection issues as well? I'm having them too. So if y'all don't hear me, let me know. Let me know what's going on. But yeah, y'all hit the like. Those who are watching on the outside, hit the like. Welcome if you haven't seen this page before. If you're coming across it for the first time, you're welcome. Come on in. The water's warm. Yeah, those ceramics was crazy. I had no clue. You know, they got to take that. All of that. They got to take that. Pause. All the way in. Pause. You know, they got a lot of explaining to do. Damn, Vance, I do got your joint. You want to pull you up? Yeah, they got a whole lot of explaining to do. They say these are our lands. We was here. Okay, well, when the Spaniards got here, they had to give y'all 100 lashes for that shit, yo. Damn. The good and the bad. You know how I roll. I'm gonna show you the good, and I'm gonna show you the bad. That's it, man. They had to outlaw that shit, yo. I was like, damn. Like, wow, they like, these are our lands. These are the two lands, the Tamari lands. Yeah, the body count is getting bad out there. Don't let me post this on TikTok. It's gonna be a wrap. I don't even know. I gotta figure out a way to post that. Because it's coming. Pause. Yo. Damn. They had to like outlaw that shit. Suitin, welcome up. Yo, did you see that shit, dog?
Yeah.
That's why I was like, yo, wait till tomorrow, because whenever Robinson read about that man had a dress.
That ain't it, bro. They got statues, like little clay creations of like man on man action.
Wow.
That's just a small portion, bro.
Wow. So we in it. Oh, we that's just the tip. Pause.
I'm back. My bad. What I missed?
They got the Olmec in the Mayan civilization. I think the Incas too. They found these little like structures, like these little like figures of man on man action. Yeah. Them like in a position of masturbating, all types of shit, bro. Yeah. That's nothing.
That's them.
Shout out to Port City. I thought I had some shit.
Look, dog, look.
I said, yo, I'm about to drop a bomb. As soon as I lift my hand up, I seen that shit went boom before the boom. I said, hey, that boy getting hits. Hey, look, we apologize. We didn't know that. We thought we were the only shit pushers. Y'all niggas was really pushing nigga shit in.
Yo, you're right.
Like you was really pushing. That's what you wanted. Hey, you the Peruvians. That's y'all. That's what you said.
Y'all got to take all of that with you. You got.
That's what you said.
And you know, last night, because I was like, I already had the dagger, and I was like, we're literally looking at a shipwreck, and Mr. Robinson was reading about what they saw, and I was like, hold on, what did they say? Well, he said, you know, they was wearing dresses and shit. The dudes were. I was like, hold on, what? And that automatically connected. I'm like, that was a big deal over there, because not only you hear that, and then you see the pottery. I'm sorry about my noise. Let me mute real quick.
Yeah, hey, like we told y'all before, man, this shit is just the beginning. America has some history that's untouched, and these people opened the doors to some shit that they weren't prepared for. None of this shit even had to come out.
No,
Y'all ain't had to know about anything that happened before 1619. They could have just left everybody thinking that that was the beginning of slavery. They could have left everybody thinking that, you know, the numbers went down to 300,000, which was it was talk that I was hearing with that. That's why I didn't really get into that conversation. I don't know where they got that from, but I let them have that because I'm not really concerned with how many people came over here. But Robinson has overproven that whoever the fuck is coming up with these new numbers is out of their goddamn mind. Because I don't care about the location of where they got dropped off at. Oh, it was this many that came to America. That was South America. And that was the West Indies. I don't give a fuck where you took my people at. They not home.
Right.
Those are all my people and they not home. So we're not worried about all of that shit. You play with the numbers, bounce them up, take them down, do whatever the fuck you want, but change the location, region. It's irrelevant. Y'all should have never opened this door up though. Because when you open that shit up, we going in. Y'all still on the outside peeking and pointing at the door. We opened that, but we went through the door. This is what's in here. Come on in, motherfuckers.
Hey, look, and y'all need to get 100 lashes for what we just saw.
1,000. You need to die 1,000 deaths on some
100 lashes for the shit.
But it don't matter what civilization they want to play with. If they go on Olmec and Mayans, because they're Mayak, they found pottery. Listen. You know how we look over there and we see the Roman pottery with them inserting their penis inside of a male. They got that same pottery style over here in the Americas.
Okay.
So they can't run from it. So if y'all claiming these cultures, these civilizations, then you gotta accept the good, the bad, and the ugly.
Ugly.
Yeah. Take it deep.
Yo, that dude was face down, ass up. This ain't even a joke. This shit is crazy, man.
Yeah, y'all gotta hold that.
Man, hold that. I don't know what the fuck to do.
Don't even let me get on a live on TikTok with them because I'm gonna expose them just like that.
Is that
they not gonna show up, bro? They scared of us.
And y'all come over here now. Come over here now. Matter of fact, I'm gonna put the link in the chat.
Nah, because y'all not done with the presentation.
Okay.
Bro,
say why that shit for Q&A.
All right.
Wait, I don't have a presentation no more. What the it's over with it. I'm trying to figure out where to start. I don't know where to start.
And it makes so much sense. That's why I wish Robinson was here because I was gonna make him.
He had to do. He said they wrapping up, but it's probably gonna take him a minute before he get up here. But from what I've seen, the Black Indigenous people, they're not coming because they think that we want them to help us with our YouTube views. So they make up anything to not come to our chats.
Hey, bro, they can use all. Listen, we know what the deal is, bro. I'm just hoping a dummy pull up. I'm just hoping for it. I know they not. I'm just hoping that one of them, at least one of their followers, will jump up there and be like, yeah, I can handle this shit and get his shit pushed in. David even realized that he ain't fucking with it. He pulled up there and I'm gonna go over there and they live. I know what they was talking about before he pulled up. And he said, I'm gonna bring the ark and I'm gonna change, create another earth.
I didn't know none of that shit.
Bro, he pulled up and got his shit pushed way back. Remember the Martin Luther King shit? Look what Martin Luther King said. Listen, and he played it. Can y'all hear it? Yeah, we can hear it. And before the pilgrim, we was here. And before the arrows and the feathers, we was here. And I said, all right, hold on. While he was playing the shit, I was reading the rest of the transcript. I was reading the rest of it. And boop, he said, and when they brought us here to the shores of America from Africa, and he was quiet. He was like, well, what about Noah's Ark? No, nigga, that's not what we're talking about. You said Martin Luther King said that we were Indians. And he said we were Africans. He was just telling you that before all of this other shit, this culture and these people that's overshadowing our history, we were here going through things. He was shedding light on what the African was going through. He wasn't saying that you were the Indian. And that's when he learned, but he was still going back over there bluffing, and he never pulled up. We don't have no like personal beef with a lot of these people. It's really just like less than 10 people that is like some personal issues with. So why is the rest of y'all not pulling up? Because y'all already know this information is not to be played with. So y'all need to adjust yourselves. We told y'all that we giving out free alignments.
Telling you,
for free alignments. You don't have to make an appointment. We just catch you. We see you walking down the street with a crook in your back, and you look like your rotary cuff ain't swiveling right, and we just line your ass up right there on the spot.
I try to warn them, yo.
It's free. Just say Africa. That's the only thing you got to do. You don't even got to say I'm an Indian. Just say
Look.
Africa, and we're gonna pull up.
Y'all come over here. We can adjust you. We can align you back, and then we'll send you back to your culture so they can give you that deep tissue massage because y'all like to practice in that type of lifestyle.
Yo, the hard D.
I'm never letting this shit go.
Never.
I'm
Never.
was out there. Working for Twizzlers.
Yo.
I knew it was something funny about you motherfuckers. I knew it was something funny about you motherfuckers.
Son.
You old nigga the booty head.
Young. Hey. I was like, what the fuck is this shit, young?
Y'all niggas need some breast milk, bro. Y'all don't need no regular milk. Y'all need breast milk. Y'all need to get back on a mother's titty. Yeah. Come back home, bro. Come back home. Y'all in a fatherland.
Y'all gotta take this L. You gotta hold it tight. Deep penetration with this.
Don't quit.
Cause y'all
I don't think he was even clenching in that picture.
Y'all gonna get these 100 lashes today.
No clench.
You're gonna get these 100 lashes, bro.
That boy did it. Did he? Take that. He did him like did it. Boy said,
oh, did you show the one where the dude is on his knees and the dude got like this big phallus in his mouth and he's holding the dude's hand?
Yeah.
You showed that one?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. They do that.
Family, this is not the land of the blacks over here.
Sodomizing and shit. All right, hey. let me see. Let me go ahead and buy some time for Robbie.
Ooh, hey, see, all I needed was Robbie to read that first sentence about the dressing and shit, and I was gonna bam. But I mean, I still good. My shit's still straight. But like,
I'm scrambled. Port scrambled me, so I got to gather my. I got to gather my bearings. I got my shit. Yeah. I got my shit right.
I definitely need Robbie to come up here and read that quote again, yo, because that's gonna line exactly with what I had on.
Let me open this up.
Yeah, he said they finishing up at the zoo.
Damn.
Bear with me, y'all.
No, take your time, bro.
Get this shit straight.
Yeah, man.
Okay.
And then the raids, where they get raids from, Brazos, the Moors, Arabs. All that shit. Peace family. If you just now tuning in, y'all are missing it, yo. Catch the replay, run it back. We pushing shit in, pause. We had a moment where we didn't have to push nobody's shit in because they were doing it themselves.
No, this is nuts.
With a Mayak.
Yeah, all that. Take it.
Take that.
We at Mayak University, fam.
All that shit leading them to a fucking cult.
Yeah, they talking crazy, man.
Y'all see that Key and Peele where the dude was like, I think it was one of the dudes was getting married and they was having a bachelor party. And he was like, the dude was like, it's not gay. He was like, we just go, but. He was like, he said, okay, well, what's but. That's still
funny, man. They gotta hold it, yo. They got to hold it. You know, 100 lashes. That nigga said 100 lashes. That's how bad it was, Susan. Okay. Peace to the chat. Peace to the chat.
Hold tight, y'all. I'm coming. I got to get these feathers ready.
Pause.
Get everything right. Pause. Hey, yo, bro, we scarred for life. He said, "Fuck it." I know you were saying. I know you was thinking like, should I?
Yeah.
Fuck it.
I'm like, you know what?
He said, "Fuck it."
I'm going all in.
Anyway.
Man, y'all gotta hold that. Take it, hold it, and deal with it.
Hold on, y'all. My shit freezing up. Hold on. Let's get this.
Ooh.
Make sure.
Oh my God. 100 lashes, dog.
I think it's this.
Hey Mo, Lily got a question. A Poor asks Mo which account he wants to get traffic whenever I post y'all YouTube links.
What? Which account? What? TikTok or what? YouTube?
You cool? Want to be with me?
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, you good.
Is she talking about YouTube? You probably ask me which account he wants traffic whenever I post.
I think she said YouTube.
YouTube. Yeah, this one will be fine.
You cool? Want to be good?
But either one, I mean, it really don't matter. Let me get it popping real quick, because I know y'all ain't got that much patience now. Let me get
It's all good. Family, I think I might I know these Jones be putting work in like 10, 12 hours and shit. What I might do, I might consider chopping each one of our sections up. That way y'all can see it in different little increments. Like we do, we still do what we do now. But
no, so we got questions, bro. Because you trying to lead them away from the homosexuality. So I got questions.
Yeah.
Like, so was it lube or no lube was involved?
I know, right? What the fuck is going on?
Like, were they engaged in like same-sex relationships, or was it just like a practice, like for a ritual?
No, dog. It just, and like, picture the scene. There was two different scenes when they ran up in Africa. When they ran up in Africa, it was like niggas standing up with the bows and arrows, poison dipped. You know what I mean? And then when they get here, it's like they pushing each other shit in. It was like, yo, what? I don't know. Fam.
So was it like they was like having like gangbangs, or was it like a train situation?
Weird shit going on, bro. Some weird ass shit.
Strange activity.
You see them damn ceramics, yo? That shit says it all. And
did they write about this shit, or was it just in the pottery? Like,
it was in a pottery, man. That's how they wrote about it. Express that shit.
Yeah, I need to look at the letters, the diaries of these people, because if these people is saying, look, we got here and then they was doing like the weird stuff, that they were doing some of the same practices we were doing over there in Europe.
And motherfuckers was, well, that dude ain't like it because he was giving niggas ass whoopings for that shit. He was like, y'all gotta stop. We have to stop. No. That's wild, man. And you said there's more?
Yes, bro.
Ooh, shit, man. That's wild, fam.
I was just letting y'all know I'm still here. I gotta help
It's all good.
My guy out stuck on the highway. I'm about to help him out real quick. But I sent the links in. I've been reading that HLA genes from Clyde Winters, and then I got into the R haplogroup thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, specifically what he was talking about, and then what else? It was something else. I still got that Campeche site when they talk about the sickle cell anemia. But
When you say Clyde Winters, was that the Mende joint?
Huh?
When you say Clyde Winters, was that the Mende joint?
Clyde Winters, the R haplogroup, is it African origins, and then the HLA genes. He was also trying to say that they're derived from Africans as well. But yeah, I dropped both of his studies in there, and I think I dropped the HLA gene study. But I already been through the R haplogroup a little bit. So I could just summarize that.
Open them up.
But yeah, that's all I was gonna touch on.
Yeah, I mean, let me see me make sure I see him. Yeah, you sent 3, right?
Yep, in the private chat.
Okay, bet. I got you, dog.
I already went through them bad boys a little bit earlier than yesterday. Read through them bad boys all the way. Well, at least both of them. Just officially getting to reading all his stuff, because I ain't really understand the R haplogroup stuff, but I understand what he's saying now.
You sharing your screen, Mo?
Yeah. Y'all hear me? I'm good.
Yeah.
We on?
Yeah, it's go time, bro.
All right, so look at this, y'all. I want y'all to pay attention to this attire. Let me show y'all some pictures here, and y'all tell me what y'all see. If y'all see any feathers, drop a feather in the chat. These are Africans. Tell me what you see.
Zulu.
Okay, there we go. We got a date. This is around the 15th century. Trade occurred in Africa with shipping routes being open between Europe, Africa, and the East. Exotic items arrived on the continent and began to be coveted by the local inhabitants for decoration of their local cloth. Beads, shells, buttons began to appear on the garments, either as embellishment or making up the entire garment, like beaded aprons, capes, headbands, and shoes. All right. So this here is showing you the interaction or the introduction to these people, the Europeans and the trade. They're just meeting these people. All right. They're not bringing them. It says beads, shells, buttons, and everything they're buying. But they're not buying feathers. They already have feathers. They don't have a shortage of feathers in Africa.
Right.
Nobody's coming with a whole shipment of feathers. Like, yeah, here's a whole bunch of feathers for you. You know what I'm saying? This is their clothing already. This is what they do. These people are already doing this shit. This is not coming from the trade. This is coming from what they're already practicing doing, and then they just added these different things to their headdress. Like there's a picture I want to show y'all too, where he has the watches. I don't know if you can see it on here. Let me see if I can blow that up. You can't see it on this one, but there's another one where they're using basically junk, anything they can grab and tie to them and create art with. That's what the fuck they're using. But they already had feathers. They already had these things available to them. So this feather thing is also seen amongst the Indonesians. And I'm about to switch. Hold on, let me make sure that I went through these already. If there was any more. Okay. Yeah, that's good on this. So now I'm gonna share another one and show y'all these feathers being worn by the Africans. Let me go back here.
Feathers in the chat.
Is it the Omo? Yeah, it's the Omo, right? Is that it? Omo Valley rituals. Yeah, we're gonna run it. Yeah, let me do this one, and then we're gonna go to the Indonesian. Present. Boop. Come on now, come on. Boom. All right. Tell me when it's up.
You good? Omo Valley rituals.
Mm-hmm. Now the Dasanek Demi. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Take a look at that. What's on his what's on his head? Is that a feather? They like them African feathers, and they already said they like African feathers. Look at that.
Damn.
That's feather activity.
Yeah, all day.
And what they say about the locks, Suiton?
Damn, they got locks too.
What they say about the locks? They said the locks originated where? So the Europeans came over to Africa and taught the Omo, if I'm saying that right, the Omo people, to twist their head like that, and gave them feathers. Here, wear your head like this. Twist your hair and let it lock up, and stick a feather in it.
Right.
We got that from America, huh? These feathers come from America, huh? These locks come from America, huh?
Mm.
Look, he don't even believe it.
Uh-huh.
He don't believe it, huh? A what?
A what?
What you say, my brother? The locks come from where? And we had the perm kit too.
Indigenous perm kit.
We had the perm kit. No, that's a wig. But yeah.
No, I see the feathers, y'all. For real. Shit, Danny, all of them got the feathers on.
I don't want to hear shit about no feathers. I don't want to hear shit about no damn cat, cat skins. I don't hear none of that. Where'd they get that from? They got it from America. They were shipping them skins.
So they're saying that they were rocking feathers before Africans or some shit like that.
I don't know what they're trying to say. I mean, they said they gave culture to the world. Man. They said the locks come from them. They said that the feathers, that was taken from their culture. It looks like Africans were doing it first.
Yeah, I mean, you got images of my eye with a feather in her head. I mean, that shit go way back.
And as y'all can see, for anybody that want to get it twisted, because they like to play games, look at this right here, right? But pay attention to his hair right here. That's his hair. Look at that. And before y'all even try, oh look, they had straight hair. Yeah, because y'all like to play games. Look at that coil on his facial hair. Look at that. We know what that is.
Exactly.
These are locks and feathers. What are y'all talking about? And we just getting started. And here you go, right here. This is what I wanted to show y'all. How they were taking anything. They already have the feathers. They got the locks. They got that going on already. They got, now you start seeing stuff like this. These watches. Mm-hmm. Because it's just junk. They selling them anything. They'll take anything. They're just adding it to their dress. After they met up with these these foreigners or whatever. Look at that. Where y'all see this at? Where we do this at?
Oh, we do that all day.
Is this Native American attire?
Yeah.
Huh? Where they do that at? This is us, y'all. Now, I hope this shit don't, because they kind of naked and shit, but, you know, as you can see. And we don't see no dick in the butt shit going on. But
are you sure don't?
Okay, let me, let's go to the next one. All right, so y'all got a good view of what I'm trying to say there. Now, let's get into some text. We're going to get into some text now. Let me get the right one up. All right, what is this? This is yeah, we're gonna get into Indonesia. Wait, hold on. I got some more. I gotta show y'all these Indonesian people real quick. And this is very important for understanding how the African moved.
Damn, man. I don't know why that shit kicking you out. Soon. I'll let you back in though. Other than my horrible connection.
Did I accidentally close this shit? I gotta show y'all these. Damn, I need to show y'all these. Hold on, y'all. I gotta get these the right slides of these Indonesian African people. I didn't even know about this. Okay. Damn. See, I was trying to downsize my shit and ended up closing something I needed open. And it was part of Africa, being black living in Indonesia. No, that's not it. Look, you know what? I'm gonna go to my history real quick because I had it open. This should be good. Okay, yesterday. No, day before, 4th, May 4th. Encyclopedia. Okay, it should be right before this. Come on now, 200 million year old. Bear with me.
While we waiting for share the YouTube thing, go to 8 minutes and 20 seconds. I just put it in the chat.
Yeah, buy me some time, y'all. Buy me some time. I fucked up. I fucked up on this one. Even darker skin. Damn. Sliding door. Clothing, wear, portrait. Come on. There we go. Got it. Oh, we back in action. Oh, that's why I closed this shit, because they keep on with these damn pop-ups and shit. Yeah, I need this. I need that. Oh, yeah. We can close that. All right, what y'all about to play something?
No, I think Port left. I don't hear him.
Damn, my bad. I was on mute. Shit.
I think he wants you to play something.
My bad. Do you want me to play your last live, Susan? I was on mute.
I put it in the chat.
What? Shit.
I'll be right back. I'm about to get water, y'all, but I'm ready when y'all done.
I don't see that shit, man.
It should be in the private chat.
Oh, damn. Private chat. Damn.
Go to 8 minutes and 20 seconds and play that shit. I will play it, but I'm on my phone. I don't know how to do all that.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
820. I'm afraid to play, but I'm gonna look at that shit.
All right, what y'all play?
We can't see it.
Yo, that shit's funny. Shit, nigga. Go ahead. What's up?
Oh, we
We
can't see
see
it.
it.
We can't see it.
Oh shit. I don't know if I can play it without getting flagged though. Can you play?
Oh,
You know what I mean?
Wait, what is it?
it's a
It's
YouTube skit.
It's funny as shit. It's a Keenan joint.
Oh yeah. We probably
I gotta be careful. Not because of the content itself, but the copyright bullshit.
Yeah.
But I
Well,
see that.
can we play the audio or the video and audio?
the audio too. They'll get you for audio as well.
Yeah, all of that. They'll get you, dog. The way this algorithm finds shit out on your ass. Shit funny though. Everybody get those likes up in the chat. Likes up in the chat. You sharing, Mo?
Damn, my bad. Y'all hear me now?
Yeah, you good now.
All right. Boop, boop. Let me go back. Come on now. All right. Portraits of the life of the tribe. Stunning photos offer rare glimpse into rarely seen world of Indonesian island. All right. Just want y'all to look at this before we get into the text. Look at these people.
Yeah.
What y'all see? See these feathers? These are Africans who mixed in amongst the Indonesian people on their own. Some of them came, through slavery and trading and stuff like that, but they also arrived there on their own. See, we got locks. We got locks. We got feathers, right? You can see them taking this with them.
Mm-hmm.
They're taking these practices with them to other lands.
Right.
Look at that. I don't want to hear shit about no damn feathers.
Mm-hmm.
That don't prove shit. I don't want to hear shit about animal skin.
Go back up. Look at the next one.
He got an animal skin. Look at that. What that look like?
Mm.
They got the feathers. They got the shells.
Yeah. Cowrie shell.
Yeah, that look like Lucia with hair and shit.
Mm.
See? Sure do. Skin. I don't want to hear nothing about them skins. Skin hats. We got hats.
Oh, dang.
Who is that? We move around. We showed y'all the slave trade, and we showing you brothers moving around on their own as well. And there's more history, more studying in the making to see if some of these Asian people went back to Africa and then left out again and then came to the Americas. And that's why you hear the stuff with Clyde Winters and shit like that. That's why you're hearing that stuff, because people also went back to Africa. They didn't just leave Africa and never come back. Some people left Africa, went back, went further out, went a different direction and left Africa, then came back again. This isn't just, hey, everybody left Africa and then returned 2,000 years later, 4,000 years later, 10,000 years later after we had an airplane and ships. That's not what happened. We was moving around before. We just don't have a lot of evidence for the Americas, but we can still we can show the traces of us moving along and interacting with people to show this mixture, this hybrid, these hybrid traces getting put into our DNA. While you may find other things in your DNA when you do a DNA test, you may find people in your family with, well, who is that person? It don't mean you leave Africa alone. I know y'all running into some chocolate. Everybody ain't like skinned and reddish in the skin. We just did some mixing. But the culture and our practices, the language, these things are not going to be rid of. The hair, look at it, he got locks. We're dealing with Africans who went in a different direction. We're not dealing with the slave trade route. We're dealing with Africans who went in a different direction and ended up in Asia, and they're still taking their practices with them. We still hold on to this shit. Y'all think we just made up these hairstyles? That this is we just created this shit in America?
It happened in reverse, though.
Yeah, it's the other way around. Let's get into some text. Let me close this out. Y'all get the point. Y'all get where I'm going. Ain't nothing wrong with dealing with all your history and mixing in with people and everything, but nigga, the African gene is so damn strong. Y'all not about to escape. Y'all not about to run from none of this shit, talking about feathers and animal skins. And we're going to get into them bow and arrows in a little bit. Let me run through this Indonesian shit real quick. Y'all like arrows? Y'all like feathers? We got all of that. Let me get to the next one. All right. Where we at? Indonesian. Let's go to this layout. Now, wait, I want to do this from the PowerPoint. So let me switch this out. And this is coming from, okay, yeah, I got the book title right there. I can go ahead and share it. I'm trying to make sure I got the source, y'all. You gotta have your source up. Okay, PowerPoint, push 3. Let's go. Y'all see me? We on?
Yeah, we good. My bad, brother. I'm on mute.
You good. All right, so y'all see this, right? Y'all see that. Hold on. They trying to burn down the house. Y'all buy me some time. Somebody burning down the crib.
It's all good. I had to mute my shit because I had to move. Somebody cutting grass and shit in my damn yard. And I mean, my neighbors is anyway.
I'll be right back. They should have it good. I gotta make sure I ain't sitting here. Somebody. All right, they good, y'all. They good. We safe. All right, y'all. We back. You like feathers? Y'all see me? We good? Go back to this PowerPoint. Where the fuck am I at? All right, yeah, there we go. All right, yeah. Nope, let's go back. Check this out, right? We got feathers. We got motherfucking feathers. He got a whole lion mane of feathers. Now, this is from the Encyclopedia of the African Diaspora, Origins, Experiences, and Culture by Carol Boyce Davies, editor. This is volume 1 that I'm coming from, but this is the picture is volume 2. I just wanted to get this source out there. So if you want to look this shit up, or you want to get this source, it's volume 1. But hey, get volume 2 as well. I'm gonna get that and check that out. But this was just for, just to get that source out there. Indonesia and Africa. It says the islands of the Indonesian, I don't know, archipelago. I think Vance will probably know how to say that. And the continent of Africa have had a long and close social and historical relationship across the Indian Ocean for more than 2,500 years. And new archaeological findings may yet push the date back even further in time. Okay, so we don't have no problem when y'all people be talking about, oh, y'all, you just can't accept Yusuf. If you're there, you need to pull up and get your ass up here. I mean, it's Saturday. I don't know what the fuck you're doing. You're doing overtime or what the fuck is happening? These discussions need to be had with this calling us out of our name and disrespecting the next generation, right? Because we're after you. You're still an elder. Well, much respect to you. We show love when love is needed, but we got to also go across your chin. We got to go across your chin when it's needed. We are being disciplined with this information. We have no problem. I'm not going to open my mouth about anything unless I see the people who are doing the groundwork talk about it so I can back it up. I don't mind my people being in places where I didn't think they were at before, but I do need the sources to back it up. I don't like to lie about my information. So I'm not a Europeanized Negro. I'm not, because a European mindset would try to take everybody's identity, everybody's land, everybody's history, and just make up shit wherever they want to. I don't want to do that. I want my people to own whatever they own. I want my people to have the history that belongs to them. If it don't belong to us, I don't want it. Just show me the proof where it's at, and it will be accepted. So we have it here. You see, it says for over 2,500 years, and pay attention to the wording here. For more than 2,500 years, and new archaeological findings. Pay close attention to that. That's discipline. They're giving you the time that they can prove over 2,500 years, right? That's from the sources that they have. That's from the material that they have gathered and put together. And new archaeological findings may yet push that date back even further in time. So that was one of the things. There's more information in here, but I wanted to key in on that to let people see the discipline when it comes to scholarship. This has nothing to do with thinking like a European. This has something to do with correct knowledge. It has something to do with being honest about the information that we're disseminating, right? This connection has consisted in large part of sailing and trading contact between what is today the Indonesian archipelago and the entirety of the East African coast and its offshore islands, most especially the subcontinent of Madagascar. The domestic chicken reached Africa from Indonesia and then spread to much of the rest of the world. The xylophone, which shaped the later emergence of the kalimba or thumb piano, also took this route. Perhaps the most profound culture legacy of the contact is the culture and language of Madagascar, which has a clear Malayo-Polynesian influence still visible today, particularly in the Malagasy languages. Another major result of the contact was, in fact, the vessels that made this contact possible. Small outrigger sail canoes. It is now understood that voyages across the Indian Ocean from Indonesia to East Africa follow major oceanic currents that swept boats over many weeks travel time directly to the African continent without the aid of stoppages in southern, let's see if we got it on the next one, in southern Asia or the various island chains slightly to the north of this direct path. Almost no archaeological research has been done on reverse voyages in which Africans and Indonesians may have traveled back to Indonesia, partly because of wars and human rights problems in the past 40 years. This is, hold on, this shit is kind of like slanted. It's messing up my flow. Hold on. I think I got to shorten it and then blow it up and it'll be better. Yeah, that's better. Where we at? Problems in the past 40 years in the Indonesian archipelago, and partly because of the epistemological oversight among researchers. Such research will someday discern whether African ancestors came to Indonesia only in the early outward migrations from Africa, that's 100,000 to 40,000 years ago, or whether more recent maritime visitors and settlers may have also added to the earlier wave. Indonesia's influence on Africa and its admixture with Bantu and other local cultures should neither be denied nor exaggerated. Pay attention to discipline. It's only what is proven. It's only what is substantiated. It's only what you can stand on. If your square is not solid, it don't matter that you standing on it. You're going to get knocked off. They're trying to make this connection. So there's no, when you hear brothers like us say, we still Afrocentric in the original definition, like what Sutton was saying, like, yo, what the fuck happened to the definition? Right? Y'all have taken this definition and fucked it all up. So now people like us, we don't feel comfortable joining in on Afrocentric stuff or Afrocentrism because you have exploited pseudo, or you exploited history by inserting pseudoscience. That's what you're doing. It's the history that you're talking about doesn't actually exist. It's hopeful, and you could guess certain things and just, you know, we're so great that we probably were everywhere. You could get some things right. You could hit things on a button. You could hear what I'm saying right now and go, told you, brother. But you didn't give me the source. You didn't prove it to me. I'm finding the studies that is showing that we're here, we're over there. But what we're missing is where the fuck is these niggas in America? And even if you do, if it leads to the point where I'm seeing Africans in the Americas way before the slave trade, we still came from Africa. So I don't have an issue with it. I just want to see the source for this information that y'all are claiming, right? I got an echo.
My bad. That's I'm having connection problems, but you go ahead. I think it's still carrying you, but I'm going on mute. Go ahead.
Y'all hear me good?
Yeah, you good.
I can't see the chat.
Yeah.
We
Go
good?
ahead. We hear you.
You rocking. I'm the one breaking up.
Okay, so I'm gonna run it back up just a little bit. Such research will someday discern. Such research. Pay attention to these words. This is reading comprehension, people. This is reading comprehension. I don't care how many times you got to read it over. Listen to what it's saying. Such research will someday discern whether African ancestors came to Indonesia only in their early outward migrations from Africa 100,000 to 40,000 years ago, or whether more recent maritime visitors and settlers may have also added to the earlier wave. Indonesia's influence on Africa and the admixture with Bantu and other local cultures should neither be denied nor exaggerated. And wariness in the latter regard remains in light of the unremitting colonial era and historiographic tendency to ascribe all African culture developments to diffusion of outside elements from beyond the continent. As suggested, what transpired was more of an exchange or a series of absorptions, and research continues to reveal the nuanced details of these interactions. The outrigger sailing canoes that made these incredible journeys across open ocean with only the stars for navigational purposes, with hold on, let me see if I can scroll up a little bit. My bad, y'all. Okay, the outrigger sailing canoes that made these incredible journeys across open ocean with only the stars for navigational purposes became common on the coast of East Africa and are still seen today, especially around the Kenya-Tanzania border. Known in Swahili as, I don't want to butcher this, but it's Engalawa, right? Plural, Mangalawa. Somehow, I wish somebody here that could help me with that. They have a thin center hull, no keel, and these are compartments to the boat. If y'all are wondering, center hull, the keel. They had no keel. Usually one, but sometimes two outrigger pontoons for balance, and the triangular lateen rigging of the vessels commonly seen throughout the Indian Ocean. The lack of a keel means they can be beached directly on any coastline and do not need to harbor and can traverse shallow waters while avoiding impact with coral reefs. Okay, so this is going into some of the travels and interactions of the Africans showing up in places where you wouldn't even think, and this is why you see these people that may look like you, and they're kind of mixed with Asian, and you know, they mixing up, they doing their thing. That's how we do. We get around, right? But they're still, you got to pay attention to the detail, though. The detail tells us that they're coming from Africa. So if you want to trace this shit back, if you want to own it and represent that part of your history, you can't erase Africa from it. You can't erase it. So we got people leaving out of Africa. They end up in Indonesia. That has been traced back through the haplogroups, the whole genome showing the outer Africa. They've been traced back and linked to Africa. And then thousands and thousands of years later, you have these people meeting up again. You have them meeting up again. So before y'all even bring it up, because I know y'all going to creep back into the DNA, before you even bring it up, I'm going to show you. I'm way ahead of you. I know you coming back to DNA. I know you're going to try to run to Australia and then teleport your ass to Asia and West Asia Minor, all of this shit. I know what you're going to do. I know what y'all going to find, and because DNA was going to help you out in the first place. But what I'm showing you is before you even get there, this is coming from Africa. The Indonesians are coming out of Africa. The people who brought them over there through slavery and trade and all of that, they're picking them up from Africa. And the Africans who went on their own are coming from Africa. Do you not get it? You can't escape. And then the research that they're doing right here is the ocean from what is it, more than 2,500 years they had this connection, and new archaeological findings may yet push that date even further in time. And then when you add back migrations for it, we should not be confused. But you're not going to get rid of Africa because you find in other shit in your history. Okay? And to the people who say, again, you know, we were all over the planet, I don't have no issue with that. But I need the data for it. So it's busting in Indonesia. Right? You like gumbo? So y'all like feathers, and y'all like gumbo too, huh? You like feathers, you like beads, you like shells, you like gumbo too, huh? Gumbo comes from America, huh? Huh? Can I get a witness? Can I get some sources for that, please? This is from, let me let y'all know where we coming from. Damn, I did not get did I get the source? See, I'm tripping, y'all. I am tripping. Is this hold on, y'all. I gotta make sure I'm doing this right. I'm gonna let y'all pause that too. Y'all can get these sources, but I gotta make sure I know where this is coming from. My bad.
Shout out to the children of the corn. Y'all punk asses.
Shout out to them. Let's see where we coming from. Where we coming from, y'all? Encyclopedia African Diaspora. Yep. Okay, we in the same one, volume 1. All right. Okay, yeah. So that's the same. We in the same encyclopedia, y'all. We good. And this is gumbo. Okay, so we went through the Indonesian connection, and we're going to show even more influence to show y'all that this didn't happen in reverse. Well, to you, it probably happened in reverse, but we're telling you that it happened in reverse because we're trying to reverse it back, if that's not confusing. So you like gumbo. It says here, let me see. I can't get a feel. What is going on? Hold on. Oh, shit. I'm cut off. I got to go to the window. Hold on. I got to go to the actual book because I can't see this shit, y'all. I'm going to take this screen now. Come on now.
Yeah, sometimes I have to thumb through the book too, man. Ain't nothing like having a book and a PDF. You on point then.
Right. My bad, y'all. Let me get this other screen up. You gotta go directly into this shit. Is it this layout? Yep, there it is. All right, we good. Y'all see that gumbo? Y'all like gumbo? Ain't nothing wrong with some little bit of gumbo. Let me know when I'm up.
Yeah, you good.
All right, gumbo is one of a group. Gumbo is one of a group of African diaspora foods that, like kalalu, if I'm saying that right, in the Anglophone, Caribbean, and Karuru in Salvador, Bahia, use okra as a main ingredient and have come to symbolize creative cultural mixtures. I got to echo. Somebody got to mute. Mixtures. It is therefore, something Oh, okay. Oh, that's some music in the back. Y'all still can hear me? We good?
Yeah, we're good. My bad, man.
Oh, okay. All right. It's therefore much like the people of New Orleans. Well, let me go back a little bit. Use okra, the Caribbean and Caruru in Salvador, Bahia, use okra as a main ingredient and have come to symbolize creative cultural mixtures. It is therefore much like the people of New Orleans, and much of the Gulf Coast. It is a fragrant, spicy, colorful cornucopia of tastes and textures with a consistency somewhere between a soup, a stew, and gravy. The diverse flavors come from an abundant assortment of ingredients in varying combinations, including chicken wings. Let's go up. Chicken wings, plump Gulf shrimp, blue crab, fine sausage, crayfish, fresh okra, stewed tomatoes, and an assortment of garden staples such as onions, peppers, and celery. Fresh and dry spices are added and adjusted throughout the cooking. All of the ingredients are individually prepared and then added to a large cast iron pot. Part of the ritual and comfort of gumbo is the communal nature of its preparation. People coming to make and eat the gumbo often bring a little something, right? That's us. Bring a little something. Give me a little something. I got a little something. What you got? You got a little something. Bring something. You know what I'm saying? You know how we do. To add to the pot and roll up their sleeves to share the preparation, as well as a drink, conversation, and laughter, right? That's us. As vegetables are sauteed, meats are lightly browned, and the tomato base simmers, bouillon is added as the pot fills. Often there are many willing tasters who are welcome to comment and make suggestions, but there is only one cook. The cook is best defined as the one who holds the big wooden spoon and expertly navigates through the bubbling pot. This individual makes the roux. Roux are brown flour mixtures added to the gumbo. The roux must be made perfectly, and burned roux must be thrown away. Color has historically been uniquely important cultural construction among people of African diaspora. Gumbo colors range from light medium brown to deep red, like the clay of earth when it is dry. Gumbo, the color of very deep dark chocolate, is highly regarded and is the most difficult to make. Skill, audacity, and lively language add to the drama of gumbo. It is what is this? The Theater? Oh, it's theater. It's theater, soul, and memory food. Like the people, the color of the roe, and the secrets of its making differ among families and communities. Some families use crayfish and blue crab, others only blue crab. Some families use smoked and fresh shrimp to achieve a distinctive smoky flavor. The ritual of gumbo operates with the assumption that many people are coming and copious amounts of coming. Wait, hold on. The ritual of gumbo operates with the assumption that many people are coming and copious amounts of food will be eaten on that day. My bad, y'all. The cooking begins early and continues nearly all day. By the time the lid is placed over the bulging pot, the community is ready to gather in a circle and bow their heads. Gumbo is served over white long grain rice with warm French bread. Eating gumbo takes time and several large napkins. It is often accompanied by laughter and music. Gumbo is cultural mana to be stored in memory and relived the next time. Gumbo is an important member of the soul food category among Americans of African descent. If y'all not catching on, stay tuned because we're gonna keep getting to this shit. So you like gumbo? Do you like gumbo or not? This is and again, this is from the
good dog. I got me hungry as hell.
Right. And this is, let me give y'all this source again. This is the Encyclopedia of the African Diaspora Origins, Experiences, and Culture by Carol Boyce Davies, editor, volume 1. Make sure y'all check that. That's volume 1. And now we're going to get down to, we want to do the Kuba tribe. I'm looking for the Kuba tribe, y'all. Hold on now. Because I showed y'all a picture of that earlier. I want to get into a little bit of text. I want to make sure I got this source open. So we got food, we got feathers, we got attire, we got headdress, we got this whole swag laid out, y'all. I don't know what the hell they talking about. He showed y'all what y'all was getting into earlier.
Yeah.
We don't get into that.
Y'all know it was going down over there.
Y'all niggas was getting it in for real. Fuck that shit, man. Let's see. Okay, let me make sure I got this source open. I think it came from where we at? Yeah, man. We got boobies on our shit, man. You know, we got tickle bitties on our sculptures and shit, boy. We let the boobies hang out. I don't know what the hell y'all was doing.
I don't know what the fuck they doing. I mean, now we know what the fuck they was doing.
Okay, here we go. 101 last African tribes. Okay, let me go down to there. Yeah, this will be good. I'm gonna let y'all see this artwork first, and then I'm gonna get into the text, because we gotta show y'all what the fuck we was doing, because we showed y'all what the fuck y'all was doing. Now that's what you want to be.
You know what y'all was on. We're gonna show y'all what we was on.
Yeah, we're gonna let y'all have that. We're gonna respect your self-identifying abilities to shapeshift and mutate and turn into whatever the fuck you want. We're gonna accept that. It sounds crazy, but we're just gonna let you have it for the sake of the argument. We're gonna let you have it, but we're gonna show you what the fuck we was doing. You own your history, I'm gonna own my motherfucking history. How about that? We up? Get some of this water.
Go ahead and run it, man. I gotta go to the mailbox real quick. I'm excited to get volume 2 of the Conquest of Guinea.
All right, go ahead.
Go ahead and run it.
All right, y'all. Y'all see, I'm gonna show y'all some of this shit, and I can go directly into the text, because the text I'm gonna show y'all in the PowerPoint is coming from this source anyway. This is 101 Last Tribes, or 101 Last Tribes .com, and you can see. Look at this. Show me this shit in America, please, in large amounts. Somebody show me figurines and things, ornaments and shit that look like that. Is that what is that on his head? What is that? What is that? And he kind of looked like David. Well, you got African features, David. Why you look like that, G? Who that? Who's that? LeBron James? LeBron James? We showing y'all what we working with. What is that? What is on their head? What is this? What they rocking? And I heard them say we ain't got no damn clothes. What is wrong with y'all? We got swag for days. We've been had swag. We've been on this type of shit. We've been on this type of time. And y'all know what the hell y'all running into. Look at the internet. Look at TikTok. Y'all be seeing people that look just like them, and you be thinking they American. Don't lie. Don't cap. And you be looking at them doing the voiceovers. They just, lip syncing and shit with the audio in the back. And when you go to some of their other videos and look around in the background, you're like, oh, wait, that's an African. And you thought that was somebody in America because you look just like them motherfuckers, and you would not know. And they know your swag. They know our jokes. Africans take the voice, the audio. They take the audio that African Americans are making, and they can easily know what we talking about. How do they know what the hell we talking about? How do they get our jokes? How do they know the slang? How do they know the facial expressions and folding up the arms and swinging your hand around with two fingers out in the shape of a gun? And what is that type of talk? What's that swag? What's that movement? Where you get that from? How you know how to resonate with it? How? Are you purposely resonating with me because you want to? Or is it already in us? It's already there. It's what y'all not getting. Do y'all see any dick in a booty activity over here? And they probably could have been back there around the corner doing that shit. That could be going on over there, back around the corner, over behind the wall, whatever. But there ain't no shit nobody gonna be glorifying. It ain't gonna be glorified. You get your noodles knocked for that shit. We just don't. This is not how we get down. Not saying nobody did it, but it's not something to be glorified. You go back into the earth. You know what I'm saying? You get back up in that woman. That's what the fuck you do. You know, and that's just what it is. You know, I ain't trying to knock nobody. I do what the fuck you do. Like, that's what you do. That's your business. You know what I'm saying? That's what you do behind closed doors. Somebody could be in there right now doing that shit. But that's not going to end up on this pottery right here. They could be right in that room doing weird shit. It ain't going to end up here. It ain't going to end up on here. It's not going to end up on here. That's not some type of shit we in. And I'm pretty sure if somebody did do it, they asked is one like that shit wasn't celebrated. They probably got exiled or some shit. Go take your shit over there. Go hang out with the Greeks and do that bullshit. There's more feathers. This shit don't even stop. Let's get to some text though, y'all. I just wanted to give y'all some photography because people act like we ain't got no photos of what the fuck is going on. So check this out. Sometime around 1625, an outsider unseated a rival ruler and unified the area's chiefdoms under his leadership. This man was Shyam, if I'm saying that right, Al-Mbul, and Gung Shyam the Great. Kuba oral histories, or Cuba, I think it's Kuba. Kuba oral histories reveal that he was the adopted son of a local queen who left his home to travel to Pende and Congo kingdoms in the west. Empowered by mystical knowledge of the foreign customs and technology, Shyam became the architect of Kuba political, social, and economic life. Advanced techniques of iron production and crops from America, such as maize, corn, tobacco, cassava, and cassava is this what they say manioc. That is just another name of cassava. And beans were introduced. Right? Where do we see feathers? Do y'all see feathers? Do y'all see bow and arrows here? And we're going to get to these bow and arrows in a second. Did they bring us bow and arrows? Did they bring us feathers, or do you already see feathers in these people's? They brought corn, right? Maize, tobacco, cassava, and beans were introduced. The government was reorganized around a merit-based title system that dispersed power and promoted loyalty among the aristocracy. The first explorer to discover the existence of the Kuba people. Pay attention to this right here. I want you to pay very close attention. And this is why we always say timelines are very important. Learn the language that people are speaking and understand that. Learn the language that you're speaking and understand the text. You have to understand the text. You can speak English all you want to, but if you don't understand the language, if you don't understand the language you're speaking when you're reading, you're not going to get it. We use words all the time, and then we later find out, oh, that's what this word really means. Like one day I had to actually get into what the word appropriation means, and I was using it the wrong way because you have appropriate and then you have appropriation. And then when it gets into that type of word, you have to comprehend how it morphed into that meaning of like cultural appropriation. Everything it's extended beyond just appropriate. All right, it's more talking about some shit that's inappropriate. So the first explorer to discover the existence of the Kuba people and enter their kingdom was William Shepherd, a Black American Presbyterian in 1892. German explorers were the next to visit this kingdom. Between 1907 and 1909, they have gathered the most complete ethnographic history to date. They're just meeting these people. This is a Black American showing up. They're showing up there. These are Germans showing up there. 1907 and 1892. They're showing up, and the Black American is meeting these people again. They're meeting these people again after a long, distant journey of their ancestors. And then you also have the Germans going there. But here's the issue. Along with this timeline and these people being introduced and reintroduced, they're supposed to already know these people. According to the timelines that these people are making up in the history that these people are saying that they're exposing, that is hidden, we should see these people already knowing each other. How are they meeting them? Why is the German going there to study these people? They're saying the Black American Presbyterian in 1892 and the German explorers were from 1907 to 1909 have the most complete ethnographic history to date that they gathered from these people. Why are you studying somebody you already know? Their studies included that of the social, political, economic, and religious aspects of the Kuba culture. Washburn, 21, that's the source for that from his book. Or I don't have that, but it's probably at the bottom. After the Kuba people were colonized, the art form began to change. It became less naturalistic, and it began to disappear. But these are the same people. These are the people that came from America. Why are you studying them? How do you influence somebody that came from you that's only using your practices? Wood engravings began to match the new art forms that were influenced by the European settlers. More abstract art was being made to satisfy the European occupiers. Basket work was no longer created like all the other surrounding tribes. Instead, they began to create baskets and containers like those of their European counterparts. Okay, Morant 116. The weakened kingdom never recovered, and it was fragmented into chiefdoms once again by the time the area became a Belgian colony. The current reigning monarch, Katam Mbwiki III, has been on the throne since 1969. Okay. So we're seeing these people meeting them for the first time. So this makes no damn sense. If you already met these people, if these people came from the Americas, you already know them. You already know their culture. These people do not come from America. These people were already there. They're introducing them to maize. They should already have maize. Why are you just getting maize in the 1900s? What the fuck is going on here? Okay. So, but we don't see feathers, and then we definitely don't see arrows, and that's what I want to get into next. Let's get into these arrows, and that is 101lasttribes.com. So if y'all want to find that, the Kuba people. And my bad if it's Cuba, but I'm saying Kuba. That seems more African to me. The oldest evidence of the bow and arrow. We're going to go to Real Clear Science next. Is that the one we want to do? Because I want to show the bow and arrow outside of Africa first. I'm still good, y'all. Y'all hear me? We good? We here?
Yeah, you good. You loud and clear. I'm breaking up, family. My signal is a little weak. So like when I hear you, I can't hear you on here. I have to listen to like the actual YouTube. But go ahead, man. You good.
All right, bet.
You straight. StreamYard supports it, even like if my connection is lost, which is awesome.
Okay, now let's get to discover the oldest bow. Do I want to do Sri Lanka? But let's run into this. Y'all been waiting long enough. It don't matter. We're gonna tie this together. I'm just finicky with the order of things, y'all. My bad. I got to stop doing that because we're going to get straight to it. Yeah, I showed y'all the interactions. Now we're about to get into the bow and arrows and where they originated.
Now I showed y'all what was going on back over there. He's showing y'all what's going on over here.
Mm-hmm. Show y'all what we was plugging. We was plugging niggas with bow and arrows though. Pause. This is Real Clear Science, y'all. The oldest evidence for bow and arrow used outside of Africa. Pay attention to the title. If y'all haven't noticed, it's always about out of Africa. I don't give a fuck how y'all feel about it. I don't care. If you haven't learned at this point, we are a group of don't give a fucks. We don't give a fuck about what the hell y'all talking about. We only give a fuck about the data. Show me the data, and then that will adjust me. If you can't show me the shit, I don't give a fuck how you feel. Or you don't think that maybe we was on the moon. I don't care about the fucking moon. I don't care about America. No disrespect. I'm not concerned about that because from what I'm studying, I came over here. From what I'm studying, the Native Americans came over here. I don't care about that shit. We're here. We're all here at this point in time, and we're dealing with the history that we have. And whenever y'all ready to unite and get together and get shit done, y'all know who the enemy is. Y'all know what the fuck is going on. Y'all know what we need. We need health, we need wealth, we need education. Whenever the fuck y'all ready to get it popping, we can get it popping. I don't give a fuck if you are black, indigenous, and I'm this and that. I'm African, I'm from the moon, and I'm an alien and all. I don't care about it. Whenever you ready to get it popping, we can get it popping. Okay, we here already. But this is the history that they're trying to erase. This is what nobody wants to tell you. This is why you keep talking about feathers, and you ended up with an African feather in your hand, and I'm doing hella research, and I'm finding feathers all over Africa. This is not a point. It speaks volume to something else. We're seeing feathers in Africa. We're about to go into bow and arrows in Africa, and the title says the oldest evidence for the bow and arrow used outside of Africa, because they already know that the oldest one is in Africa. They're trying to see, okay, where is it at earlier outside of Africa? It's already there. Everything keeps leading back there. That's not my issue. That's your issue. You got a problem with Africa. I don't give a fuck about the issues that you have with Africa. You just need to show me the research that switches this shit in reverse. Because every time you try to twist the table around, we easily, with the pinky finger, twist it right back. It's not happening in reverse. Your head is screwed on backwards. That's what the fuck is happening. So archaeological excavations deep within the rainforest of Sri Lanka, hold on, am I starting off right? Yeah. Sri Lanka have unearthed their earliest evidence for hunting with bows and arrows outside of Africa. Just like when they're studying the genome and you hear Vanta running through it, they're showing you what happened outside of Africa. We already placed the earliest humans there. They're there already. We're trying to see what happened outside of Africa. This is not a fucking question. The only thing we're questioning is what happened after Africa, after you left the vagina, after you let go of the titty. Then you start writing your story. Now I did this, and I moved in with my boys. I got married. I got divorced, and I got married again. I had 3 kids. I got 2 baby mama. You know what I'm saying? I started my business. That's your story after you take your mouth off the titty. But I guess y'all wasn't on titties. Y'all was plugging each other and shit. At Fahim Lena, a cave in the heart of Sri Lanka wet zone forest. And remember, we're just talking about outside of Africa, right? We discovered numerous tools made of stone, bone, and tooth, including a number of small arrow points carved from bone, which are about 48,000 years old. So pay attention. 48,000 years ago, they're finding their earliest remnants of arrows being used outside of Africa. So imagine what the date is for Africa.
My bad, y'all.
No, you good. That was perfect. Imagine what the date is for Africa if in Sri Lanka it's 48,000 years ago. When was the bow and arrow invented? The invention of the bow and arrow allowed people to hunt prey at a much greater distance. People no longer had to get within a stone throw of prey, which could suddenly could suddenly bolt and escape. This innovation greatly increased the chances of a successful hunt. Bows and arrows also made it much safer to hunt dangerous prey. Those are facts. If you don't have to get too close, you're less likely to be trampled or mauled by a hurt and angry animal. The origin of the bow and arrow is one of the greatest mysteries of human technological innovation. How did it come about? When, where, and why? This is what the information says of today, right? Of now. Like, this is the current data that we have. I'm not saying it won't switch. It could go to Asia, which that's exactly where it was at before. And that's probably not in this article, but I do know from my previous research that it used to be in Asia. So now that I'm revisiting this shit, the bow and arrow wasn't created outside of Africa. It actually was in Africa, but I think they found this first, the 48,000 years ago one, in the Asia region, and they thought this was the oldest when I had researched it a while ago. But currently, all right, well, let me read this first. Small monkeys such as the maca, how do you say this? Macaques? I think it's macaques. The small monkeys such as the macaques were targeted with bows and arrows from 48,000 years ago, as P. Roberts. Currently, the oldest evidence of the use of the bow and arrow are small stone points found in Cebudu, Sabudu Cave in South Africa and are some 64,000 years old. Goodness gracious, 48,000 years ago. What are y'all talking about? 48,000 years ago, these people are not even in America. You don't get it? Is you deaf? Can you hear? There's nobody in America 48,000 years ago. What are you talking about? If so, show me a fucking bow and arrow. The people in Asia can show you the bow and arrow 48,000 years ago. Africa can show you a bow and arrow 64,000 years ago. Outside of Africa, the oldest finds were previously pieces of bows found in Germany dating back no more than 18,000 years ago, because bows and arrows are mainly made from highly perishable stuff like wood, sinew, and fibrous. They don't leave a lot of evidence behind for archaeologists to find. So the small bone points recovered from Fahim Lena, if I'm saying that right, are an important discovery. The bone points show evidence for having been fixed to a small shaft and shot at high speed into prey, which were apparently most small monkeys and giant squirrels, judging by the butchered bones thrown away at the site after meals. So they have these things found in situ. We talk about in situ all the time. That's when there's a mass amount of civilization or remnants, artifacts and things that you find, whether bones, pottery, cooking, burnt, wood and everything left over by people, sometimes even fossilized bodies found in rock, all types of shit. But when it's in situ, you find more of the human presence, right? We talked about the stuff. We talked about the trash that people leave behind. Humans always take trash with them. That's how they know, judging by the butchered bones thrown away after the site, thrown away at the site after meals. Okay, that's all tying back into in situ. This is why you need people doing groundwork to get these pictures, to get this evidence of these bow and arrows, to show that this was a human presence in this region of the world. And we're going back almost 100,000 years ago using a fucking bow and arrow. And these people arrived in the Americas no less than 10,000 years ago. Okay, so now people like Yusuf, right? If we use this 10,000 to 15,000 date, right? I'll give you wiggle room to wiggle in there, right? I'll even give you 20,000. You're still not dealing with Sri Lanka. You're not dealing with Asia. You can't get all. We already got a bow and arrow in Africa, and you don't even have one leading back to Asia. You can't beat Asia. Don't fuck with Africa. Deal with Asia. You see what I'm saying? I don't understand what is this argument here. And then do we need to say how the bow and arrow was carried? You don't think it was a good idea for the people who had a bow and arrow 64,000 years ago to take a bow and arrow to Asia when they migrated out? Can I get a witness? And then when they made it to America, they probably still had the bow and arrow. Y'all fucking stupid? Is you deaf? Is you dumb, or is you slow? We need arrows in the fuck them feathers. The feathers are dead. We need arrows in the chat.
All day.
We need that pottery in the chat.
Yeah.
Male on male relations, but no lube in the chat.
We are never letting that shit go.
You old diggity booty ass. You fuck ass playing with me, man.
Yo, so we got arrows in Africa dating back 68,000 years ago.
68,000. Is it 68 or 40 or 64?
Whew.
Nope.
Let me see.
And y'all know what we did with our arrows when they got over there. Wow.
Oh, yeah. You see how it all ties in? You see how it ties in, y'all? I swear we didn't rehearse it.
We sure
I
didn't.
swear we did not rehearse it. Y'all seen my reaction to that shit when he was. I did not know that's where it was going.
It always happens like this. Like I was already looking at something. Mr. Robinson yesterday was already talking about it. So me and him connect, then you connect. It's just crazy.
Yep. The origins of innovation. Let me see where we going next. Grassland and Coastal.
Hey, hold on. You took your screen off. I don't know if I did that.
Yeah. I'm going to the next one.
Okay.
I did that. Okay, that's saying the same thing. 48 to 45,000 years ago, Sri Lanka. Y'all got that. I do want to show y'all. I want to. That shit moving around in this motherfucker. What the fuck that? That must be the ancestors or something. The motherfuckers probably trying to astral project over here and fuck with me.
Oh yeah.
You know how they do. They can leave their bodies and do all types of crazy shit. All right, where we at?
Got my little coming to America. Yeah, we coming to America, y'all.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Here we go. Oh, the vibes is high. Y'all feeling the vibes? Y'all feeling the vibes?
That's right.
If y'all feeling the vibes, or y'all feeling the vibes?
Coming to America.
Don't play with Africa, man. It's not something to be played with. I know that European got y'all minds twisted, but y'all think y'all can play though. When he did it, he got his shit split too. Y'all heard the story. They had to retreat because of them damn arrows.
That's right. Team Africa, baby, all day, every day.
While y'all was over here pushing shit in, we was over there pushing shit in. You did.
That's right. Go ahead, brother.
Now, this is coming from science.org. My bad, I'm getting some ice, cooling it down a little bit. Y'all got to bear with me because there's a whole bunch of words in here that's going to fucking tie me the fuck up.
Hey, Mr. Robinson, got to go back and look at my part and then catch back up.
Right?
That shit's going to tie all then if you had
bussing.
Go ahead. I'm going to go on mute. Go ahead, bro.
All right. Yeah, this is from science.org, y'all. This is, let me go to the title. I'm at the proliferation. I got to remember that. The title of this study is bows and arrows and complex symbolic displays 48,000 years ago in the South Asia tropics. All right. The prolific, where we at? Hold on, y'all. And look, if we were to date these rocks, boy, y'all be in trouble because they're dating the grooves, right? Isotopic breakdown. You know, when these things are being, when a human is doing something, you can kind of see that this was done. You know, they got these markings and all of that. They can date that, the marking, the breakdown of this, when this was impacted and altered, when this is modified. But if we were to do what they're doing in that pseudoscience community from the 1600 and the 16th century, which is the 1500s, you know, if we did that type of studying, that amateur anthropology and archaeological study technique and all of that shit, that research bullshit they be doing with their cults, you know how far back we could date the stone? This shit will be hundreds and hundreds of millions of years old if we dated the stone. That's where y'all made a mistake at. That's why you think you have arrowheads and shit that are old as fuck. But people already know that that's the incorrect dating. They're not dating this. They're dating the impact to this stone, to these bones. They're dating the bone. They're not dating using the amateur techniques. All right. But if we did that, this should be it would be hundreds of millions of years old too. But they're dealing with the human modification of these things. All right. Let's get down to the proliferation of, blow this up a little bit. The proliferation of the, what is that? Parietal and portable art, along with the dynamic change in technological complexity during the European Upper Paleolithic, has been held up as a gold standard in human cultural development. In Western and Central Europe, tailored clothing, osseous technologies, and hold on, y'all. I want to make sure I understand where. We're gonna do this. Let me get this out real quick. Osseous. Okay, I was saying it wrong. Consisting of or turned into bone. Ossified. Okay, so it's osseous. Let's go. Let me get back to this article. Okay, osseous. Where we at? Osseous technologies and figurative art have been argued to enable resilience in the face of cold climates and growing populations. More recently, finds in Africa place the earliest evidence of symbolism and extensive social signaling alongside sophisticated production of blades for projectile technologies in the coastal context of southern and northern Africa. Now, if I'm not mistaken, aren't these the forces they were met with dealing with the Egyptians, the Nubians.
Mm-hmm.
Weren't these master archers? Help me out, Suiton. Like, am I correct? Wasn't the mastery of art? Weren't people going there to be trained by these master archers? Didn't they pull up Port City and get their noodles knocked, top ramen, with poison darts? We already got the damn darts. We already got the blowguns. We already got the bow and arrows. We already got that shit. They added poison to it. We're adding poison to it to make it more effective. Know your history. All right. Southern and Northern Africa, 100 to 80 Ka, 42 through 44. Now I'm thinking that's circa, I think that's 80 AD. I'm not sure what Ka is. If Vanta could help us out with that. I think this is circa 100. I'm not sure what that Ka is. Long traditions of archaeological excavation and prioritization in these regions have meant that they eclipse other parts of Africa, Asia, Australia, and the Americas in quantity of archaeological excavation and I didn't read that twice. Hold on. In the Americas, in quantity of archaeological residues reported, and consequently discussions of the origins and adaptive context of material culture characteristics of our species. This trend has prevailed despite the fact we now know that by the end of the late Pleistocene, Homo sapien populations were occupying arid environments in southern Africa and Australia, Paleo-Arctic setting in Siberia, high altitude environments in the Tibetan Plateau, and most significantly here, tropical forests in Africa, Southeast Asia, Melanesia, and Sri Lanka. By providing the first in-depth traceological by providing the first in-depth traceological insights into the use of organic technologies in the wet zone of Pleistocene Sri Lanka, we have identified different types of pointed bone technologies in the record of Phi-Hen Lena, like we were talking about earlier, including notched unipoints and bipoints, like that likely tipped arrows, as well as geometric points that were potentially used in freshwater fishing. While the use of fiber at the site may also have supported the application of trapping and hunting or arboreal and freshwater resources, it is now definitely evident that the majority of the osseous technologies were used in the high velocity projectile hunting of small semi-arboreal and arboreal game. This finding is notable in a global context as it represents the earliest definitive evidence for high-powered projectile hunting in a tropical rainforest environment at 48 kABP, and the earliest evidence for bow and arrow technology outside of where? Africa. It's outside of Africa that they're studying, because what? We already know that the bow and arrow is invented in Africa. While the use of high-velocity projectile weaponry has been tentatively suggested at 32 kABP at Labang, Hangis, Nia Caves, Sarawak. I'm sorry if I'm butchering this shit. More definitive evidence in Southeast Asia is limited to the terminal Pleistocene and Holocene, but concentrated around the Pleistocene-Holocene boundary. Okay, so this is when we're going into these studies and you're paying attention to the wordage. I showed you this a million times over, that they're already talking about Africa. So if you don't have proper reading comprehension, and no offense, I'm saying this with all the respect I can possibly have, call me an asshole if you want, but check the facts. Tell me if I'm lying where you don't see these people reading and don't understand what the fuck they're reading. That's why we keep catching you with your sources. Sometimes people are talking about the most ancient things they can find in America and in Asia and all of these things, right? Because it's already settled that the shit was in Africa. So now they're trying to figure out where they went. If I can trace the earliest points in the world where an arrow is being used, I can easily connect that to Africa. Now, we do know that when you have people moving out at a far distance who may have left with no bow and arrow, they may still develop a bow and arrow at a later point. But they can also trace it back from Africa to Asia, because these people most likely took the bow and arrow with them from 64,000 years ago. That's just common sense. Not saying that nobody can come up with a bow and arrow somewhere else in the world at a later date. without influence. That is definitely possible because humans face the same challenges. So they're going to end up creating the same tools at some point, right? That's just common sense. But I just want y'all to pay attention to how they put these things together when they're talking about the historical record and dealing with different regions of the world within human history. Not animals, not the land, and this came out the water first, and look at what they built over here. Look at what they did. That's not what we're talking about. We're going back almost 100,000 years with humans developing tools. And that ends in America. You start finding dinosaur bones and shit. And then you got to take your ass to Africa to understand more about human development. Show me this human development happening here in America. If you can show it, then we can shut the fuck up about it. But for now, they're dealing with Africa and Asia because that's where they're finding more of the human history. By the time you come over here, you're already planting. You already have bow and arrows. You already know about poisonous snakes and everything. You already know about this shit because you've already developed it on your way over here. That it already happened. You see what I'm saying? So pay attention to the wording. Let me get to the next part. I want to start this. I want to go to this book. What is this book? What is the name of this book? I think we're gonna go into. Oh wait, what in the world, Bancroft? Is that where we're going next, Bancroft? My bad, y'all. I'm doing this finicky shit again. North Americas of Antiquity. Yep, this is a book they like to use by John Short. We're gonna show y'all what the hell this book is talking about, though. Let me get to this page. We're gonna first do on my highlights. Boom, we highlighted here. Contains useful information following the passage occurs. Recovery concerning that. Okay, now I'm gonna show y'all more of this Bible bullshit that they be doing. And y'all stay tuned for that because y'all know we about to pull up on their ass smooth. We going block for block with this.
Yeah, y'all gonna get it too.
I'm trying to share it, y'all. Here we go. Let's smash on this gas. Let's mash on this motherfucking gas. Where Robbie at? We still good? He's still good.
Robbie was in the chat. I think he's trying to make it home now. Wrapping things up.
We got Vanta too. Vanta, what time you looking at? Who going first? Robbie or Vanta? I'm closing in.
I can go ahead and go so I can wrap up.
All right, I'm gonna run through tonight. I'm gonna run through like two books real quick. I'll try to shorten it up. I ain't gonna extend it too much. Which y'all get the point.
Hey man, this hunting season, man. We got all season for this shit.
Right. Let's smash this gas. Did I share it?
Yeah. North America is without value.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let me go back to the book now. Gotta blow this up with my blind ass. North America is with. Did I tell you? I didn't show y'all the title. Let me see. Where am I at? What is this page? 146. Let me make sure I remember that. All right. This is one of their favorite books. Suit, I know you remember this. This is from way back. I had to go pull this out the cut. Remember this one? This one we was going upside Jesus' head and they was pulling in. You got to get the North Americans of Antiquity, their origin, migrations, and type of civilization considered by John T. Short. Get it downloaded, Mo. Get it. John Short. What's his name? All right, I'm gonna write it down. I'm gonna get to it later, y'all. So I had this shit just sitting in the cut, and I put it in a Black Indigenous Files. I got a folder and a bookmark.
You got a Black Indigenous file.
I have a Black Indigenous file, bro. I kid you not. I have the Black Indigenous file. I got Black Indigenous bookmarks because I've been telling it was respect before disrespect. So it was something that I was willing to study.
Facts.
In the meantime, while I was pushing Jesus shit in, I was listening to my people. Then they got out of pocket. Like I'm like, yo, man, y'all niggas bugged the fuck out. This war. Like y'all kind of like we ain't sparring. What is this shit? I thought we sharpening each other shit. Pause so that we can deal with the enemy. And y'all on some fuck boy shit. But that's what y'all do. That's the type of shit.
It's like when they get mad when you slap boxing and you win and then they want to go all mad and fight for real.
Right. Damn, I went way too far. Hold on, y'all. Where were we at? There we go. Was it 148, 151, whatever? The claim. Oh no, this is the other one. No. That's not. We ain't getting to that one yet. It's this one. Yeah, here we go. I want to show y'all this biblical bullshit that they constantly keep on spewing out, and they don't understand why this shit is stuck in their fucking head. This is why you need to understand slavery. You have to understand slavery because this is how you adopted these weird ass beliefs that make no fucking sense when you apply the timeline. This makes no sense on no fucking timeline. That's why y'all end up with the Gopher Wood and Noah's Ark is over here, and the Gopher Wood's in Florida. Yeah, nigga, because these Europeans were trying to make this the old world. They were picking characters that they wanted to be in a book and then inserting them into the actual human history. That's what they do with the book, and that's what they did with your fucking history. So I don't know what the fuck y'all surprised about, but we're going to show you how they were talking. North America is without value. On the contrary, it contains much useful information. The following passage occurs on page 66 of the above work. The most careful study concerning the origin of the Redskins, made on the spot, has confirmed us in the belief that there is nothing in science to contradict the Bible. What? What the hell type of shit is that? Because science has contradicted the Bible since they've been printing the Bible. This is old news. The Zulus put that shit to bed. The Zulus folded the Bible up and wiped their ass with that bitch and threw that shit back to England. This shit was trash. Guess what history debunked it? And we're gonna get into that shit later too with John Colenso. We're gonna show you. We're gonna wrap this shit all together for you in a nice, pretty package with feathers on it and arrows, poisonous darts, blowguns. This the group of people, the Zulus that you're not connected to, you're not even related to these people. They debunked this shit a long time ago. This is old news to our people. The Bible is old. We've been smashed on that shit. That shit is nothing. And they're still sitting here in the Americas. They got you disconnected from your people, so you don't know that your people have already debunked this book. Your people debunked this book already. If y'all don't believe me, look up John Colenso. Started his works where he was a believer, and move up into his later works after he went and met with the Zulu people. And what he found out about history, the timeline is what put the nail in the coffin. And these timelines are going to put the nail in the coffin. Again, we're going to keep our ancestors' studies moving. This is the same type of technique. So when y'all say this is a European mindset, and I'm using the same technique the Zulus use to disprove the shit John Colenso was trying to convert them to, using their timeline, the historical record. Okay, to contradict, they said there's no science that contradicts the Bible, which represents Adam as the sole stock whence sprung the three great races, which form the principal types of the human, form the principal types of the human family. All right, Storia Antiquity del Mexico, Tom IV, page 15. That's a source. But I think that source is actually in another language, so you probably got to get a translated version of that if y'all do get it. We quote the following from the translation by Cullen, London, 1807. We do not doubt that the population of America has been very ancient, and more so than it may seem to have been to European authors. It says, because the Americans wanted those arts and inventions, such, for example, as those of wax and oil for light, which on the hand being very ancient in Europe and Asia, are on the other most useful, not to say necessary, and when once discovered are never forgotten, because the polished nations of the New World, what did he just call it? The New World. So even though they're trying to push back the dates and connect it to the Bible and say that these were older people and they may be connected to the Europeans, not your black ass, and they don't even care about the Hispanic people and / Native American people that were already here. They don't give a fuck about them, and they don't give a fuck about you. So you're playing the same thing. You're saying, fuck these people who were here. We're going to insert this Bible into their shit, and we're going to take the identity of these people of the Bible and use religion to take the New World and make it more of an older world, but just to put it into our possession. That's what the whole goal is. The goal is to make them come over here earlier and then put the shit into their possession. They're not trying to say that this is the oldest. Okay, but it says because they're still calling it the New World, because the polished nations of the New World, or particularly those of Mexico, preserve in their traditions and their paintings the memory of the creation of the world and of the building of the Tower of Babel, the confusion of languages and the dispersion of the people through blended with some fables, and had no knowledge of the events which happened afterwards in Asia, in Africa, or in Europe, although many of them were so great and remarkable that they could not easily have gone from their memories, because neither was there among the Americans any knowledge of the people of the old continent, nor among the latter any account of the passage of the former to the new world. So these people are hijacking the native people of these lands through the use of religion. And that's why you're going to see that this you're going to see the matching verbiage with the people who are falling for these pseudosciences today, and these artificial, or not artificial, but pseudographic, I guess I could say, this pseudoscience that they're pushing: pseudo history, pseudo archaeology, pseudo anthropology, paleontology, linguistics. Right? This claim is based on the maritime achievements of the nations of navigators. The 3-year voyages of Hiram and Solomon's fleet to Ophir. Solomon and Tarshish. That sounds like biblical shit, don't it? As for the theory. A what? A theory. They're trying to insert this. They're working on it. Let's see. Solomon. Okay, he could have came over. Watch how they twist this shit. Ophir, if I'm saying that right, Ophir has most frequently been placed by its advocates in Haiti or Peru. Such speculations, however, are incapable of proof and are scarcely deserving of sober consideration. It's incapable of proof. It's incapable. But as you can see, these writers are trying to insinuate this shit. They're trying to insert it there. This is what he says, as in the above works. He's quoting somebody else, as stated before, previously seen, right? They're showing you that this is what they're trying to make stick, but it's not capable of doing it. And scarcely deserving of sober consideration. The theory itself is one of the few that command respectful attention, since tradition, history, and many facts in natural science seem to point to its probability. It could be, it's possible. Mr. Bancroft refers at some length to the voyage of Hanno, the Carthaginian navigator who exploits beyond the Pillars of Hercules. So he's starting somewhere. This is a navigator who is going beyond the Pillars of Hercules, right? With a fleet of 60 ships and 30,000 men, is recorded in the Periplus, in his Periplus. With true critical insight, Mr. Bancroft rejects the opinion that Hanno reached America and thinks he only coasted along the shores of Africa. So even though they're trying to say that maybe, the Greeks, the Romans came over here, some Europeans came over here first a long ass time ago, back in the time of Solomon, David, and all of these characters in the book from BC times, allegedly, and they don't really exist, so we don't give a fuck about them. But they're trying to insert themselves there through using this damn story, right? They're still saying that they came over here. You're not getting it? That's where they slip up with that book, with the histories of America, the forbidden histories of America, or whatever. And they keep saying, oh, look, these people weren't the natives, and they're trying to, twist the story around and reverse it. And you don't even catch it, that this is a European saying that his ass came over here first. And when he's talking about you, he's connecting you to the Nephilim from the Bible, the fallen angels, the people from the Mormon belief, where you decided to be a neutral party. And we still have those characteristics today. We still have those characteristics today where we don't want to get in between shit. We still got that peacekeeper mentality. It's one of the things that is causing a problem with our people in our community, because you got people who are becoming Europeanized, like Yusuf says, and they're creating chaos and division. And then you got people like us who are trying to just remain neutral, deal with the information, produce it for the family, for the community, and edify the people. And y'all want to come with this damn pseudo information that I'm showing you every fucking Saturday keeps leading back to a European. This is not our shit. Give them their weird ass shit back. With true critical insight, Mr. Bancroft rejects the opinion of Hanno reached the America and thinks that he only coasted along the shores of Africa. The only tradition preserved by the Americans is that of the mysterious Refuting, whom hold on, I had to watch my 6, man, my garage open. Refuting, whom some have sought to assign to a Phoenician nativity. Now we're talking about the fucking Phoenicians? What are we doing? Of late years, the theory of the Phoenician colonization has failed to receive its share of support from new writers. This is owing probably to the fact that the labors of George Jones, embodied in his original history of ancient America, founded in the ruins of antiquity, the identity of the Aborigines with the people of Tyrus and Israel, and the introduction of Christianity by the apostle Saint Thomas. What? We got to get this book. Please, y'all grab that book, screenshot that, get that book, and go read it and tell me if you don't find some European pseudoscience in it. May have rendered all such support unnecessary. It is more probable, however, that the assumption and the credulity displayed in the extraordinary work have discouraged any critical writer from aspiring to the honor of the honor of having his name transmitted to posterity as an advocate of the Phoenician theory, side by side with that of the author of the original history. We have no space to devote to so positive a writer except to state that he colonizes America with a remnant of the inhabitants of Tyre who escaped from their island city when it was besieged by Alexander the Great in 332 BCE. They've been over here, huh? That's what they trying to do. Y'all don't see the motive? You don't understand where this, they're hijacking this shit from the people who were on this land using the Bible. What did they say they wanted, Port City? For the Indians and the Africans, they wanted what? What type of people? The Muslims?
For here, fresh Africans.
Fresh Africans, and specifically the ones who were what? Were they Muslims?
They were Christianized.
They're Christians.
Yeah, they wanted Christians.
If I Christianize the Indian, if I Christianize the African I'm bringing over here, then you're already thinking biblically. Mm-hmm. You got this Bible jargon in your motherfucking head, and that's why you can't disconnect from it. And now you have placed yourself as the characters in this book, and now you're trying to hijack somebody's shit, and you're relinquishing yourself of your own fucking history. We know why the European is relinquishing himself of the history, because he don't like it. He don't like that he really can't create a fork, but claims he created the fork, right? He don't like that he couldn't create the saxophone, but claims he created the fucking saxophone. He don't like that he claims that he created the bow and arrow, and he created a refrigerator, and he created computers and stoplights and nuts and bolts and screws and hammers and nails and wrenches. He would claim the shit, light bulbs and the node inside of the light bulb and computer processors and binary code, huh? He wants to claim that he did, so we know why he wants to erase the shit. He wants to erase it because he doesn't have it. He needs to erase it and place himself there. It already belongs to you, black man, black woman, black indigenous, anti-African motherfucker. It's already your history. You don't need to insert yourself into it. It's yours. The fuck are you running from? We have no space to devote to no, that's not where I'm at. And let's go into Ezekiel, right? He about to go into Ezekiel. Alexander the Great, 332 BC. They sailed out beyond the Pillars of Hercules, as we heard before, to their colonies in the Canaries, whence the trade winds bore them across the Atlantic to the shores of Florida. Ezekiel, where he's using the Bible. Ezekiel, what is this, 27? Ezekiel 27, if I'm wrong, y'all help me out. 27 verse 26. I haven't looked at Roman numerals in a long time. But I think it's Ezekiel 27. I think that's two tens X's. That's 10, 20, and that's a V, a 5, and a 2. So yeah, 27 verse 26. It quoted as proof. He's saying this is proof. The Bible is proof. Who does that today? Every time we're having a historical conversation and we're trying to deal with scholarship, what do these motherfuckers do? They pull out a book and they go to the fucking mythology and say, this is proof. Ezekiel 27 verse 26 is quoted as proof. You're doing the same thing. The same shit the European does to prove your point. You're going to go to their fucking playbook and screw your goddamn self sideways and twist the compass around. And the Phoenicians were over here and the Greeks were over here. And they start throwing random rocks that we read about. They're carving shit into stones using languages that wouldn't even exist in BC times. The syntax doesn't exist. The style, the stylistic, the lines, the symbols do not exist yet. But they don't know the history of linguistics, so they don't understand when someone looks at it and go, that's fake. They don't understand how it could be fake. How could this be fake? But it looks so real. That's Greek. I seen Greek. Yeah, you seen modern Greek. You seen the resurrected Hebrew. You seen Hebrew brought back to life because it was trapped, only used in religion. So they brought that shit back to life recently. This ain't even 500 years ago. They just brought this shit back to life. So yeah, when we catch you slipping, we gonna get. I ain't gonna say we gonna plug you in because y'all motherfuckers might take that the wrong way. But your shit gonna get pushed back. All right. So we caught you slipping, right? You got your hand in the cookie jar, and we're gonna slice it off. We don't even point at you or nothing. We just chop your hand off, and it stays in the cookie jar. So all the hands that get caught in there, they stay in there. Don't fuck get your hand out of my pocket. Your hand, if you reach your hand in my motherfucking pocket, which is Mother Africa, you reach for Africa and try to do anything to it, that's my pocket. When you stick your hand in my pocket, I'm gonna chop it off and it's gonna be my hand. You understand? Your hand gets stuck. Y'all gonna get stuck in this shit because it's up there like that. So he escaped 332, right? Then they said they made it to the Canaries. They made it to the shores of Florida, and then he brings out Ezekiel 27:26 and says that this is proof. Thy rowers have brought thee into great waters. The east wind have broken thee in the midst of the seas. Facts. How the hell is this proof that these motherfuckers made it to America? Thy rowers have brought thee into great waters. The east wind have broken thee in the midst of the seas. What the fuck? Where is this proof? The theory that the ancient Americans descended from the Greeks. I don't think y'all hear what the fuck is being said. They're not getting it. You're not catching on to these fucking tactics. But that's all right, but because I got your back, brother. I got your back. I got your back. I gotta do this. This is what the fuck I was cut for. I don't know what the fuck. I don't know how y'all got lost. I thought we was cut from the same cloth, but we finding out today that y'all be on some strange shit. So y'all maybe not catching it, but we're gonna do our job. This is what we're supposed to do, right? The theory that the ancient Americans descended from the Greeks has been incidentally advocated by several authors, most of the arguments being based upon supposed Greek inscriptions. Two advocates of the theory are, however, quite decided in its defense, namely Mr. Pigeon and Mr. Lafito. The latter by George Jones, dedicated by permission to the Archbishop of Canterbury and Frederick William IV, King of Prussia, London, 1843. Mr. Jones states in his preface that to furnish a list of works which he drew, his material would be pedantic. And hold on, y'all, we gotta look at this pedantic. I can't. I'm processing that it's in sequence, right? Of or like pedants, precise, exact, perfectionist. Okay. Pedantic. Okay, cool.
Just learned the new word, dog.
Yep, just learned on we just learned a new. We learning together, y'all. He drew his material with would be pedantic and adds, yet being professedly an original work. The volume of the brain has been, excuse me, my bad, y'all, has been more largely extracted from than any writer whose works are already before the public, to whose final judgment upon its merits or demerits the present author submits the first history of ancient America with all humility, but he will yield to none of the conscientious belief in the truth of the startling propositions and the consequent conclusions. With such convictions, there is no opportunity for unbiased investigation. Believing, okay, and that was just some sources for what he was talking about, but the latter, believing that the ancient inhabitants of the Grecian archipelago, if I'm saying that right, were driven from the country by Og, king of Bashan, supposes the inhabitants of the New World descended from that people, and cites numerous analogies of a political and social nature. No claim has been advanced, we believe, with advocates which advocates, an actual Egyptian colonization of the New World. But strong arguments have been used to show that the architecture and sculpture of Central America and Mexico have been influenced from Egypt, if not attributable directly to Egyptian artisans. So even with these people trying to hijack shit, they're still trying to attach the presence of Africans. Notice this whole time that this is not a discussion about if America is the old world. This is a discussion of someone trying to take possession of the new world. And in order to do that, you just need to bring your ass here first. You don't need to say you originated here, because as I have shown through every single piece of information I just presented in the last few hours, that it's already set in stone that it started in Africa. They're just racing to take possession of things outside of Africa. That's what's happening. And you have fell for the banana and the tailpipe, my fellow brother with a feather in your head from Africa. Wake up. That motherfucker's tired. It's just sleepy. You need some water. You need milk. Y'all need to get back on the titty. What is this? Yeah, I was gonna get into that, but I think that's more for Vanta, because I really was not understanding that shit. I got to study that shit some more. Let me make sure. I'm trying to see if I got another highlight in here. Boom. Okay, I think I'm good with that. And there was one other one I needed to get to. I wanted to show these people this history. I'm gonna stop sharing this. Show this history of. Oh, I gotta plug up my damn laptop. Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
Yeah, fam.
I want to do Israel Hill real quick. I want to go into Israel Hill because this is also tied into how these people lose their motherfucking minds and don't understand how history works. Like Port say, they're historically illiterate, and they just don't understand how things transpire, how things influence other people. But I'm gonna definitely show y'all. I'm gonna show you how this happened. Israel Hill is a place where a lot of Black indigenous people like to use, and Hebrew Israelites, they like to use Israel Hill as proof of Israelite presence in the Americas. And I'm gonna show y'all what the people said themselves about Israel and the identity of these people and how this actually came about. So let me go to I want to get to this highlight. Okay, there we go. Found it. But I want to go to this article first, though. I really want to go here. I'm covering the characters. Okay, you know what? I'm a hold on, y'all. Hold on. I'm doing this finicky shit again. It doesn't matter which order. I'd be tripping with this damn order shit, yo. But they both
don't even get me started.
I'm like, no, I gotta do this one first. But if I do that, nothing's gonna happen. We're just gonna go into this shit. Fuck it. It's all tied in. So we're gonna deal with this article first on Israel Hill. Black community pursued pre-Civil War freedoms. All right. And as you can see here, that's his book, Israel of the Appomattox. Shout out to VA. Right. I've met these same people. The Israelites are still there, and they know they're not Israelites. I've lived around these people. I've been to Israel Hill. This is my stomping grounds. I've been all over that motherfucker. That these people don't think they're actual fucking Israelites. That's a name that they gave to themselves because they Christianized us, man. We related to the fucking story. And as you can see, and as you're going to see in this goddamn text, this article, and in this book that he's holding in his hand, after studying these people and getting the records behind how this stuff came about, these people felt that what happened to them matched the story of the Exodus. That's why they did it. They felt like they were the Israelites. And you're going to see why. You're going to be like, yeah, that makes so much sense. That is so poetic. But it ain't real. And they even make distinguishments. Watch this. Watch how this happens. So we read that title on Israel Hill, Black community pursued pre-Civil War freedoms, right? For roughly 3 generations, as many as 150 free Blacks lived, worked, and mingled with their white neighbors from their homes on a bluff overlooking the Appomattox River in pre-Civil War Prince Edward County. Whites and Blacks did business with one another, sued each other, worked side by side for equal wages, moved west together, had sex together, had children together, claims Melvin Patrick Eli. Right. author of the recently released Israel on the Appomattox, a Southern experiment in Black freedom from the 1790s. Y'all not ready. Y'all not ready. It's an experiment. This was, to give you a little bit of background on this, these people were saying, okay, so we're getting to the point where people are starting to like, we good, we got our bread, we got our money, right? As Port was saying earlier, they needed somewhere to put these people. They like, I mean, this is money. We making money off of this shit, but we ain't got no, like, where we gonna make them work at? Let's send them down south. Let's get some more people down south. People are being free. This is up closer to, even though Virginia is considered the South, it's closer. It's up in the middle. You know what I'm saying? That's why we don't like being called from the South all the time. But even though we down there, you know what I'm saying? I get it. We feel you. But South, we know what South is, right? They had to ship them down there because we already done with that shit up here. That shit is coming to an end. They got, things are moving along. We done created more tools and different machinery and stuff to help things move along faster. So our job is like really not much at that point. You don't really need somebody to be working with their hands and breaking their goddamn neck all the goddamn time. We finding ways out of that. Plus, you have people who just didn't agree with slavery. These are European people who did not agree with slavery for the most part. And you're about to see exactly how this transpired and why they wanted to see, can we let these people go? Why would you be nervous? Why would you doubt, right? First, you're already racist, right? So you don't think Black people are capable of being civilized, right? You already have that brainwashed into your head. Second, you know what you're doing to these people. You know what you've done to these people. So how are you going to just let them go? How you know they're not going to come back with a weapon? How you know they're not going to come back and stab you in the back and catch you in your sleep? It's easier to deal with them when you got control of them, even though you don't really need them no more. You kind of nervous. Like, if we let them go, what's going to happen? Are they going to get mad? Are they going to try to get a lick back? This is why they needed to do this experiment. This whole shit makes sense when you think about it. This isn't something to throw a slight like, oh yeah, we experimented on Black people. This is a man telling you that I'm afraid. They're scared of what the fuck you going to do if they let you go. And then you also have the racist mentality that was created, like, oh, they can't be civilized, even though we've been civilized for tens of thousands of years. I don't know what the fuck they talking about. So freedoms in the 1970s. Okay, through the Civil War, right? Two of the free Blacks, that don't even sound right. Let me go back a little bit. All right, claims Melvin. He claims that they were, mingling and doing their thing together, suing each other. Claims Melvin Patrick Eli, author of the recently released Israel on the Appomattox, a Southern experiment in the Black freedom from the 1790s through the Civil War. Two of the free Blacks joined their white counterparts in co-founding the First Baptist Church in Farmville, located just a couple of miles. So we see that with this Bible is just following your ass around, Black man, Black woman. It's following your ass. That's why you stuck in it. They've been engraving this shit in your head since the Portuguese. However, if relationships among the free Blacks of Israel and the who? However, if relationships among the free Blacks of Israel Hill and the white people of the area could be called harmonious, it paradoxically may have been because they existed in a society in which the majority of Black people were enslaved. Researching community uncovering characters, Eli, professor of history and Black studies at the College of William and Mary, became interested in. Oh, I'm sorry, y'all. This is William and Mary EDU. I forgot to tell you where this was at. The College of William and Mary became interested in the story during the 1980s while looking through the history textbook he had studied in the 7th grade. It contained one sentence referencing Richard Randolph reporting in effect that Randolph had freed his slaves and granted them land in a place called Israel Hill. This is a slave master. He set them free. You don't get why that story resonated with them? They're not actually calling themselves Israelites. We're going to get to it, y'all. It's going to hurt. It's going to hurt them. It's going to hurt the whole body. I'm going to break your bones from the inside. Ain't going to be shit poking out the skin. Your shit is going to be broken internally.
Don't nobody fucking move.
You're going to be stuck, right? That's all it said, Eli recalls, but he realized the transfer of land was unusual. It eventually led him to begin a decade-long search process. Research done. Hold on, y'all. I'm watching my 6 again. Research process. Research done the old-fashioned way. He says that would see him meticulously sort through 60 boxes of grit-covered archives, the documents still folded and tied up into bundles exactly the way the county clerk 150 years or more ago bound them, and take trips to track down descendants of the settlers of Israel Hill. So this dude is doing the groundwork to find out the rest of the story from that one sentence that he heard in that book that he read. That's all it said, Eli recalls. But he realized the transfer of the land was unusual. This is what made him like, I need to go dig into this and see what the fuck is going on. Y'all don't dig. What y'all see is this shit here. This is what y'all do. Eli, professor of the history and black studies at the College of William and Mary, became interested in the story during the 1980s. While looking through the history textbook he had studied in the 7th grade, it contained one sentence referencing Richard Randolph, reporting in effect that Randolph had freed his slaves and granted them land in a place called Israel Hill. Ooh, we're Israelites. And you just stop right there. You got to get moving. If you want to produce some work like this, you need to go research. You need to go figure out what's going on. But y'all asses will write 16,000 volumes thicker than these books off of one motherfucking sentence and think we're going to sit there and let you deceive people. You got to be out of your African motherfucking mind to think that we about to sit here and let you turn a whole bunch of people into fucking Israelites. If you want to be an Israelite and you want to dress up and put on door knockers and your fucking grandma's old ass fucking couch covering and shit, knock yourself the fuck out. But we're not Israelites. Get out with whatever the fuck you want to. We're not fucking Israelites, bro. This came from a story that was injected into our fucking mainframe. Okay? Do real research like this person did. I don't give a fuck if you don't like, oh, he's a European. All right, shit. I still talk to these people, though. I'm from that area. Come holler at me with it. I got footwork, too. These motherfuckers are not Israelites. The Israelites who self-identify as Israelites outside of Israel Hill, which is a real fucking place that has real landmark descriptions in the place. I've been there running around as a kid, and I've seen this shit that Dane Calloway and all of y'all motherfuckers talking about. I lived there. So I know y'all capping, and I talk to these people. They're not real Israelites. The Israelites outside on the corner are more Israelitish than those people because they know their fucking family history. They identified with it because they felt connected to the story. So the story that unfolded ultimately was based on court records. The free blacks, after all, remained second-class citizens. Only a handful ever were able to learn to read and write. In 60 boxes of archived materials, Eli uncovered at most a dozen sentences actually written by blacks. There were no collections of letters and no diaries. There were only fragments, a note attached to a business transaction, a brief letter dictated by a black woman and sent to a brother near Israel Hill from Bedford, which inquired whether you think anything of me, which inquired, which inquired whether you think anything of me, never has wrote a letter to ask if I was alive or dead. And I think in this instance, they're writing to each other, another family member, like, hey, you didn't check on me or anything like that. And you can see, here that they're just learning how to write, obviously. They're trying to get the hang of it. Their shit is not in proper sequence, but we kind of understand what they're trying to say. But the court records contain abundant information. Several of the people who were freed by Randolph became very active entrepreneurs, Eli explains. They bought boats to carry cargo up and down the Appomattox River. They bought lots in the town of Farmville. Having bought lots, they put buildings on them and sold them, sometimes at a very large profit. They became business people. So, of course, you're going to find records of the land transactions. You're going to find tax records. You're going to find deeds and lawsuits surrounding these financial records. We have history, and y'all just don't want to study it. In each instance, parties to the cases filed long narratives explaining their side of the story, and some entered all kinds of documents into evidence. Together, these documents formed a broad set of paper trails. Eli says, of course, it's largely written down by attorneys. It comes through that lens, Eli admits, but there were times when I felt I could really hear the voice of the black plaintiff or the black defendant arguing passionately about some points of dispute. Indeed, the words resonated with the researcher to such an extent that he found himself referring to several of the residents not as individuals or personages, but as characters. One such character was a free black Israelite named Phil White. He bought this is where it's going to get juicy, y'all. Watch how this dude let you know what it is, and then we're going to jump right into the book. We're going to teleport to the book so we can get into these primaries. He bought a lot in Farmville and improved it. Eli says, and he sold it at a tremendous profit. The white man whom he sold it to stiffed Phil White for the last bit of money, and Phil did what any free white citizen would have done. He went to court and sued the guy for the remaining money. The instance reveals not only how White stood up for his rights, but is an example of how free blacks asserted themselves successfully in this society. Eli says they didn't carry themselves as if they accepted their second-class citizenship, and they certainly didn't behave as if they felt slave-like in any way. Repeatedly, Eli was moved by the solidarity of the community and by the astuteness and the intensity of individuals that enabled Black Israelites not only to make their way in the world, but to become prominent people in the biracial community. That being said, Eli in no way wants to become an apologist for the larger society in which such accomplishments took place. My bad. Hold on, I'm gonna take my goddamn retain. Sound like I'm chewing on shoot. A biracial community said Eli was going to become an apologist for a larger society in which such accomplishments took place. Although the free blacks had liberties, they could neither vote nor serve on juries. They had to register with the county court and pay special taxes, and they remain profoundly affected by the malignant institution of slavery, he insists. He offers as just one example the plight of Israel Hill resident Tony White, who was married to an enslaved woman. Eventually, he was able to purchase his wife. However, he could not afford to liberate their 5 children. The couple had to watch those children be split among 3 different masters, one of whom took 3 of them to Missouri, and they were never seen again. Maligning Israel here, yeah, drop a tear, y'all. Drop a motherfucking tear. That's what it is. This is real shit. Maligning Israel Hill and William and Mary connection. Although it appears that the relationship between free blacks and whites in the area were civil, Israel Hill and its residents were maligned by pro-slavery advocates both near and far. The author of one article was, I think, Colonel James Madison, a local planter and politician. Hold on, I got a notification. Politician who submitted his story suggesting that over a period of 25 years, this free black community had degenerated into a clump of lazy, mischievous, thieving, worthless people, and that the idea of black freedom was an illusion. Eli recounts. It was published in the 1830s in the Farmer's Register. Come on, y'all. These are sources. This is shit that's documented. These are the people having a conversation about enslaved people being able to live on their own. There's people who agree with it and people who disagree with it, and they're keeping records. They're fighting with these people. These people are living amongst them. They're suing each other. They have land. They're buying. There are other people that are still in captivity. This is ongoing. This is the transition into a somewhat free, a semi-freedom, because we know it's not absolute, semi-freedom for our ancestors that people want to disconnect from and act like they don't fucking exist, right? And as the pending crisis between the North and South heated up, revived in the 1850s by a Baltimore newspaper and other publications, if an Israel Hill could function, and I think that's what this is, my bad, function. If an Israel Hill could function and prosper, if free black people could strive and excel and accumulate property and assert themselves and hold their own, then the theory behind slavery was poppycock. This is an experiment, y'all. They're trying to figure out if we're capable of being civilized because people have been indoctrinated to think that we some motherfucking jokes out here. That's what's going on. And it's not a joke. And now y'all following with that same mentality and y'all think we a motherfucking joke. And I'm going to show you that even back then, the African knew what the fuck he was doing. He didn't give a fuck about all these names and all of this shit. They know who the fuck they are. And we're going to see this shit. The story was a concoction, he continues. The problem that Israel Hill posed for the white defenders of slavery was precisely this. Pro-slavery people said that the people of African descent were incapable of functioning without white supervision. The people of what descent? Of Native American descent? Why? Let's apply some logic, please. And I'm sorry if I'm being long-winded, but we gotta make sure we get the psychology
shit down. You good, bro?
Correct. All right, because there's a psychological approach to all of these things. This isn't always something that comes from your own desires. These are things that are planted into your motherfucking head, and that's why you even see Europeans arguing amongst each other about, oh, but they can't do. And the other one is like, yo, what? Let these people go. It don't matter. Like that's our karma. If they come back and stab us in the back, that's what it is. We ain't gonna keep them for. How we gonna slave them forever? Like what the fuck? Where the fuck are we going with this shit? Right? But just using your common sense, right? Why in the fuck would these people be afraid of some Native Americans, right? Because we're entertaining the fact that these are Native Americans and they're not really Africans, right? They're just covering all this shit up. This is all made up, right? This is late 1700s, right? So these are supposedly American Indians, right? And they're concerned about, oh, can we let them live? Aren't the Native Americans already living their life? They're already all over the Americas. Why the fuck would they be concerned about what the fuck the Native Americans do? And they're all over the Americas already living. They didn't capture all of them. All of them weren't their fucking enemies. They're concerned about this African because this person is a slave brought from a foreign fucking land. That's why they've already been dealing with the Indians. They're used to those people. They don't know what your black ass is going to do. They already got them covered. They already got treaties with these people before your ass came over here. They got treaties with them already. They know how to deal with these people. They know how to operate. They know their ways. They've already mixed in with them. They're already part of their tribes at this point. You see what I'm saying? They've already overtaken them and nearly wiped them the fuck out. You see what I'm saying? So you're a new person on the scene. They were wiping them out to bring your ass in there. They're trying to learn you. They're trying to figure out how can we do this because this is going to happen. This is inevitable, right? So, yeah, poppycock. That's what that is. It's a complete bullshit, right? Some cartoon character stuff. We can't let them go. They can't be civilized. We can't. It's bullshit, man. The intellectual discussion of human bondage, of course, had been ongoing. It is one reason that Eli can call Israel Hill an experiment set into motion by Randolph's initial decision to free his slaves. That decision, Eli asserts, was influenced by the time Randolph spent at the College of William and Mary. Richard Randolph studied here a while, Eli says, and the great influence of his life was George, I think it's White. I think that's still George White. I want to say With for some reason, but I think that's still White, George White, who was a luminary here. White, Eli points out, not only thought that slavery was wrong, but that the races were equal in ability. In a side note, Eli explains that White even raised a mixed race boy named Michael Brown. It's a hell of a fucking coincidence. Taught him Greek and Latin and wrote a will leaving a large part of his estate to Brown. The decision apparently cost White his life. White's grandnephew, pay attention to this shit, y'all. White's grandnephew, who was white, became so jealous of the boy of color that he poisoned both Brown and White. Both of them. As it turned out, the nephew was never convicted of the crime because the only potential witness was a woman of color who was barred from testifying against him in court concerning the ultimate success of Israel Hill. Eli reiterates, there were 9 tracts of land given out in 1810. The households of the White family, which is a large extended family, became very prosperous. There were a couple of families who seemed to have stayed at the same economic level at which they started, no better, no worse. And there were some in between who didn't become as prosperous as Sam and Phil White, but who pretty clearly had improved their farms. He referred to a court submission by one man who talked at length and with great pride about what he had achieved on Israel Hill and the buildings he built there and how his use of the land and his house compared favorably with those of his neighbors. Eli's wet blanket and pearls ending. Eli admits that some who have read Israel on the Appomattox seek to find hope for the future. I tell them, he says, it suggests that the antipathy between whites and blacks is not in the genes, and yet I don't know the society would have I don't know that the society would have been harmonious as it was among free blacks had white supremacy not been so entrenched. So I have to throw a little bit of a wet blanket on the optimism. So the rule by certain whites, which was so secure before Civil War, had become anything but secure. It's a whole new ball game at that point. Indeed, it is not lost on Eli. One of the great paradoxes of the history involves the success of Israel Hill and the very county that would, in 1959, close its schools rather than submit them to racial segregation. Commenting, and so they, instead of segregating, separating the two people, they just closed their schools down because they, I guess, they didn't want to do it. They wanted integration. These are Europeans and black people. Commenting on the change, Eli says, I believe that one of the reasons that many white people felt free to deal fairly with free blacks before the Civil War was because they didn't see the free blacks of their neighborhood as a threat. You see, so this is going to go into the experiment, but I want to get into the meat and potatoes here. So I'm gonna end it here because y'all get the point. I just wanted to read enough of it to show y'all that I'm not trying to take chunks of it and pull a fast one on you. So let me stop sharing this, and then I'm gonna go to the book, and then we're gonna get Vanta and Rob in here, y'all. Y'all doing good. Y'all doing good. Link. Sutton is asking for the link. Did he get it? My bad, I'm probably late on that, but let me go to this book real quick. Hold on, y'all. Yeah, Port, whenever you get back, Sutton is asking for the link. I'm just trying to find this book. How y'all doing? Arrows in the chat. Poisonous darts are flying all over the place. We knocking noodles loose. Top ramen is being served. I don't know if y'all into brain matter or what, but that's what we into right now. We hitting shit off left and right. We apologize for what y'all had to see earlier. We know that was pretty graphic and stuff, but this is the type of shit that these people want. This is the history that they want to claim, so we're giving it to them. We're not going to fight it no more. Have it. That's you. Take it. Hold that shit. Where we at? Israel Hill. Melvin Patrick Eli. Okay, let's get to his book real quick. Now I'm in his book. And I gotta wait for what's the name to get back so he can share this. I got the book open now. Yep, Christianization. Yep, this shit is engraved in our head. That's why our people can't let this shit go. They cannot let it go, y'all. But while we wait, I just want y'all to really key into these things. Go check our sources out. We're backing up everything that we're talking about, things that we claim. I know y'all have heard us get into these arguments about where this stuff originates, where these concepts, these ideas and stuff came from. And, at the time, we're probably on TikTok just talking and people didn't take us serious. Oh, he's just talking. Now we in a position where we can show y'all what we're talking about. I've studied all of this shit already. That's why we know to pull it up. Like we're just going back to it. Some stuff we find is new. We are finding some new things, but most of this stuff we already know. And they should know it as well if they study. You don't make a decision about what happened in history and then turn around and say that you studied some shit and now you figured it out. And then try to ask me to have sympathy and give you and spare you. I'm going to spare you. We're not going to spare you. Maybe you got me confused. You don't make a claim that slavery didn't happen and then turn around and study and say, oh, it did. It already did. I cannot stand that shit. I cannot stress this shit enough. These people play too many fucking games, and I'm not the 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. I'm not playing around with history, especially my people's history. I don't know where the fuck these people come from or where they get these dumbass ideas from, or they think that somebody's going to spare you and, shake my hand and all. Bro, we already told you, bring the information. If the shit don't check out, you getting your shit pushed in. And you did it anyway. You just couldn't do it. You could have got off the live. You could have got out the comment section and went to your people and said, look, listen, y'all, we're going to do shit a little bit different. You can't go, well, Mo check me and Suit and check me. Don't tell them what happened. As a man to man, that y'all all capping. Earth Speaks, Los and David, Yahweh. You was capping. We checked you on it. You don't have to give credit to us or whatever. Just get more accurate with your information. We tried to work with you. And then when we said we're doing a presentation, you want to do a presentation too. Now you want to pull up. I want to talk. Why you don't want to let me up? You didn't want to have the discussion. You wanted to run away and protect your cult. That's what the fuck you wanted to do. Well, we don't want to scare people away because we want to convert them. We're going to scare motherfuckers towards you. Take these ornaments, artifacts, these figurines. Take these motherfuckers with you. Take these poisonous darts. Take these motherfucking ship records. Take these boats. Take these slave masters. Take the Portuguese. Take the Dutch. Take the Belgian territories of Africa. Take these motherfucking chains. Take this goddamn church on top of the slave port. Take all of this shit with you. Take it with you and take it over there and give it to your kings and ask them what the fuck they think about it. Take the books that you gave us and take it back to your kings and tell them to read it. Read page 78. Don't read the introduction, 2 sentences from the introduction. Read 78. Read 192. Read the end of the book. Read the references. Read all the definitions. Read the sources. And let am I sharing? Am I sharing yet? Port.
No.
Are you trying to share?
Yeah, it says stop sharing on my
Are you good?
Okay, yeah, there you go. Yeah, so now we're gonna get into hey, leave that alone. What you doing? Where did you come from? Come here. She said, I came from Mama Banana. What are you doing? Huh? You wanna push some shit into? You wanna mash gas? Say feathers in the chat. Feathers in the chat. Hey, where y'all? You outside?
She just came in here?
Yeah, she just walked in here. Here, get her. I'm doing a presentation right now. Go ahead, get her.
Oh,
goodness gracious. She exploring.
Oh, that's cute.
She all the way in the man cave. Yeah. All right, so let's run through this. I don't know if this is my first highlight. Is this the first highlight? We're gonna get to it. I pushed the niggas shit is way back. I just want to give y'all a little extra about these characters that we spoke about in this experiment. So I'm gonna go ahead straight to this. If I need to get something else from here, I will find it. Edmund Ruffin's prominence ensured that Colonel Madison's report, that's who we were speaking about in that article from William and Mary College, report on the Israel Hill experiment would receive serious, I gotta blow this up, serious attention. The Lynchburg, Virginian reprinted Madison letter in July of the same year added an endorsement as emphatic as Ruffin's had been. Other more distant newspapers apparently did the same, for within weeks the Madison thesis stirred emotions at least as far away as the Princeton Theological Seminary, whose Committee on Africans and Colonization quoted Madison's letter in a written report. So the Journal of the American Colonization Society, which promoted the resettlement of free African Americans in Liberia, reprinted Madison's article from the Farmers Register. So now we got a different angle here, right? There's a different angle here that people need to pay attention to, because we hear people go into, oh, it happened in reverse and they were, colonizing or putting settlements of African Americans in Liberia and stuff like that. And that's true. These are facts, right? It's historically recorded. But here's something that people are not noticing. We just went over that people are scared of what the African is going to do. So it would behoove them to drop your ass off far away from them so they can sleep at night. That's why they agreed with this shit. This is why they wanted your ass away. They don't want you on Israel Hill free. I'm still nervous. I'm scared because I know what I did to these people. If you are all the way in Africa, I can rest easy at night. I'm just throwing that out there, man. Common sense. You do some crazy shit that they were doing to people. Of course, you want them somewhere else. It's not because we need to erase their history and make it seem like they weren't here and put them, bro. It's a whole different thing going on. This is a whole different conversation. So when you look at it on the surface, it appears like, oh yeah, this shit is happening in reverse when they put their little spin on it. But just like Port has showed you, and Susan has showed you, when you go into the context of things, when they're fighting against certain groups, they're bringing up Pan-Africans, right? They're making memorandums on it. When they're talking about, they're having a discussion about, I ain't no damn Negro, you ain't gonna paint me, I'll paint you red and all that stuff, and you read it on the surface, you're making it look like that's a African-American person. This person saying that they're of mixed ancestry, you go into the argument and you start seeing the context of it. They're giving you the surface. That's how you create an illusion. We're not creating an illusion for y'all, okay? They are alluding to something that, and we're going to expose what they're alluding to, okay? Reprinted in Madison's article, Farmers Register, colonizationists constantly battled against the belief of Madison and his kind that Africans could not long survive in freedom. For if that were true, Black colonization and self-government in Africa would surely fail. The colonizationists publicized Madison's diatribe partly to expose the prejudices free Blacks would have to contend with if they remain in the United States. They also wanted to make clear that this jaundiced epitaph of the Israel Hill had not flowed from the pen of former President James Madison, an influential promoter of the Liberian Project, who had died that summer. Now, these now, if I'm correct, I want to make sure I'm correct about this. Let me just double check this real quick. I don't want to say nothing wrong. Okay, epitaph. So they're still building. They're building off of this guy's work. Hold on, let me go back. Damn, where the fuck am I at? Melvin, Patrick, Eli. Okay. Boom. Publicized diatribe. Okay, boom. Now we're gonna go to the next part and show you some of this. The distinction, right? This is the last part I need to show y'all with this distinction, and I think I might have to just type it in and find it. African. Is it African? No. What did they say? I think it was Israel. It was Israel. Hold on. Israel white. I want to say. There we go. Nah, that's not the one though. It should be highlighted. Come on. Let's try just Israel and see what pops up. Hold on, y'all. Bear with me. Goodness gracious, that motherfucker in there like 64 motherfucking times. So where we at? Name distinguished from the comment. There we go. Popular entertainment and literature have habitually assigned eccentric given names to slaves and other Black characters. But few bondmen in Prince Edward bore given names such as Christmas and Champion, and the latter, who was born as late as 1840, may well have received his name through the choice of his mother. In reality, whites held a near monopoly on the most bizarre given names. Hercules White Sr., Ben Short, and Edmund Young worked early in the century for White Miller Lavender Fowler. Massanello Womack sold part of his land to the free Black Evans family. Other white men with creative parents included citizens Christened, Linnaeus, Galilmus, Lancelot, Pulaski, and Legrafton, I'm sorry if I'm butchering this shit, as well as two brothers named Powhatan and Corsica Burton, Don Carlos Green, Don Carlos Clay, and county jailer Don Pedro Taylor played prominent roles in 19th century county life. One white man was even called Dred, which Dred Scott, and Harriet Beecher Stowe, if I'm saying that right, or Stowe, only later established as an emblematic Black name. White women sported monikers including Saluda, Messania, Damarius, Blizzard, and Barshabe. I want to say Barshabea. Names such as Morning and Pamela. The full name of Israelite Melly Howard were shared by white women and Black. So we have white people involved into the Israelite shit as well. Conspicuously, biblical names, as distinguished from common ones such as John, James, Peter, and Mary, were occasionally used by Black and white, slave and free. A number of white and Black Hezekiahs lived in the area. Are y'all following where this is going? Are y'all catching on to this shit? Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego of the Babylonian fiery furnace were all represented in Prince Edward County. Free Afro-Virginian Jethro Ferguson, himself named after an Old Testament figure, had a son named Shadrach, while Meshach Boaz, a white man, happened to bear a biblical surname too. Obscure names from the Bible such as Benajah and Micajah could apply to boys of either race. Unusual biblical names for women: Magdalene, Keturah, Mashura, appeared among whites, not blacks. Families of both races used the biblical name Jemima, inextricably tied to the black mammy stereotype many decades later by a pancake syrup company. Some enslaved Afro-Virginian women carried the name America, and so did a few prominent whites, including the wife of Carrie C. Allen, co-owner of the plantation that lay between Israel Hill and the Appomattox River. Several white women, and we're about to get into this juice real quick, y'all, bear with me. Several white women were named Missouri, while the mother of a slave girl born in 1840 called her Indiana. One rare divergence in naming practices between whites and blacks involved the given name Africa, which a certain number of male and female slaves bore during the years between the Revolution and the Civil War. Prince Edward's free Afro-Virginian community included neither Africans, near Africas nor Americas. Okay, the practice of using famous family names as given names in modern times, a trademark of Virginia's white upper crust, had already begun in the 18th century, and blacks observed the custom about as frequently as whites. Bondmen named Harrison, Carter, Randolph, and Carey lived on the neighboring Allen Palace, when Israel Hill took shape. Israelites born shortly before or after the Hill settlement included Randolph Brandom, Archer Wilkerson, Archer Gibbs, and Beverly Howard. A few other free blacks in Prince Edward during the first quarter of the 19th century bore prestigious surnames as given names: Branch Epperson, Archer Richardson, Beverly Matower. One might assume that the black parents who chose these names revered or identified with the master class. Again, however, reality confounds so facile a conclusion. Free Afro-Virginians gave prestigious white family names to their children just often enough to refute the idea that they spurned any connection to whites, but not so frequently as to suggest that the elite white clans loom large in free blacks consciousness. All right. Now we just went through those names, and now we're about to show you this other part. Sharon Baptist kept a list of white. Okay, here we go. This is the other part I wanted y'all to catch. Though more than a few Christians wavered in their commitment at times, no one of either race would or could join a church casually. The personal experience of religion was essential for evangelicals. No Baptist could receive baptism without first being inwardly convicted of his or her own depravity and then converted. Do you catch that? Free black Archer Holmes was not baptized until he was about 32, and that was not unusual. Black people, like whites, were received into church membership only the strength of their personal into black church on the strength of their personal religious conversion or a letter from their former congregation. If necessary, they face admonition or expulsion, just as whites did. Each church apparently received the experience of some of its black members, that is, heard them relate at meeting their encounters with the Holy Spirit. Don't we still see that shit today? Where they got to keep playing this pretend game, girl, the Holy Spirit came to me. Oh my God, Lord, the God came to me. And the Lord told me, girl, he put it on my spirit, girl, the Lord. And that's the same shit y'all doing, men too. Man, the Holy Spirit, brother, you ain't got the Holy Spirit. Do you have the Holy Spirit? I got the Holy Spirit too. Well, let's start making up shit. That's how they do. Before you start the conversation, they want to establish if you gonna make up shit with me too? Are we gonna make up shit? No, we ain't making up shit, nigga. I don't have no fucking Holy Spirit. I got common sense. And my common sense is telling me that y'all motherfuckers is full of all types of cap. All types of cap, right? Encounters with the Holy Spirit. And it did the testimony of whites. The church, like the larger society, placed whites in control and ordinarily seated its members separately by color. But it also ratified and nurtured the moral affinities between godly people of both races. Sharon Baptist Church kept lists of white and black members in separate sections of the minute book, but maintained both rosters. And hold on a second, y'all, I gotta fix my headphones. Both rosters with care. When a visiting minister wrote a brief notice announcing the formal birth of the Farmville Baptist congregation, he spoke of the white members, but not of the two blacks. Pay close attention to this. I'm gonna read this again. When a visiting minister wrote a brief notice announcing the formal birth of the Farmville Baptist congregation, he spoke of the white members, but not the two blacks, and likewise of brethren, but not of sisters. Yet, when the clerk of Farmville Baptist sought a list of charter members from a longtime congregant in 1872, the latter made sure to record the names of two black Israelites, both dead by then, with a special phrase. Hold on, I just lost it when I moved. With this special, where am I? The special phrase, Sam and Phil White, colored. The first members, colored. The word colored was underscored, perhaps for the fear that coming generations would not realize that the congregation, almost all of whose black members had withdrawn from the Civil War, had once included and indeed had been found by members of both races. So they put colored in there to show you that these are black people. They're trying to distinguish. These are not Israel. If Israelite was actually just a fucking identity, you wouldn't have to add black or colored or Negro or African American to it. People were just claiming these fucking names. They just showed you it was a white woman with the name Israelite. These are characters. This was an experiment. These people felt like they were free. And I know I said that this was the last part, but this made me think of something else from the article, and I really have to go to it. So let me go back to that article because I want to show y'all something else. Doing it, and this is the last one, I promise you. Part of the research, because I know y'all ready to talk shit and put some motherfucking fellas in the chat, clean up some of these bodies. Early in the 20th century, Edward. Okay, hold on. Let me get to this. What is that shit I was about to pull up? Is this even the one? I think this is it. I missed. I may have stopped before I got there. The reason that's free. We're talking about part of the South. Bear with me, y'all. At that point, growing. The changes, however, the constituent part of the research, Eli came from growing. Hawkins, which Edward, that's just elsewhere towards Samson. Situations sought to expand, holding scope for their freedom. Hold on, y'all. I gotta get to this. I gotta get. Is this it right here? State, they joined it as a man with his black community in the 20th century. Bob. Damn. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I have to get this Black history. Come on now. Come on. It's not that one because I did that already. Family search, is this it? Israel Hill. That's not it. Sorry, y'all. I should have definitely had this shit already.
That's all good, man. Do the same thing myself.
There's another deeper reason why away from the world. Okay, I'm was a little. It's just a child changes the countryside, though. His childhood, getting there, y'all. Revolutionaries, indivisible. Okay, yup. Saying White offered a radical answer for that dilemma. He denied any assistance. All right, I'm almost there. Promise fulfilled with vision. Mixed race family.
Drop the lizzie.
1790s in the code. Okay, the central figure is Israel Hill, Solomon founder. Custom limited to the rights of blacks. Afro-Virginian militia. Hold on. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I got a faster way to do this. I could just search and do. Come on now. Oh, it's not gonna let me do it. Let me see. Maybe I could find it in the book, y'all. Hold, bear with me. I bet I could find it in this damn book.
Take your time, bro. It's all good. For those who are watching, make sure y'all get those likes up. Get the likes up. We appreciate it. Thank y'all for hanging in there. We are 4 hours into this joint, going on our 5th hour. Peace to the chat. Peace to everybody that's catching us on a replay. Part 3 going in. It is what it is. Y'all already know what time it is.
Am I in the right book? What the fuck is the problem? Dang, it's not trying to pull this up no more. Hold on.
It's all good. I got the Coming to America on their ass, y'all.
Yeah. Buy me some time real quick. I promise y'all, I gotta put this sword all the way in. I gotta make sure.
Yeah, family, we are coming to America, family. We ain't been here. We coming here. Maybe in prehistoric times. Transatlantic Holocaust. Back and forth. Oh, I think what me. Oh yeah, what's up, man? Come on up, man. Mr. Robinson. I got a seat for you, bro.
Come on down. What's that, man? Free.
Yo, did you see the part about the damn conquest of fucking Peru? Woo. It was wow. Oh shit, dude. Is sun gone? My bad, yo. I am sleeping at the wheel, yo.
Oh yeah, he said drop the link earlier.
My bad, yo.
Judith.
It say he keeps getting kicked out. I think it's because of my internet. I don't know. But the link is in the chat. Y'all fellas come on in. The water's warm. That's it here chilling.
Thanks for the patience, y'all. Thanks for the
me busting hella dope moves, listening to y'all. But yeah, I'm ready though.
I got one more thing, y'all. You can go ahead and get to work.
Yeah, I heard you, bro. Yep, I've been tuning in. Just in the cut.
Oh man. Let me check this folder. I think I'm gonna check one more place. If I can't find it, I'm gonna just tell y'all, and then I'm gonna bring it up later to make sure y'all know I'm not lying. I gotta check one more folder because I think I got it bookmarked on my phone, and I'm gonna just send myself the link. There. It's, I know I got it in here. Screenshots. These screenshots. It's PT, the rings of technology, dating. Where we at? Battle of Megiddo. That's not it. Is that it? Jefferson admitted slavery morally inclusive. Oh, I think I found it. Ex-slaves again. Okay, but Jefferson Muslim slavery morally inclusive. Okay, y'all. I found it. Now I'm about to just type in these keywords delivered to Sam White's master. Thanks for the patience, y'all. Sam White's master. There we go. It's on the New York Times. Okay. All right. I think we are ready to get to it. I'm looking for, but there's a deeper reason. Nope. What is that at?
Yo, these niggas be mad as shit.
What happened?
Yo, like, you know, I knew it wasn't gonna be long. Somebody got mad at the whole Conquest of Guatemala map when I showed one black dude in the joint. Y'all hurt. Y'all hurt. Yes, I want all that smoke. Please. I'm gonna show you that Peru shit again too.
Thanks for the patience, y'all. Here we go. Thanks for bearing with me. Here we go. We moving now. All right. Goodness, bro. I'm sorry I'm finicky like that. I could have just read it or told it to you, but I cannot stand not backing up what the fuck I'm saying. That shit irks my fucking nerves. All right, so here we go, because I don't want to just say some shit like this. This is some very profound shit. All right. And this is from New York Times. This is still the same topic. Israel and the Appomattox. They're going over the first chapter. All right, and we're going to go down to where it says, but Jefferson. Okay, it says, but Jefferson and most others who admitted slavery was morally indefensible, never pressed for a sweeping emancipation, for they had no idea what would become of the liberated African Americans. Jefferson suspected that the Africans were intellectually and physically inferior to Europeans. Once emancipated, he believed they would have difficulty surviving among whites. Even worse, Jefferson feared generations of grievances between master and bondman would lead to race war if slavery ceased to exist as a system of social control. Many whites believed that blacks who did become free would be removed from Virginia. They weren't expecting it. It was like, yo, you need to get them out of here. So you can see they're saying like, yo, that's how you end up saying, yo, get your ass back to Africa. It's not because I want to reconnect you with your people or I want to erase your history. They are afraid of what the fuck these people going to do. Sam White's master, Richard Randolph, had offered a radical answer to Jefferson's moral dilemma. He denied that any dilemma existed. Randolph was not content to restore his slaves their God-given freedom. He also called for them to receive 400 acres of his land on which to build new lives as independent men and women. When Randolph's family carried out his will in 1810 after years of delay, and y'all seen, I told y'all the bodies got dropping, dudes poisoning people. They didn't like this shit. This dude was trying to do the right thing. And he had other people, including his grandnephew, getting in the way, offing people. Both of them. He said, I'm gonna get rid of you and you. You're not about to get my motherfucking land. You know what I'm saying? That's my shit. He felt like it was his, and they didn't want them to be free either. When Randolph's family carried out his will in 1810, after years of delay, his ex-slaves gave the name Israel Hill to their new home in the rolling terrain of Prince Edward County, and they called themselves Israelites. This was their promised land to which they had been delivered out of bondage. And that's all, folks. So there are no Israelites here in America. This shit is cap. Good night.
Yeah, you hoes. You jive ass turkeys out there listening on the outside looking in. Punk asses. What's up, fellas? I got Mr. Robinson in the building.
Peace, y'all.
What's going on? How y'all doing?
Hold it down. I gotta go get some water.
Yeah, bro. Nothing much, man. Chilling, man. Just doing our thing that we like to do. And we do it.
All right.
Yeah, man. Yo, did you see my Peru part, yo?
I did.
Shit, wow. That's why last night when you were showing me that part, which you need to show one more time.
Oh, I got something else. I was working on because all that it's still in the works, so it's a little scattered. So I want to actually just package it up so it's actually
I got you.
good.
I got
but
you, bro.
I got something else though.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's between you and Van. I guess which one are y'all gonna go? Something burning like shit in the down there.
Oh shit, I can go. It's all right.
Okay. Yeah, you here? Go ahead.
All right. So,
All right, hear what was going on.
Oh yeah, I think you okay with Miss Robinson going or what?
Ah, it's all good. I don't care.
Okay, good deal.
all right.
Everybody gonna get some of this.
Let me just move this and oh shoot, hold on. Here we go.
Shout out to Mo for pushing everybody shit in too.
Let me see how to actually do this. Which one is my window? Oh, I can do the whole window, huh? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I think that'll probably be better. Is it this one? All right. Can you see? What can you see right now? I don't know if I'm on the right one.
Page 252, number 5252.
The Tuscan Alleys world map.
And it says title, date, author, description. Yeah, world map.
All right, cool. All right, so actually, I'm going to start you off with the Silk Road. A link here, because this is going to be something that was said before. Closing of the Silk Road. Okay, so the last time I was on here, I mentioned Christopher Columbus. The reason why he took a journey to the New World, or actually to Asia. So what happened in this time frame? Here's actually, let me see. There should be a map of the Silk Road. Okay, it's not on this one. Let's do Silk Road map. This is going to be our starting point for what I'm about to show you. All right, that should be okay. So this should be a representation of the Silk Road. Okay, you can see that, right? The map and then the lines. Hello? Uh-oh.
Okay, where are these?
Can you hear me? Can anybody hear me?
Yep.
Okay, there we go. All right, so you can see the map that I have up?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, so this is going to be the representation of the Silk Road. So back in the day, back in their time, this is going to be the trade route. So they were going through here in ships, And then all through this area, years prior, you had Marco Polo. He made one of his greatest contributions. So I just wanted to show you what this was. So this is a Silk Road. So now when you go into what the reason for Christopher Columbus, which is here, and I made this statement before, and I had someone said that it was wrong. So right here, the preparation for the voyages. Columbus' timing was fortunate. By 1492, the Ottoman Empire and other Islamic states had effectively closed off the land and sea routes along the Silk Road. So on that picture, they closed all these routes. So the reason for Columbus, he actually wanted to go around the side to Asia to get some of the gold. So now what ends up happening is we'll open up his journal. So in his journal, and this is going to set up this next part. I highlighted it. This might make a couple people sick right here.
Yeah, we've
So
been making some people sick all day. Keep
here
going.
we go. So right here, it's going to talk about, so King Alfonso V of Portugal through the Canon, Firm Martins made an application to Tuscanelli, which is the map maker, for information respecting the voyage westward to India. So right here, it's telling you that it's called India. It's not Hindustan. Hindustan is the name of what Persia gave. So since this is Spain, they actually called it India. So there's a lot of people out there that said India was not named India until 1950s, which is incorrect. So right here, the astronomer, and I'm going to show you that in a second. The astronomer replied fully on June 25th, 1474, enclosing a map. Soon afterwards, Columbus, who was then at Lisbon and had long pondered over these questions, resolved to make a similar application to the Florentine philosopher. He sent a letter together with a small globe embodying his ideas to Toscanelli, entrusting them to the care of an Italian named Lorenzo Berardi, who was going to Florence. So when you go down, it's a little bit more. This goes ahead and says, I have translated from the Latin text as given in his life of Columbus by Don Jose Mario Asensio. The Toscanelli map is lost. So at that time, they couldn't find the map that Columbus had. And the reason for that, it was in possession of Las Casas, which is Bartolomeo Las Casas, when he wrote his history. And that is the last trace we have of it. But it is so minutely described in the letter that its restoration with help from the globe of Martin Behem. And I want you to remember that too. So there's a globe of Martin Behem, and I'm going to show you something as well. But I'm just going to, like I said, I'm making the backdrop for this. So with the letter and map of Toscanelli as his sailing directions and chart, Columbus began to make entries in his journal of navigation morning and evening from the day he left Palos. Okay, so now at this point, we have to see what was he looking at. So I have my files, and we're going actually no, we're going to look at my links. And this was special that I found, and I'm glad. So here is actually something for everyone. Actually look deeper into because of this. Actually, I'm gonna need that. I'm gonna need, nope, I need this too. So this website, this man actually cataloged every single map that he can find in his collection. So you have early maps, you have early medieval maps, 13 to 1490 maps, and then the Renaissance maps. So in these late medieval maps, we're going to go down to Toscanelli's chart. And this is his map. Let me see if I can blow this up without distorting it. How does that look?
Nice.
All right.
Yeah.
So this is the recreated map that Columbus sailed on according to his journal as well as Las Casas. Now, if you notice on this map, because everybody likes to say that they thought India was America and then it was Hindustan, but if you actually notice, there's Tartaria, which is what they call Russia, India, and if you look at this outline, this is actually the other side of this. And how do I know that? Well, if you go back to the link, this is this one. If you go back to the link, remember that other name that I told you to look out for? The Martin, what was it? Martin Behan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Now check this out. So in these maps, you also have, where is it? Martin B. Nope, not wrong time frame. It's actually late medieval map. One entry. There it is. There's the globe, which is the same globe that they said right here, from the globe of Martin Behan.
The globe.
The globe. That's what they used to recreate that map with the help from the globe of Martin Behan. And now let's look at what the globe looks like. Because remember, this map doesn't have America on it.
Not at all.
That's going to be, now look, it's going to be my assumption, but let me follow this up, because if you look at it, like I said, this is the other side of this. So let's confirm this. So let's open up the globe. Let's open up the PDF. Now, the first thing that I started off with is when the Silk Road, and I said that that was traveled by Marco Polo probably about 100 or so years prior. That's something that Columbus was actually looking into his exploits, because he walked all of Asia on foot. So he charted the area and also gave dimensions of Asia, which a lot of these map makers took. So now, when you look at this globe, I want you to notice something. So this is the, let me see, right here. So this is the landmass. There's Africa. Here's Asia right here. And you see that outline? Now, if you look at this, it's fairly the same outline. And there's the islands. So right here, you see this, how it doesn't, it's not filled in? Because this is where America should have been.
Right.
So if you actually, there's actually, let me see if I can do this.
So they had globes in the 1400s, huh?
They started, he was one, it was him and another map maker who was actually the what everybody was pretty much the standard. So with this,
at one time they had this flat earth thinking, and then they making globes.
Oh, correct.
And now it's 2023, and these jive ass turkeys still think the earth is fucking flat. I don't understand.
And that's what's so good about this this, because you can actually go back and see the kind of maps they were looking at.
Yeah, like this is a globe.
Yeah, such as let me see. There's a map on here that actually shows you exactly how they pictured it about a year after, or a couple years after, which is here. I'm pulling it up right now. And that's why this website right here is so useful at looking at all the maps, because he cataloged everything.
Damn.
So this is called, let me see, New World. Whose map is this? Because it looks like a flat piece of bread or something. But here, I'll find it in a second. See, you can look at this map and charts. And then not only do they give you the map, they also give you a PDF and tells you about the map, such as the Tuscanelli one and the globe. So all of these maps. So the most important thing is actually this idea that India wasn't called India when he was sailing, which is false, 100% false. And there it is, the map. So that's one. Mm-hmm. So now if you go back to his journal, let me see if I can find it. Did I highlight it? Oh, let me just do. Somebody wanted to whole copper color thing. Let me ask one question before I show you exactly what I read. So, and after looking at everything, with Van Sertimer, right? They came before America, which is here, because this leads back. This is the passage that they're saying that they had the spears right here. So the spears made of metal, which they call guanan, which Columbus had sent samples to sovereigns to have them assayed. When they found 32 parts, 18 were gold, 6 silver, and 8 copper. So if you actually look at this passage, especially after knowing everything that the Portuguese did, if you actually reread this, so it says when Columbus came back, so in his return from his second voyage in 1496, while in Hispaniola, which if you go down just a little bit, it tells you present-day Haiti and Dominican Republic. So they were in Hispaniola. They wasn't on any other island but Hispaniola. At this time in 1496, you had an influx of not a lot, but very little Africans coming in because when it first started. So this is not saying Columbus said it. This is saying Don Juan said it.
Right. Okay.
So, and this is how you can see this. So, however, something happened that confirmed and complemented what Don Juan had said. The Indians gave proof that they were trading with black people. They're in Hispaniola, which is Haiti. So they brought to the Spanish concrete evidence of this trade. The Indians of this Hispaniola said there had come to Hispaniola a black people. So that means to Haiti. So it wasn't be like, black people going into Haiti just to trade. They were literally enslaving people on Haiti. So if you actually go back to the beginning of this, Don Juan talks about the Portuguese. And correct me if I'm wrong, but we've read, or you've read before, that some of the first islands to be hit was New Guinea, correct? So this line, as proposed by Don Juan on the strength of his intelligence from Guinea, was finally settled by two great powers at the Treaty of Tordesillas more than a year later on June 7th. So let me see. Is this the one? New World. No, hold on. Because they said that they don't know what Portugal was doing. Let me see. Gratitude. Yeah, so it's right here. Wait a minute. Claim discussion. What he did was gain when he raised matter on behalf of Don Juan, as he said. So there's a part in here where he's saying that Here it is. So, knowing what a hard bargain the Genoese adventurer had struck with Spain over his potential discoveries, King Ferdinand must have wondered what really went on in the Portuguese court. It was later to appear in charges leveled against Columbus that the storm that drove him into Lisbon. Lisbon had African slaves there in the 1400s. I need to bring up that book, but it said around the 1430, I believe, that they actually brought African slaves to Lisbon. I'm gonna pull that up in a little bit, but was either exaggerated or fabricated, and that he had made for Portugal deliberately in order to intrigue with Don Juan. Columbus, Ferdinand knew, was no stranger to the Portuguese court. He had been trying to further his schemes there for nearly 14 years. He had sailed to Guinea in 1483 on a Portuguese ship. His relationship with Portugal had soared only because its kings, Alfonso and Don Juan, were both slow to finance his enterprise. So in here, he's already went to Portugal, and during this time, Portuguese had already established a lot of different colonies on those.
Yeah, so this was
islands.
after 1441. They had already had trade. He was probably getting some damn Africans over there, bringing them to fucking Santo Domingo.
Right. So this is telling you, because during this time, Portuguese had a monopoly on the waters.
Mm-hmm.
So this is telling you, because that passage, when they skip this, and then they misrepresent what's actually being said. It wasn't saying Columbus, it was saying Don Juan, because this whole section's about Don Juan.
Mm-hmm. So the Africans that was trading allegedly could have been
on the island itself,
on the island, running away, trying to just do some commerce in between.
Right, because at this time, like I said, right here, it tells you they're in Hispaniola, which is Haiti.
And that's 1490, 40.
Right.
That's so they've already been there for 30, 40 years in Hispaniola.
Correct. And this is what they use, and what they say is Black people are in the Americas, as they use this exact passage. And if you look right here, because there's actually a debunking, and look how they explain what Van Sertimer said.
What page is that in Van Sertimer's book? I got his book somewhere around here.
So this is page 13.
13, okay.
And it's called The Secret Route from Guinea. And this also goes over the same thing I was saying about the map, which, here we go. So when they're talking about the African spears presented by the Espanola Indians, which is Haiti, which corroborated Don Juan's statement about the Guinea boats, were just one in a number of new factors pushing Columbus toward an exploration of the route from Guinea. So going back to the map, he was trying to get there to go to India. And like I said, this is the 1474 map, which there's also another map talking about India Superior, but this is the map that does not have America on it. So when they're saying that, you know, the Black people were trading and America was here, no, that's incorrect. Because if you reread it just like this, if you reread what he's saying and then go back to the beginning, this is Don Juan's account, not Christopher Columbus's account. And how
Don Juan came later, after Christopher Columbus was already established.
He was in the same time frame.
Okay.
Because this is when Columbus came back. And Columbus did say he found gold, but if you look at, here's it is, Columbus's own journal.
Yeah.
It's nowhere to be found.
I didn't see it in there either.
It's not here.
Yeah. Damn.
Now, what he does say is he does talk about the natives, but this is another thing for the copper-colored people right here.
So is it safe to say that Ivan put this in the book and he was just capping a little bit and got the characters a little bit confused with each other?
I'm not going to say he was capping. I'm going to say that he wrote it, but
not necessarily capping, but just wasn't really full about who was who and what was what, I'll say.
He wrote it in a way that didn't differentiate what it was. But if you go, like I said, if you go before it and go after it, it's going to make sense. You can't just pull it out because it's not in context of what's actually going on.
Yeah.
But the biggest clue is they said in Española, but if you don't know what happened before 1492 in that area,
right?
But just like, you know, we've read, Portuguese was all over the area starting in the early 1400s.
They were all over there, dominating shit.
So I think that he probably did write it correct. It's just that people are taking out of context because they don't know what happened in the area before 1492.
Okay, that's safe. I can dig that.
Because, like I said, right here, Don Juan has said.
Now the people that they was trading the gold tip spears worth, like, now are these free Africans that escaped or just traveled? I mean, like, is it safe to say that they could have been around these plantation areas?
It could be a mix. The way they had it back then is slavery was just a little bit different in the beginning.
Yeah.
With Africans, it wasn't like chattel slavery. It was, they were slaves, but they had more autonomy.
Okay.
Until they started to get more and more regulations when the revolt started happening.
Okay.
And then they were like, oh, black codes.
Gotcha.
We need more codes. There's
sense.
also another point where they sent King Ferdinand a letter and said, please don't send any more Africans here.
I remember seeing that, yeah, because he was overwhelmed.
They were overwhelmed. They said, please don't send any more.
I did remember seeing that. That's fact.
So now, when you go back to Columbus, this is what
everybody. That's Mr. Robinson talking, y'all. Go ahead, bro.
Now, here is something else for these copper-colored people. So, of course, everybody should know their hair is coarse, right? Dang, why is it not working? I won't do it. Oh, why is it not? Oh, did it freeze up on me?
Oh, you trying to share? You good? Yeah, you
No,
good.
is it still sharing?
Yeah, I can see it.
No, I'm trying to. Oh, it's frozen. Why is it frozen? Because I want to. Oh, it's not moving. Okay. All right. Let's see if I can find it this way. But what he says is their hair is coarse, and he explains, right? Now, he talks about they look like people from the Canaries. Which, why is it? What is going on with this thing? Oh, there we go. Let me see. Boom. Canaries. Bam, Canaries, right? So let's get back to what he says about these copper-colored people, I guess. So he talks about the Canaries a lot. Oh man, hair. Am I in the right book? Here is here we go. So this goes out to all my copper-colored, mad, swarthy people.
You swarthy, copper-colored,
mad, swarthy. So what he says in his actual journal. So this is Christopher Columbus's journal.
Yeah, but
so all I saw were youths, none more than 30 years of age. They are very well made, with very handsome bodies and very good countenances. Their hair is short and coarse, like we know, almost like hairs of a horse's tail. They wear their hairs brought down to their eyebrows, except a few locks behind, which they wear long and never cut. They paint themselves black. And they are the color of the Canarians. Now, this is the point, because it says neither black nor white. So now this is the point where you say, Well, who is the Canarians?
Yeah, bring it out.
So now, Canarians. Let's do history. So let's get off of Wikipedia. Let's go to Britannica because this is actually, oh no, that's Canary Islands. There's, oh wait, actually, I got the link here. Ah, right here, Canarians. Copy that, throw that here. So this is one of them. So on the Canary Islands, you have the, I might butcher this, Guanches. The Guanches were the first known inhabitants of the fortunate Canary Islands. So these are the islands that Columbus was talking about.
So are the Guanches the native people of that area?
They are the first inhabitants. Those are the natives. They were the indigenous people when the Spanish conquered the islands in the 15th centuries. Here's a good part right here. Come on, you mad, swarthy people. Some writers believe that they were the original inhabitants of Atlantis. I know that's probably going to end up biting someone, but they were very tall. The men were normally from 5 feet 9 inches to 6 feet 2 inches in height. Some had clear, rosy skin with blonde hair and blue eyes.
With what?
Clear, rosy skin with blonde hair and blue eyes. So this is the Canary Islands.
Copper color, huh?
Mad swarthy, right?
Mad swarthy.
So Guanches.
I heard dingy too. They like that too. Dingy. We were dingy looking.
So Guanches were extraordinarily strong and very nimble, which was attributed to their open caves and outdoor life. So this actually goes over exactly what they look like. So I'm not sure if clear rosy skin is actually going to be the new swarthy.
Yeah, man.
I'm not sure, but that don't scream black to me.
Blonde hair and blue eyes.
Now, also, when you do that, now let's look up because there's actually someone else there.
Swarthy. Talk swarthy.
Hey.
Talk swarthy to me.
Island. So I'm not sure if I ever heard anyone say exactly what the Canary Islands were because they just brushed right back past it. So now it is off the Northwest African Midland. So it's one of the Spanish provinces. Let's see if they say if this is the one. Let me see. Elevations, populations. There it is. History. The original inhabitants of the Canaries were the Guanches, which I just said, now assimilated into the general populations. They were a Berber people who were conquered by the Spanish. So now when you look at Berber, because everybody says, either Moors and Berbers, and they try to classify everybody as black. So this was a rosy skinned people that were Berber, which should say that not all Berbers were black because they got some rosy people in there.
Not all swarthy people are black either, right?
Correct. So now, so this goes over the whole history and it tells you, let's see, the Romans learned of the Canaries through Juba II, king of Mauritania, whose account of an expedition to the islands was preserved by the writers Plutarch and Pliny Elder. The later mentions Canaria, so called from the multitude of dogs of great size. In 999, the Arabs landed and traded on Gran Canaria during the 13th and 14th centuries Genoese. So Genoese has been everywhere, which is Italian, and those are the same merchants that carry African slaves. But they didn't go here because they were still rosy. So, and this, again, is in Columbus's old journal right here, Canarians. And it tells you they're neither black nor they're white.
Mm.
So now, and then he also goes into more. He talks about their hair not curly, but loose and coarse, like horsehair, and all the forehead. So he's going over, and here he's even talking about it again. Their eyes are very beautiful and not small, and themselves far from black, but the color of the Canarians.
Far from black, color of the Canarians. He's saying they don't look black at all.
They look just like these people that were in the Canaries or the Canarians. The same place right here, Canary Islands, islands of Spain.
Mm.
So maybe they're getting this confused. It's northwest of Africa, but it is not black.
Y'all hear that? Y'all swarthy colored, copper colored swarthies over there.
And I want to pull up a map because I have something for the map flippers.
Why you gotta hurt them so bad, Mr. Robinson? Why you gotta hurt them so bad?
I'm just saying. I don't understand because
you always come in here and you do shit like that, bro.
Oh, then I got a surprise in a second. I actually found
another surprise.
I got another surprise for you.
Oh yeah.
This is off of the third or the decades that we went over yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to give you a map. It's one of the, is it this one? Ah, found it. Okay. So going back to the maps. So for all my map flippers out there, the ones that want to smack it up, flip it, and all this other stuff to the damn map and say that America is the true old world. So let's see how this actually looks in terms of maps. So let's see, Renaissance map. We're looking at Juan de la Casa. Where are you at, Juan? Bam. So.
Oh, that's the bread he's talking about.
This is the bread. So now, I'm not going to be able to do it.
I love the dough.
Oh, you know what?
No.
Here, there's an interactive map, and I want you to see something. So this map is going to go over what this map actually means. And there's going to be what they thought about these maps. Let me see. Let's see. I bookmarked it. Let's see. Is it bookmarks? Just give me 1 second.
Take your time.
Because let me see. Interactive. Nope. Actually, here. Let me just. So this was pretty much the standard map in 1500 that everybody wanted to use because it correctly charted what they were seeing when they first got to the New World. Let me see. Interact. This one. I think this is it. Is it? No. So, oh gosh, man, where was it? I got it on my phone. Anyway, so this map, what it covers is they actually did drawings of what was here. There's, I believe it's the 3 wise men. You know what? Let me get that one because I can't tell you which. This is all biblical stuff that they put on this map in 1500. So this is right here. Is I'm pretty sure someone said it before. But this is what America looked like at first. It was all tropical, all the trees and stuff. This is what their representation of the New World that they found.
Damn, that didn't change over the years, haven't it?
Mm-hmm. But
they destroyed all of that shit, all that green.
Yeah, they said forget that. But they're where's my map?
So this was, you said 1500?
1500.
Damn.
And this actually goes over this map. So the charter map of Juan de la Casa records a very precise moment in history of globalization and human encounters. Completed in 1500, it is the first world map to depict the coast of the Americas, and even predates the word America, which was not used until 1507. Its cartographer was the owner of the Santa Maria, the largest of the three ships which traveled on Christopher Columbus' 1492 expedition across the Atlantic. Over the next 17 years, De La Casa, man, everybody's name's De La Casa, huh? He would travel 7 times to the continent. He eventually died in 1509 in what is now Colombia, where he was shot by a poison arrow. Damn.
Them poison arrows be tearing their asses up.
I'm telling you, these Native Americans won't playing.
Poison arrows be tearing their asses up.
And he was trying to colonize their land, and they said, "No, son." So
they didn't call this Tamari.
No, they did not.
I'm disappointed. I thought this was Tamari.
No, they did not.
I'll be damned.
Man, stop lying. You know this is Tom Mary, man. Who said that? Who said this ain't Tom Mary?
And, just to make sure, because I know they're gonna be like, they're Tamari hearts. This don't say Tamari, and this is what Christopher Columbus used.
Well, I can't see that, bro. Blow that shit up.
Well, it wasn't called Tamari. They didn't even know the place existed.
Okay, wait. Hold up. Go slow. No, my brain don't work as fast as y'all's. Okay, I see it. Tari.
That's the Tartars.
That's that.
That's what my man said in the video. The Tartars. Remember that shit? I think
so. That's Russia's place, Tartaria.
That's
but it's on both sides of the map.
Exactly, because what it was is North America is not here. So India, because if you look at this side right here, Tartaria, they didn't know North America's here. So his thing was he wanted to go through New Guinea to get to the other side, because they wanted to go where Japan was.
So they didn't look like us either.
No.
Okay, so with the right, where it says, I don't know if that AKIA in India, when you go to the right, it has India too.
That's the same landmass. They thought it was the same landmass.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So they had no recollection of nothing that was to the left. No. So they created the map on the right and imposed the other part of the map on the right to the left, because they didn't know what was on that other part of the sea, right?
Well, yes and no. So before this time,
time out real quick. Hey, Tabitha, you talking about what the Canaries look like? Whether they look nothing like us? I wasn't understanding that question. My bad, y'all. Go ahead.
Oh, you're saying what the Canaries? You may put that.
Yeah,
back
I think somebody wants some clarification.
No, man, it ain't time for Q&A. She can hold that.
Right. We gonna keep it going. But I don't see.
What year is this?
This 15. Is no. This one's 1474.
Okay, hold it right there so I can save that shit.
Yeah, this is the Toscanali map.
Damn.
Got it. All right, keep going, my bro. Keep going.
Cooking, boy. I smell the cooking in the kitchen, bro. You tearing shit up.
This is, like I said, this one. Let me see if I can find the interactive one, because it was a really good one. It goes over every one of these icons, which should tell you. Let me see. Map. Is it this one? Facsimiles. Want to say, is it this? I'm sorry, just give me 1 second. Let me see if I can find this, because this is actually really cool. I was looking at it, and it was literally telling you what each piece was, which is, there's a lot of biblical on this map, and it ain't over in the New World neither. All right, I might have to go back. I was looking at so many things on my phone that I'm not sure which one it is, but I'll go ahead and continue on. All right, so now I wanted to actually show you a little bit because I did find an answer for a question about the third decade. So this book is called The 8 Decades of Peter Martyr de Anghira.
That's when they be wearing them dresses and shit, right?
Man, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
So in this book, so if you all noticed, one of the biggest questions that a lot of people ask, and I'm not sure why they ask it, is how can the Europeans or the Spaniards take over all the Indians with muskets? Right? So I found a good answer for you. And I'm glad they asked that because I really didn't think to look at that. But
how could they let this all happen, Mr. Robinson? How they just...
So let me read you the passage.
What happened?
Because I highlighted it. This thing moves so slow.
Now remember what I said about that triple alliance earlier. I can already smell what's in the kitchen right now about to cook.
Bam, right here. Oh no, that's about them finding the Negro slaves, and I will cover that later once I package it all up. Who was in the area? So just for, you can hold me to this one. So it says the Spaniards found Negro slaves in this province. They only live in a region 1 day's march from Quarkua, and they are fierce and cruel. It is thought that Negro pirates of Ethiopia established themselves after the wreck of their ships in the mountains. So I'm going to cover that in a different time because I'm packaging that one up, because there's about 3 or 4, like I was speaking of yesterday, there's 3 or 4 explorers in that area in between Columbus. So I'm going to cover that one. But right here. Oh, damn. Well, I guess I got to do it. So Vasco discovered that the village of Corcora, or I'm probably butchering that, so I apologize, was stained by the foulest vice. The king's brother and a number of other courtiers were dressed as women. What? And according to the accounts of the neighbors, shared the same passion. Vasco ordered 40 of them to be torn to pieces by dogs. The Spaniards commonly used their dogs in fighting against these naked people, and the dogs threw themselves upon them as they were wild boars or timid deer. The Spaniards found these animals as ready to share their dangers as did the people of Colophon or Castabera, who trained cohorts of dogs for war. For the dogs were always in the lead and never shrieked in a fight. So,
what year was that?
So this was 15. Let me see if it says it. I believe it's 1513.
13, huh?
So yeah, this should be around 1513.
1513.
Yeah, 1513.
Because I want to know when. You can still hear me?
So where are?
Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I'm gonna get some dresses in the chat.
Where the fuck was? He said 15,
13.
13. 15, 13. I just want to see when this shit.
And this was in South America, 1513.
Oh yeah, it's definitely in South America. Oh my God, because I want to know when Francisco, you know that he was giving lashes out for that shit, and I want to know before. Okay, it says position. I'm looking here at something. You said what year was it?
1513.
Okay, so that happened. They've been doing that for a long ass time.
What year do you have?
Because he wasn't even born in. Well, it says he was born in 1515, but it says Toledo held the position from 1569. Hold on, I want to know when he was in the exact date.
So yeah, so these are the time frames that people skip over, and this is why I was saying yesterday that they think everything is in reverse because they just totally skip over from 14. Well, of course they skipped the 1400s, but they go from Columbus 1492 to 1619. But again, I haven't even got to the 1600s at all. I'm still stuck in the 1500s. So they skip all over all this stuff. And then they even mention this passage, the 1513 passage in the Antiquities. But again, I'm going to wrap this one up. And a
I'm
nice
seeing
little
1569. So this was going on for a long time after that.
Right, because you have Aleda, which is another explorer. You got Bernardino, which was the pirate in the area.
Yeah.
Which is kind of weird because they called it Pirates of the Caribbean. So it's kind of weird, you know, with the movies and stuff. So I'm not sure about all that. But like I said, they had all these pirates. They had all these people in the areas and him as well. So when they bring that up, they're totally missing because that started around the early 1500s. So they were there a whole 10 years, 10, 11 years.
Getting it in. Pause.
Going through.
So
now, so with this passage right here, so people want to know,
wow,
how did they do this? How were these dogs? Well, I found it. So let me introduce you.
Now the motivation behind sicking those dogs on them was because of those activities that they were doing, correct?
Well, it's to strike fear.
Yeah. Because they was doing that anyway. Hold on now. I don't want to get nothing confused. They would sick dogs on your ass anyway, regardless of what the fuck you was doing. That was just their thing. They just like doing that back then.
Right. But here's the thing. When you say dogs, you got to say, okay, what kind of dog is able to just tear somebody just up just like this? Because when people look at dogs, I mean, there's a whole bunch of breeds, there's this and that. And then they always throw in, oh, they had muskets, which they're dismissing the dogs. Yeah. So here is the history of these dogs.
Oh shit, boy, you were cooking, boy.
Disgusting Spanish war dogs.
Damn, Mo.
So here's a picture of what was happening. These dogs.
Them dirty ass dogs.
So now,
oh my god.
Admit it. While on a walk in the park, you behave differently. If a poodle or a mastiff barks at you, you laugh at the poodle, but you keep away from the mastiff. So he's going over what kind of dogs these are. So now if you start to look at these portraits,
god damn,
there's a war dog.
Wow. So
now, let me actually get, so it's telling you that, and it also goes into the Native American dogs, which they had dogs, but it tells you, unlike horses, the Native Americans had dogs who came along with them when they crossed the frozen Bering Strait from Asia into the Americas. However, the American dogs are small, often hairless, and could barely bark. The biggest species weighed up to 30 kilograms, which is about roughly 60 pounds. So they bred dogs as pets and as a source of food.
Hold on, whoa, what?
The natives bred dogs as pets and a source of food.
So okay, they had dogs, but they weren't no war. They weren't vicious. They were just domestic
small dogs. They were like
dogs.
They were like the poodles.
The Spaniards came, they brought the fucking Rottweilers with them, kind of thing.
So now, Spanish war dogs.
Damn.
The Spanish war dogs were trained to distinguish between Spanish and the natives. They guarded Spanish camps, hunted down natives, and tore them apart during battles. So these Spanish mastiffs weighed up to 250 pounds.
What?
And could crush human bones with their massive jaws. Their size and horrific look instilled fear in the natives. So now when you go back to the decades,
that's where the whole bloodhound bullshit come from. Just them using dogs to fuck with you and getting your scent and chasing you and shit and running you out. They just started that shit, fucking with you.
Right. And it said that once, let me see if it's this one, it might be another one. It said once somebody pretty much ripped them to shreds, they were running. They're running in fear.
Yeah. I read the same thing in Bartholomew's book with them fucking dogs. Yeah.
And it says the fear of these dogs was as such the native tribes often accepted the Spanish rule just to avoid dogs being released upon them.
No,
so it was fair. It was, man, they're gonna stick these dogs upon them.
You know how a fucking dog is. I don't fuck with a dog like that when it's not fucking with you. You know, I had pits, but a dog is very intimidating, man. Especially
right. So now you got a 60-pound dog that you got running around, and next you see a 250-pound dog coming at you. Now that's not the worst part. So the Spanish war dogs were fed human meat to make them bloodthirsty. The Spanish kept pieces of flesh. And remember, there was that story where they said, hey, I need my dog, feed my dogs. and they would feed them, Indians on the continent. I forgot who brought that up.
Yeah, I read it in the book, yo. I read that shit
Right.
in Bartholomew's book, man. On that third voyage, they was doing that shit.
And then
I was like, damn, that book made me nauseous, bro.
And they would starve them for days before a battle to make them even more ferocious. So now you got a dog, 250 pounds, that wants flesh, and now you're going to sick them on all these people. And that's why they're telling you that the dogs rip, these natives limb by limb. So it's not, oh, they had muskets. No, they had 250-pound monsters.
Yeah.
So now it tells you Columbus was the first to use war dogs in the Americas.
Damn.
That's crazy, bro.
When Columbus made his second voyage to America, he expected trouble. Therefore, he packed muskets, sabers, and war dogs. Now, if you remember in his journal, the first time he went, he got the lay of the land. When he got there, he got, caught him a couple natives and they took him around. He didn't do anything that first voyage. Now, here it's telling you his second voyage, he was like, yep, it's time to get it in. So he had muskets, sabers, and war dogs. And it says Columbus released dogs on the natives of Hispaniola in 1493 and on the natives of Jamaica in 1494 to scare them away. So when you go down, Columbus led 200 men, 20 horsemen, and 20 mastiffs into battle against 10,000 Arawak natives. And here's the other explorer, Alonso de Ouido. I learned about him yesterday. And it says that he learned the art of using dogs in the battles during the Spanish offensive against the Moors back in Europe. During the height of battle, Ojeda released the war dogs upon the unsuspecting natives while screaming "Tamalos" in Spanish, "Take them." The effect of the dogs was so horrific. Bewildered animals grabbed the Indians by their bellies and throats. They disemboweled and ripped them to pieces. The natives were decisively defeated. Now, here it is right here is what I want to show you. The most ferocious war dog of all time.
Is that a Cane Corso?
I don't know what it let me see. It was called Barry's Brasileiro. Let's see. Among the Spanish war dogs, there was one dog who stood out regarding the killer instinct and efficiency in battle. So it's going to tell you all this stuff about this dog. It might be a Cane Corso. Let me see what it is. The natives were so afraid of the Brasileiro, I don't know how to say that, that Spanish considered him the equivalent of 50 soldiers in a battle or on a battlefield. The owner was Juan Ponce de Leon, a governor of Puerto Rico and the discoverer of Florida. Barricillo was an Alano Espanol. It's a mastiff. So I used to always think, what can do that? Because I know mastiffs were used. They used to guard property, and they can also take down bears. Some of them. So this one is a type of mastiff. And here's the pictures, and you see these. I think it tells you. In one night raid, this formidable war dog killed 33 natives in less than an hour or half of an hour. So in 30 minutes.
Damn. One dog.
Often he was seen with his mouth dripping from blood of the native Indians. It was treated equally to human soldiers. He received the same rations as men.
Man's best friend right there.
Yeah. And they call, let me see, after he died from poisonous arrow, man, I'm telling you, these natives, man, awesome with arrows, I tell you. Because after he died from poisonous arrow in 1514, the Spanish hushed the news of his death to keep natives in terror. His son was named Little Lion, inherited his father's thirst for blood, and served in a war dog himself in the conquest of Panama in 1513. So 1513 is where is it? 8 decades. 1513 and in Panama. And you know who was there in Panama? This guy, Vasco. Wow. 1513.
Nice.
See how it goes? See how it goes full circle?
So he could have had dogs with his ass too.
Damn. Man, this is what y'all wanted.
Damn,
this is what y'all asked for.
So this, when people tell you, oh, they did muskets, how did they do it? This exactly tells you exactly how they did it. Yeah. These dogs, equivalent to 50. What did it say? 50 soldiers.
50 soldiers. Yeah. And that's the main thing Bartholomew was talking about, how they sick them fucking dogs soon as they got to the joint. See, now they ain't had no fucking dogs in Africa. I will say that. I ain't read none of that shit till they must have learned their lesson with them poison arrows and try to develop, you know what I mean, use another arsenal of weaponry to try to attack the indigenous folks.
Yep. So they put armor on it. They had, I think in here they also had said that they put spikes on his neck. So they geared this 250-pound dog. I don't know.
To be a killer, yo, an indigenous killer.
So let's see. And then, what a good thing to do is double check it, because that's what I always like to do.
Ha. That's how that motherfucker got over here.
Let's see. What does that thing look like now? Oh, that thing big. Oh, shoot. That thing's huge. Look at that.
God damn. So that's how they got over here, huh? Pretty much.
Yep. That's the dog breed right there.
And does it say when they got over here, like to this country on that side at all? Like,
let me see. History.
Because that'll bring your ass full circle. I bet you it's going to say it was first introduced by the Spaniards. And they try to probably make the shit sound cool. But we all know.
Oh, look at that.
Is that it?
Shit named Little Bull.
Little Bull. Look at that.
Little Bull. Ain't that round circle family? Those cute, cuddly little dogs came over here fucking shit up.
Origins are uncertain, but it's believed he was born in the Americas in the kennels of Ponce de Leon. So in the Americas, which is Haiti, which they said that he had it in Haiti, did it not?
Yeah. So them dogs just got left here, and ain't that a bitch?
So it said right, where was it? Right here. His owner, same name. Governor of Puerto Rico and discoverer of Florida. And then it tells you right there. It was believed he was born in the Americas in the kennels of the same man. In
the kennels of a conquistador cat, pretty much, right?
Right. And then earliest records, 1511. I don't know if it said it here. Oh, yeah, look, it even says it here.
Yeah, same time frame.
And look at that.
And that's like telling you the origin of that dog, right? Yeah. And Bartholomew de la Casa, yeah. Yeah, that's what I read. Attack his enemies with frenzy, range, and defend. Yeah. Bartholomew wrote all about that shit.
So this is what they're missing when they want to say these things and try to make a joke out of it. Nothing I read was a joke. This is horrible.
Yeah.
And the Weddinese, I don't know what they are anymore. When they keep saying, oh, the muskets and oh, you just load it one at a time. I really wouldn't want to see them go up a 250-pound Mastiff.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot, yo. That is a lot. That changes the shit when you got them dogs like that off the ships with your musket guns. I mean, that just adds all types of shit. And them dogs will lock on you and won't never let go.
And we need to be very clear on this. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, cool. Because I for some reason my mic is like messing up. But so yeah, we need to be very clear on the different people that they speak about running into, right? Mm-hmm. Everybody wasn't violent. So when they use that as a blanket question, well, how did this happen if they got to reload and do, some people just were not violent. Right. So they were ragdolling them. There's certain natives they ran up on and it was like, oh, nope, retreat. Let's do that over. And they run into somebody else. They avoid those people who gonna give it to them. That happened in Africa and in America. Mm-hmm. They write the notes back. We went over those where they said, hey, I think we can get these niggas.
Yeah.
We can get them. We can't fuck with them other motherfuckers, but these, we can get them. We can Christianize them. So they're picking who they fuck with, just to make that clear. But go ahead.
Yeah. They're trying to find the weakest people that they can prey on.
And also to piggyback, if you looked at any of the ones that I was talking about, they were saying that they was dying from arrows, poison arrows. So they was getting the business done to them. It's just that, just like you were saying, it was certain ones, whenever they got the business from one set of natives, it was like, okay, let's go over here. Mm-hmm. And it was just a strategy. But, when, with some people, I think it was, what was it, right? Was it here that I was reading? It was pretty much saying that people didn't want to even mess with these dogs, and then they went along with it.
Hell no.
Right here, the fear of these dogs was as such. The native tribes often accepted the Spanish rule just to avoid the dogs being released.
Yeah, you ever see a mean dog hop on your shit, yo? Like, you know,
Ain't
shit.
ate. He
I would
ain't
be
ate
like,
in
look,
12 hours.
you know how them dogs used to be in DC, yo?
Yeah.
So,
Bro,
them motherfuckers ain't fuck around.
So yeah, so that's one of the things I just wanted to show and everybody, you know, just how that goes. Hit those Columbus things, hit these maps up. You know,
Yo, you always do that shit, yo. You come in here real smooth and just take shit out, man. Shut shit down, man. Good presentation, bro.
God, I wish I can get you the
brutal, man.
This map, this interactive map.
I'm gonna have to watch this on the replay again.
Yeah, this is history itself. Like, this is history of history.
Right.
This is happening. I'm glad y'all did it, yo. I used to be mad as shit. Like, man, these motherfuckers is acting up. What is they talking about? But I'm glad y'all did it because it's an opportunity for people to learn.
Yeah.
So I like that. Stupidity attracts genius.
Yes, it does.
Y'all getting a hell of work. None of this is playing, by the way. This is not playing. We just running into each other. Hey, what you got? I got that. You got this too. All right, let's drop it. Boom.
Yeah.
God,
hold it.
Oh man, I wish I can show you this one.
You good? Take your time. It's worth it.
I had it on the phone, but he actually talks about this map. And this one kind of throws the whole reverse, the map and everything was over here in America. Nope. It just throws it right out the window because everything that's on that map, they labeled the map. I just can't read this without it because of the way this looks. But they literally labeled all this on the right side.
Africa, biggest day.
It's all biblical. They put biblical stuff.
Oh, they did. Huh?
Yeah.
Wow.
The biblical stuff is all over this thing.
Oh yeah.
I wonder why.
But if I can just figure out which one of these links in my phone is the right one, I can bring it over and show you that they actually, and this is the well-known 1500 map. And right here, again, this is before they even found America because it was all green. And then look, Española right there. And then
and this was before they had any knowledge of America, but just as far they only got to Española.
Right here.
Right.
Cuba and Española right
like
there.
At this point in time, the whole world wasn't charted.
Correct.
Yeah. Ain't that a bitch? They know about South America, North America.
That's how you follow the breadcrumbs.
Damn. And then they put biblical shit on the map. It's just like they just infatuated with this biblical shit. Like they're gonna find it somewhere else. So they look for it.
Whole time they telling on themselves.
Mm-hmm. Ain't that a
You
bitch?
told on your damn self. Look at that.
Yep. And like I said, this one that I had, it was just like, God, I don't know which link it was. I knew I should have. I could have swore you know what I did? Here, wait, make me 1 second. I think I got the bookmark. But it's something that you definitely have to see. And they can flip that if they want to. I don't know. Let's see, mobile bookmarks. What's his name? Casa. Oh, wait. Is this it? Bet. I think this is it. Yes, it is. All right. So
run it.
How am I going to get this over there? Let me copy this. Let me send this. And then I'd love to see them explain this one. Hold on. Let me send it to myself.
I ain't scared of you motherfuckers. I'm gonna tell you something straight off the motherfucking press. I ain't coming for no foolishness.
R.I.P. Bernie Mac.
All right. Hold on. Let me Which I'll be seeing on my personal stuff real quick. Hold on, let me stop
Yeah, no,
sharing.
clear all that shit out. Yeah, clear everything out, man. We don't want to expose my man's over there. You know how them haters be.
Man, they be stealing my information. Next thing you know, I'm Indian after that point. Can you still?
Yeah, we can hear you. Everything good. Just let me know when you want to go ahead.
I mean, you saw it yesterday. They don't care about no facts. They just want my genealogy. All right. Can you still hear me? Hello? Still there? Anybody?
Yeah, you good.
Oh, okay. All right. So make sure, is this the right one? That is it. Yes, it is. Aha. Here we go. All right. Let me get back in here. How do I present? Share screen. Window. Chart. All right. Can you see it?
Nah, I don't see anything. Then what? Wait, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Where'd Port go? How the hell you ain't on your own live? Hold up, that's crazy. Is he on y'all screen?
Nope, he ain't on my screen. I don't see him.
All right, it says that it's sharing. Do I need to stop it and reshare?
Yeah, try it again.
So.
Cause I don't know. Right. I don't know how to.
Yeah, I don't see it either.
All right, let me stop. All right, let me go back to share. Present. Share screen. All right, window. All right, share.
Hey, my bad. Y'all hear me?
Yeah, you good.
Yeah, my apologize, yo. My connection has been going in and out, dog. So what happens is it kicks me out, right? And y'all can hold the stream like as long as everybody else Wi-Fi is okay to have y'all in there. But when it kicks me out, I can't hear y'all and shit. So I apologize. Go ahead, man.
All right, can you see it?
Yeah, you good.
All right, so here is the map, 1500 map. So again, this is where was it? This map right here. So this is the Juan de la Casa Portillion World Chart. So now let's look at what's in this chart. Here it is. It was produced by the navigator Juan de la Casa in 1500 in Puerto de Santa Maria in Cadiz, Spain. As can be seen from the inscription below, the image of Saint Christopher. Its political importance most likely led it to be classed as a state secret by the Catholic monarchs for whom is believed to have been drawn. So there's the Saint Christopher image right there in the left, right? Now, when we go up, down, let me see. Here it is. The map shows the meridian line in the Azores representing how the navigational zones in parts of the Atlantic conquered the New World were divided up between Spain and Portugal following the Treaty of Tordesillas. And I believe that was 19. Which year was that? I believe it was 1493. Let me just look that up real quick. I don't want to. Treaty of. Let's see this. Here's the treaty. 1494. So that's the treaty. So now, where'd it go? Here it is. So now, Juan de la Casa's work is full of narrative detail, such as the depiction of Saint Christopher at the top of the map, a place usually reserved for an image of the Virgin and Child, because the map is actually right side up. So they laid it down. So now, Instead of the map's author placed the Virgin and Child in the compass rose on a throne and flanked by two angels. The image was cut from a piece of paper and glued on, and possibly drawn by Juan de la Casa himself. So there's that one. The European and Mediterranean coasts are drawn in the style of Malacoran, and Portuguese Brazilian charts. The coastline is covered with the names of the cities and ports written in red and black, with red reserved for the most important. The Atlantic coast of Africa is accurately depicted thanks to the nautical charts produced by Portuguese navigators. And how did the Portuguese know about Africa in 1500? Is because they were getting in there, right? Here it is. The depiction of the continent of Asia, which is far less well known, is based on Ptolemaic theories, myths and legends, and chronicles of Italian explorers such as Marco Polo. Now, remember how when I first started off and saying that Christopher Columbus wanted to get to the Asia because of Marco Polo, like 100 or so years prior? Y'all still there, right? Oh shit.
Yep, I remember.
Oh, okay. I didn't know it was over here, but yeah. So, and that was from Kubla Khan. So if you ever get a chance, look up Marco Polo. He actually went over Asia, and they talked about Marco Polo, which is the reason why Christopher Columbus wanted to get to the other side and get some of that gold. But now, Europe, Africa, and Asia are covered with illustrations alluding not only to geographical features, but to political, economic, and religious ones too. There it is. The three kings follow the star to the city of Bethlehem. So those are the three kings on there, which you notice it's not in America because they didn't know about it, but they actually put it over here. The birth of Jesus in Bethlehem's on here. The Tower of Babylon is shown in a large tower shape like a minaret, reminiscent of depictions of the Tower of Babel. The Queen of Sheba in the Arabian Peninsula. Gold mining in Africa. The imprisonment of Gog and Magog behind the Caspian Mountains. The depiction of this scene combines biblical and mythical elements. The two main characters appear in the Old Testament, but the story of their imprisonment behind the Caspian Mountains by Alexander the Great is a medieval legend. Prester John also features in Africa, near what is now Ethiopia. The legend of Prester John, who was said to be a Christian ruler in the Indies, whose empire
Which they never found. That's one of the reasons why them motherfuckers started going to Africa in the first damn place.
Mm-hmm. And as filled with wonders, was very popular during the Middle Ages. In the north of Asia, there is a figure with several faces on their head and hands enclosed in a kind of niche bearing the inscriptions, idol of adulterers, is an image of the idol worshipped by adulterers in the city of Castrima. Now, I'm not sure if they put Castrima in America yet, but it's still over here. It says not only was Juan de la Casa's map a first-rate cartographic document, it was also an enlightened representation of man's understanding of the world known in the 16th century. So this is a map before, what did they say, that like the map is flipped and they did all this? So this is the actual map that they used in 1500. So I'm not sure what map they're using that's flipping, but the two maps, 1474, 1500. And I will leave this up just in case if you want a link or want the name of the website with all the maps so you can go in and verify it yourself and check my work. Here. Actually, and that's the came. Go back here. You got to show these people how to check work and not say you need to do your research. Give you these things. So the name of this home. Oh, you can just do here. I'm gonna drop that into the chat. Oldmaps.com. And I can't do it. Oh, it won't let me put it in the chat.
I can't hear nothing.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. My bad.
Oh, I can't put that, but that's the website. It won't let me put it in the. Oh, I can put it in this chat, huh?
Yeah, y'all getting some good research tonight.
So, and I'm definitely going to need some help. I do want to finish looking into the area in the 1500s.
Mm-hmm. That area that you were kind of we're hovering over now.
Right. So the area of Brazil, you know, because you got Elida that was there. There's also, like I said, 2 more explorers, because there is a book, The Aboriginal History of America or something like that by R.L. McCullough.
Mm-hmm.
What is it? History Americas. Is that right?
Aboriginal history of America.
Was it R.H. McCullough? Ugh. Oh, I think it's this. Oh, I didn't want to do this, but I guess while I'm here, I might as well just let me see, how do I search this thing? Is it going to give me the whole book? Okay, so he has one that says, let's see, Blackamore. Oh, that's not it. Is this the right book? Yeah, this is it, but but he has a passage in here that's the same thing I read in the 8 decades, which it's not the same transcription at all. It's completely different. But the way he writes it, he even states that it's not correct. So they use this book as well. So this is another. Here it is. I think it is. So just give me 1 second. Sorry, I wish I wanted to do this on a different one, because this one goes with the 1513, which I want to look into. Mm-hmm. But since I'm here, I can actually show you why or how he messed up.
My internet going in and out. Just let me know if you need.
Okay. I think this is it. Let me just make sure. Aboriginal. Yeah, I think this is it. So let's see. Yeah, because so this is where they talk about the copper color.
The copper color, dingy, swarthy looking folk.
Well, one in this complexion and appearance. So they always talk about the copper color, but here it is. Here's something that they totally missed because they said that every Indian was copper colored. Which is wrong. It's false. And I wanted to get into this before, but since I'm here, might as well. Is it? Okay. So right here, this is the section that they always bring up, how everything is copper colored. So the Hannan Islanders, copper colored, deep copper, all this copper, right? Light copper color. But if you keep going, he talks about someone else that was here. So light complexion. The women of I don't know how to say that, of Peru, they're much whiter, but not that one. There is a tribe that was in the north, right here. It has been long known that the Esquimaux were in comparison with other Americas of a white complexion. And this circumstance so far misled Dr. Robertson that he conjectured that they were descendants of the Norwegians who discovered Greenland in the year 982 and made some insignificant settlements there. It would be unnecessary to disprove this opinion, for the Norwegians themselves describe the Esquimaux already there before them under the name of Skrolingis. I don't know how to say it, or dwarfish people. But we will attempt to show or attempt to skew what the complexion of the Esquimaux is from the accounts of different travelers. So this is part of the natives that were not copper colored, because they want to say that everybody here was copper colored. And this is telling you in the same book that they used, if they turned the page and kept on going, that these were not copper colored. So the Greenlanders are described by the Ig of a dark tawny complexion, though some were pretty fair. But Ellis says their color inclines to the European white rather than to the copper color of the Americans. Another one, Dobbs, states they have a white complexion, not copper colored. So that's how many people now? 2 people. Look at the third one. Quam relates the Esquimaux are almost as white as Europeans. Captain Lyon observes the Esquimaux complexion previously washed is not darker than that of the Portuguese, and such parts of the body are as constantly covered, do not fall short in fairness to the generality of the natives of the Mediterranean. So how many is that? That's 1, 2, 3, 4. Here's the 5th one. Captain Perry says the complexion of young persons among them is clear and transparent, scarcely a shade darker than of a deep brunette. So now, this is why I would always say that not everyone was copper colored in the Americas. There's been other people that said they go in all shades. So now this copper colored, swarthy, all this other stuff, it's not true, because they're only using this portion and not reading any further. So, and then another thing that's a nail is in this same book. Is it this one? I don't think it's this book, is it? Oh, no. So in this same book, he also states the term copper color should not be used. Whoops. Shoot, what's wrong with me? Copper. Oh, no. I don't know. Find it. But anyway, in the same book, he tells you that copper color, I think it was either this one, it might be another one, but he tells you that copper color was just used like all the time. And it became a thing to where it shouldn't be used at all. because everybody was just getting it wrong. And it was off of sight, which some people would have paint on. And just like that tribe, the Esquimaux, wasn't black or copper colored, they were white. And that was a native of the Americas. So I wanted to do that in a different one, but I can't find where he's talking about Vasco. Is it VASC or VAC?
Where you at?
What was that guy's name? Is it the Spaniard, the 1513?
Vesco?
Is it VAS?
I can't remember. Hey, shout out to the swarthy, copper-colored people, whoever you guys are. Shout out to you. Because apparently they got this shit confused. Anybody could be a swarthy, copper-colored person.
Mad swarthy.
Mad swarthy. You getting real swarthy over there, bro.
The Swarthy Syndicate.
I likes that shit though. The Swarthy Syndicate.
Oh, is this it?
Team Swarthy.
No, that's not it. So in here, he's talking about it's blackamoors. Bam, here it is. Oh, now check this out. So now notice the difference. So right here in this section, so this is what he said. Now this guy right here. So in another part of America, if reliance can be placed upon the correctness of the relation, a race of blacks were seen at so early a period of our history that it seems impossible to avoid the conclusion that they were aboriginal. So this is what they use as one of the things to say they were aboriginal. So Peter Martyr, 3rd decade, page 97, which is this book right here. Now, he says, in describing the journey of Balboa across the Isthmus of Darien, AD, he says 1511, gives the following history. There is a region not above 2 days' journey from Quarca in which they found only blackamoors, and those exceeding fierce and cruel. The circumstance of finding them there, he attempted to explain by the conjecture that they were Europeans who had crossed the Atlantic to rob the country, and that they were, having been shipwrecked, they have been compelled by the natives to take refuge in the mountains. And it says, but this is all guesswork. Now, if you go back to the actual transcription, the Spaniards found Negro slaves in this province. It didn't say a town. They only live in a region 1 day's march from Quarca, and they are fierce and cruel. It is thought that the Negro pirates of Europea established themselves after the wreck of their ships in the mountains. So you see how different those are?
Mm-hmm.
And the only reason why I feel and believe that this is a more accurate, because of the very beginning, it shows you his works, what he translated, his status. You know, he was a very well-respected translator, and he translated the original document. Now, if you go to the beginning of this one, just like I did with that Tartaria book, a lot of people don't read the preface in the beginning of the book. So this is a source that they use now. Now I want you to see, and I feel very sorry if I'm punching someone in the gut for this one.
Hey, don't feel bad, man. Just let you know it's all good.
So he writes, where is it?
Are you about to hurt some swarthy colored, coffee colored feelings over here?
I might.
Yeah, look, you know, look. Okay, look.
Here it is. Preface. In the very beginning of this book, as the author of the following pages is conscious that his essay falls short of being complete. So this is an essay. So it falls short of being complete in his exhibition of the subject he has undertaken to investigate. He feels unwilling that the deficiencies or imperfections of the work should be attributed to any want of the exertion on his part. It is therefore hoped that he may be permitted, without the appearance of egotism, to say a few words upon the nature of his labor in the composition of present volume. So he's telling you that stuff that he's writing is, I guess, to the best of his ability, but there's a lot of errors in here, inaccuracies. And it says, before the author had completed his studies in the profession, so he's writing this without even completing or fully completing whatever he intended to, for which he was originally intended, he had employed himself with an attempt to understand the manner by which America had been supplied with men and animals. At that time, though his views hardly extended beyond explaining the mere physical difficulties that being to the investigation, they were deemed sufficiently interesting by the late Dr. Rush of Philadelphia. So there's a part in here very soon after his publication. He tells you how hard it was to get some of this work. Let me see. And this ties directly into how his account is different than the other account. The difficulties with which the author has had to contend in procuring suitable books can hardly be appreciated by those who have attempted a similar investigation in the United States. The Public Library of Baltimore, although an excellent collection of books for general readers, was very deficient in the useful to his research. He was therefore obliged, as far as his own means allowed, to procure them from England and France, when an opportunity occurred to make the purchase. For as the earlier writers on America have been long out of print, it is but seldom that they can be obtained. Indeed, it has been impossible to procure the Spanish writers in their own language. So that right there is very important. So the text that he went to transcribe was, he just says it. Indeed, it has been impossible to procure the Spanish writers in their own language, and this will explain the reason why they are sometimes quoted according to a French translation. So he's not translating it through their actual words. It's another person's translation. So he's translating it on another translation. Whereas this author is actually translating the Spanish version. So not sorry.
Welcome to Swarthy Row, y'all.
Yeah. We ain't mean to break any copper colored swarthy hearts out there, you little indigenous copper colored swarthy hearts. If they're broken, we don't give a fuck.
So yeah, so if you're running around using this Aboriginals of what is this? The history
got exposed today hard.
Huh?
I said they got exposed today.
Yeah, so if you're running around using this, the Aboriginal history of America, saying you're swarthy, for one, turn the page and find out the ones with white skin. Also, why don't you pick up an author that actually reads Latin? So,
boy, you real smooth. You real smooth with this shit, bro. You real smooth with it, bro.
You know, if they're gonna make me go back to school and do this stuff again, then I gotta sting them.
Come on with it, man.
Well, that concludes, and that's the stuff that I wanted to show you. And like I said, the next one that I'm gonna try to put together is between 1492 to 1511, which covers because I'm actually curious about it. Who actually was there, man, and who shipwrecked?
I'm down with that.
Yeah. Because what was it right here? To see exactly who shipwrecked before. So I know the players, but there's actually like four or five more. And it's another question when somebody wants to say, oh, they were in the mountains. Right here.
Right. It could have been a shipwreck and they ended up in the mountains after the shipwreck.
And I do want to say this. They always pull out the inscriptions, but you see, this is 3rd decade. So they always want to pull these pages or anything. And you see how this is 3rd decade? Man, they got the 1st decade. So they time skipped all over this. He has like 2 whole decades. And let's see, does this work? No, let me do. But yeah. Oh, yeah. So he has all these decades to go through. So they're just picking and choosing stuff and it doesn't match what they're saying. So all this is 1st decade. And this is actually the same guy that was with Columbus. So that's why he's an important one. And again, this is the 8 decades of Peter Martyr. And that concludes mine. So I just, like I said, appreciate y'all listening to the stuff that I found and was going through. And I hope it's been informative. And if I missed anything or if I made a mistake anywhere, definitely let me know.
Welcome to Swarthy Row, y'all.
Mad Swarthy.
Swarthy Row.
Damn.
And I got something to add to that too that I forgot. And this worked out perfectly because this is right up the alley. So Vanta, if you don't mind, let me butt in real quick. I'm gonna jump right back out. I just wanted y'all to see this ridiculousness, and I had promised to somebody in the comments yesterday that I am going to be bringing up Monty Muse's book, and it was a ridiculous live that we seen. If y'all remember, he was using this book right here. Can y'all see it? And this is crazy. If y'all don't believe me, when we find the video, we'll play it again. Or if y'all remember, y'all know what I'm talking about. He actually, I'm gonna blow this up as big as I can. Y'all can still see it, right? It's just real big on your screen. This is supposed to be us.
Yeah, we good.
This is supposed to be us right here, the American. What is the 3rd race? What are its characteristics? The American or Indian race. They're saying that's us. This is what they say in their video. Found only in America, is of a deep copper color, straight black hair, high cheekbones, eyes black and sunken, large faces, and robust bodies. This race comprises all the American Indians except the Eskimo, who belong to the Asiatic race.
I just read that, didn't I?
Yeah.
About that group.
That's exactly why I said this is perfect. Look at that. That's not us. And right under it, well, what do you have here? He's on the live showing people, see, this is us. They don't want to tell you about that. They don't want to tell you. You right here, nigga. What is the 4th race and what are its characteristics? The African or Negro race. They have a jet black skin, low, narrow foreheads, black woolly hair, thick lips, and long heels. The native inhabitants of Africa, except those parts before mentioned, some of the natives of the larger islands of the Pacific and Indian Oceans and their descendants in different quarters of the globe constitute this class. Bro, that's you. What? Right there. This is not you, man.
Why are y'all trying to be something that you're not?
He might want to go back to dancing.
What the fuck is that about?
So I don't know why he tried to use this shit. I don't get it. And that's why, even though the lady said this book was debunked, I still went and looked. I gotta look.
Yeah.
Because it's going to be something in there. And they always do it. They're just addicted to pushing their own shit in. But that's what I want to do. Wait, hold on. Wait. There is one more part.
This nigga, we're gonna take the African and put it out to the side. Remember that?
Oh. Yeah,
mad swarthy.
There was one more in here. That shit was crazy. Yo, this is
gonna cut the African.
Are you reading your book?
Side. Y'all are getting bodied up in here.
Wait, is that it? The population of America consists of 3 classes: whites, Negroes, and Indians. There goes the distinction. The whites are Europeans and their descendants who have migrated hither since its discovery. The Negroes are descendants of Africans who were forced from their native country and sold for slaves. The Indians are the Aborigines and are most savages. They are still in possession of the greater part of the continent. They are of an olive complexion, fierce aspect, tall, straight, and robust. See, look, it says they're still in possession of the greater parts of the continent. That goes back to what we were talking about earlier, where they were saying we want to let these people go, right? In the late 1700s, we want to let them go, but we don't know if they're going to strike back. We don't know if they civilize. They can't be talking about the Indians because the Indians are already in possession of the greater part of the continent. They're talking about foreigners. But that's all. My bad, Vanta. Good. I just had to throw that back in there. And hold up. Hold on. I fucked up. Y'all. I didn't show the source. I'm gonna go back up to the
Oh, what's that? What's that book? What's Swarthy?
The one you just had?
No, somebody put where is it?
My bad. Put this
I found a book explaining what Swarthy is, the physiological transaction of the I need to keep that. Let me look at that one. By Charles Hutton. I keep on getting people. I didn't explain the thing 3 times what Swarthy meant. Gave him everything.
Y'all see it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you good.
All right, y'all go ahead, screenshot that, whatever, pause it, do what you got to do, and blow it up a little bit. Make sure y'all can see it.
I literally 3 times.
That's their book, man.
That's the book they use with those illustration in it. Ain't that a bitch?
You know, I had somebody tell me, did I say this yesterday, that they didn't while we were enslaved, they just went and changed all the pictures.
Say it again.
They just went and changed all the portraits, just all the paintings.
That's what they saying?
Yeah, because all the Europeans were swarthy. They mad.
Nigga, you got to be crazy.
You fucking tripping, yo. Oh my God.
Well, all right, I'll go ahead and step down. Like I said, thank you, and I appreciate y'all.
Dude, we appreciate you, man. Don't go nowhere. You better stay in contact. You need to be in correspondences with us. Are you in the group mobile joint?
No.
Got your number. Put your number in the chat so Susan can add you to the to our, because we talk outside of the joint.
Okay.
And that way I can send the link and everything. We can just share information and shit. Man, I'm impressed, bro. Every time you come up here, man, you do your thing, bro. And we appreciate over here. Appreciate that, man. That was very swarthy of you, bro.
That was mad swarthy. That's how I do it,
bro. Like, damn. Vanta up next. He dropped L's. Everybody had to hold those L's last time Vanta was up here. Ooh, man.
What it do? I'm almost at the SMIB. I did put it in the link, but I might be
okay. Yeah, I think I got it. Yeah.
But I'm almost back at the grid.
So make sure you get his number, man, in the private chat.
All right. I'm gonna switch over to my phone. So I'm gonna drop out and come back in on my phone.
All right. Yeah, man. Thank you, man, for your work.
All right, no problem.
Appreciate it, man. It's all a big puzzle. We just putting the pieces together for y'all, family. We got this shit covered, man. We talked about 1400, the land of the Negroes. We hopped over here. We talked the Greater or the Lesser Antilles, Central America. We figured out what they was doing over here when the Spaniards got here. I mean, it's been a crazy day.
All right, now we about to get into some Clyde winners real quick.
Yeah.
This little stuff ain't really that long.
Hey, man, it's all good. You can close us out with the information. Now I got 3 links. Do I do the first one that you sent?
Yeah. It don't. Yeah, it's
right.
It should. Either one of them should be cool.
Everybody feeling pretty schwaffy tonight out there? We have a schwaffy crowd tonight. Can you see my screen?
Going against what he was saying.
Y'all can see my screen?
Yup.
Okay, good. Let me know, man, because like this on me now, so I want to make sure I don't get chipped out.
It should be one of the other ones because that one is
oh shit,
it's
it ain't
not
this
Clyde Winter's work. That's an actual study. Not saying his stuff ain't actual studies. But...
Is this it? Oh shit.
Yeah, that's it. Cool.
I download this one.
I have to turn it.
Yeah,
Wait, got the paper too.
Why can't it?
Swarthy gang.
Welcome to Swarthy Row.
Okay, which one am I looking at, Vance? Is it the free PDF?
It should have dang. It popped up weird.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, what is it?
Oh yeah, it's not a. Yeah, it's one you to download it. I don't know if you've been on the site too many times.
I might have been on here one too many times.
Let me see. I might be able to pull it up on this laptop.
Yeah, if you get on the laptop, you can always share it.
Real quick. Yeah, I just got back to this crib.
Take your time, man. We already 6-7 hours in almost.
7 of them things in.
You don't gotta rush.
Let me open this bad boy up.
It's enough swarf to go around.
Swarthalicious.
Swarthalicious. Welcome to Swarth Road. This shit is swarthy. What's swarthing out this bitch?
I'm having copper colored thoughts, y'all.
Oh, we lost our copper colored swarthy minds out this motherfucker.
You done lost your shit. I'm gonna have to steal that and use that one. Trolling the motherfucker.
The swarthiest, the more garviest.
Oh my god. This shit is funny, yo.
Swarthy University.
Swarthy University.
Get your education today. Dial 1-800-844-SWARTHY.
Copper colored thoughts, fam.
I still find it odd whenever I hear him on the line. It's like, we all the swarthy. It's like, man, you don't ever use that outside of online. Come on, man. Stop playing around. I can't look at you, sisters.
Thank God for my swarthy baby.
This is the only time in life I'm using this shit.
Nigga, what?
Why are you using them goddamn words? Fucking swarthy. We're gonna use it now though.
It's funny, man. That swarthy, they start coming up, man, out the woodwork. I'm like, what the fuck is a swarthy? Almost that shit for a while.
It has them so messed up that they run around like all the Europeans because it said they all black. The presidents are black. I'm like, man, come on, really? As much racism as they had, you really think they was black? Really?
Everything black, man. My toes black. We all black, man.
And the bad thing is like, I tell them, I was like, do you really know how bad that sounds?
I got you.
If everybody was.
Why they saying? Oh well.
What you say?
I was like,
I'm talking to my wife.
Okay.
Oh no, I was saying that. I keep telling them, like, do you really know how bad that sounds? If everybody was all black, we had this small percentage of non-swarthy people just took over everything. Man, come on. Just you see how you sounding right now?
Gods. They turning them into super villains. Like, come on.
Super swarthy villains, yo.
It's like, oh, there was only like a handful. You mean that?
We were everywhere. And these people just came out the cave. A whole handful of people just came out the cave and took over the entire world. Get the fuck out of here.
Like, they didn't have boats. But yet, the Spaniards came over.
It's the dumbest story ever, bro. That should be sounding good for your ego.
Yeah, we were everywhere. Yeah, we did this. That's us. Yeah, we're Swarthy, the Swarthites. Yeah.
You're like, you're everywhere.
Like they rationalize.
And y'all don't know it, y'all dumb motherfuckers.
Right?
With the
And then,
Hebrew
look.
Swarthyites and shit.
The Hebrew
I literally gave him a logic bomb, you know, and I told him, I was like, you mean to tell me if you look at all the paintings, and this is before he went left on me, I was like, if you look at all the paintings.
The chat has got me rolling, yo. I'm sorry, Robinson. Go ahead, bro.
No, you know, I told him, I hit him with a logic bomb. I was like, wait, okay, so if all these Black Europeans, and then you look at all the paintings, you're telling me that everybody Black wanted to be painted white. I was like, is that what you're really saying? But they swarthy. But they swarthy. I'm like,
I don't want to be swarthy today. You just paint me white.
Yeah, you know, like somebody's gonna be sitting there is like, hey man, I need you to paint me. No, make my skin lighter. No, give me a different nose. I want the hair that's dead. I'm tired of my hair going to the sun. Give me the dead hair.
These niggas are scamming y'all. They are scamming y'all.
So do you want me to paint you swarthy today, or no? I think I'm gonna go white. But you're swarthy. I don't give a fuck. Just paint me white.
Scamming y'all, motherfuckers, yo.
Do you want the regular hair? Well, what kind of hair you want? You want that sun hair? No, give me that dead hair. I want it hanging down to the ground.
Dingy, swarthy look. I heard live talking about. I heard live was like, "Yo, you see that? We were dingy because it said it describes somebody as dingy." It's like you really gonna stoop that low to say you're dingy?
And these dumbass motherfuckers really sat in a chair to let somebody paint them too. You're gonna paint me completely different, but I'm gonna still sit my ass in this chair so you could look at me, even though you ain't about to paint me.
Look, it says
put a wig on me too. Make it look like I got a wig on.
Dingy. That just means
don't look nothing like him.
Person who got dirt on their face a little bit. That's dingy.
But now, look, he argued me down too. But they were Black. Like, is that what you really saying? They want to be painted white?
You want to be a dingy ass Negro? Come on, bro.
Hey, look, I'm telling you, I'm done if somebody change their name. If they start changing their name to the dingy copper colored swarthy, I'm done.
Nigga, what?
There's no hope. If they was like, my name is the dingy copper colored swarthy.
Swarthy gang, okay?
They're from planet Swarth.
Yeah, we need to get our. Matter of fact, I'm gonna start selling swarthy clothing. Watch.
Get your swarthy apparel today.
Make money off these job answers.
Got swarthy bracelets, swarthy pigeon feathers.
You got your copper
G-Man sequence.
Well, what to do? Don't trademark it because they don't understand what trademarking means. They thinking that people eating African Americans.
Swarthy lives matter.
Swarthy lives matter. Facts.
We are 12 swarthy toasted. That's the funniest shit.
I identify as swarthy.
Man, you whole swarthy today. You like a whole swarthy.
You a whole swarthy, baby.
I'm a swarthy more.
Different from
Land
Black
of the swarthy people, yo.
Coming in all
land of the swarthies, yo. Where's the land of the swarthy people at, yo?
Oh, that's in that map. That was that 1300 map.
Fucked up. See, if they was Black, they would have said Negro. You dig? They had a clear fucking definition of who a Black Negro was.
Oh no, Lily, they can't be Superman because I was told that Superman was a Moor because his last name was L.
Oh damn, that makes sense, right? Ooh man, Superman, huh?
Man, I almost threw my phone. They was like, yeah, Superman, a Moor because his last name.
Hold on, y'all joking or y'all like serious?
I'm dead serious.
Yeah, serious, bro. They believe that comic book,
I got that.
TV series and movies are real, bro.
Dude, I got that. Yo, I got that. I think I put that on my YouTube when they were saying it.
Oh hell no. Hell no. Yo, we got you, man. My bad.
All right, okay.
We're in the swarthy activities right now.
Let me tone my swarthy down. You got
to calm down. We acting a little too swarthy in here. Cut it out.
We was on that swarthy R. Kelly type shit.
Get that shit out, y'all.
Oh no. Not R. Kelly.
Mad swarthy.
Golden
son.
Swarthy shower. Let me stop, yo. I'm
I'm telling you, I went and visited the Swarthy, New York, so we run around. It's mad swarthy, son.
Yo, son, I gotta roll up off of this.
Hey, let me get that swarthy juice.
All right, so this first one is just Clive Winter's work, so I'm just gonna read this real quick. I think you just had to scroll down a little bit further. I was like, where's this bad boy at? So yeah, so getting into the HLA. All right, break this bad boy down real quick. Wait, hold on, is this door closed?
Nothing move but the swarthy.
All right, so HLA-B*35 in Mexican Amerindians and African populations, and this is by Clive Winters, of course. Abstract: the Spanish found numerous black communities in Mexico when they reached America in 1492. Hold on real quick. Let me go to the other room, my queen. Woo, 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 woo. My wife can play her stuff. Big chili. All right.
Shout out to Naomi from the Swarthy of the Blackfoot tribe in America. Shout out.
Shout out. Peace. Can we give a big Swarthy hand clap to that? Go ahead, bro.
Numerous black communities in Mexico when they reached America in 1492. In addition, archaeologists has found skeletons of sub-Saharan Africans at many ancient Mexican sites. The existence of HLA-B*35 among sub-Saharan Africans and Mongoloid Native Americans occurs in high frequencies. This suggests that this pattern of shared HLA among these populations is the result of ancient pre-Columbian contact and not the Atlantic slave trade. All right. Introduction. Researchers have successfully used human, I think that's leucite or something, leukocyte or something like that. Antigens, HLA polymorphisms to investigate ethnic relationships and origins. This results from the reality that HLA alleles and haplotypes differ within and among ethnic groups. Generally, the HLA alleles correspond to people that are related geographically. James, in 2006, in a study of the HLA in Indigenous American populations, found that the antigen of the rhesus system considered to be an indication of African ancestry is found among Indians in Belize and Mexico at centers associated with the Mayan civilization. Gerthy also noted that the A*28 common among Africans has high frequencies among Eastern Maya. It is interesting to note that the Otomi, a Mexican group identified as being of African origin, and 6 Mayan groups show the B allele of the ABO system that is considered to be African origin. In this paper, we will examine the relationship between sub-Saharan Africans and Mexican Native Americans in relation to the HLA-B*35 it will look at the frequency of the HLA B*35 within these populations. I believe there's Arnez or Arnez, Benella, Benilla, Bellina, yeah, Bellina, my bad. And other researchers have suggested that sub-Saharan Africans were among the first Americans. So Bellina, Winters, Spanish explorers found sub-Saharan Africans already in Mexico when they arrived. When the Spanish arrived in Mexico, they found sub-Saharan Africans. Amerigo Vespucci met some African merchants on the way back to West Africa in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. Much of what we know about African nautical sciences comes from, I think that's Vasco da Gama. Vasco da Gama is said to have found information about the West Indies from Ahmed B. Majed, whom he met along the west coast of Africa. Majed wrote a handbook of navigation on the Indian Ocean, Red Sea, the Persian Gulf, Sea of Southern China, and the waters around Indian islands. Majed is also said to be the inventor of the compass. The Spanish left us mention of many sub-Saharan communities in Central America and Mexico. Paul that when Balboa reached America, he found negre veritables, or true blacks. Balboa noted Indian traditions of Mexico and Central America indicate that Negroes were among the first occupants of that territory. This is why so many Mexicans have African faces. In addition to reports of the first Spanish chronicles, eyewitness accounts of sub-Saharan African populations in the Caribbean and Mexico, anthropologists have found sub-Saharan African skeletons at pre-Columbian sites. Some of the ancient Maya skeletal remains indicate that they also suffered from sickle cell anemia, illness associated with sub-Saharan Africans. So that's a lot. He's getting into a whole bunch of other things that you have to research independently, but we're mainly focusing on the HLA today. Materials and methods. HLA data was used in the study HLA databases in literature for Meso-Amerindians and Sub-Saharan Africans. Was analyzed to determine the frequency of the HLA B*35 among these populations. The HLA literature review focused on West African, Sub-Saharan Africans, and Mexican Native Americans HLA alleles. Results in discussion. In Figure 1, we see the distribution of HLA B*35 among Sub-Saharan Africans and Mesoamerican populations. HLA B*35 locus alleles have been detected among many Amerindian populations in Mesoamerica. The HLA B*35 alleles are frequently found among Guatemalan Maya at 45.9%. I think that's Hostec or Hustec at 38.9%, and the Nahuas at 36.8%. In relation to Mexican Native Americans, frequent HLA B*35 extended haplotypes complexes. These complexes include A*02 B*35 among Mayans, which is 10.6%. The Mexican at 3%. The Maztecans at 2.5%. The A*24 and B*35 DRBI*07-DQB1*0302 Mayans at 5%, and A*24 B*35 DRBI asterisk 0802 NDQBT, asterisk 0402 Mesteca at 5%, and the Mayan at 4.2%. The HLA-B asterisk 35 is very common among sub-Saharan African populations. HLA-B asterisk 35 among sub-Saharan populations is identical to the HLA-B asterisk 53, except for a short sequence specifying, the BW4 motif. This has led researchers to conclude that the HLA-B asterisk 53 results from gene conversion. HLA-B asterisk 35 alleles are common in Gambia at 16%, region of Africa and Mali at 18%. An examination of the HLA-B asterisk 35 among specific sub-Saharan African populations indicate the highest frequency among West Africans is found among Mandinka at 31.4%. Other sub-Saharan populations that carry the HLA-B asterisk 35 include the Jolo at 22.8%, the Wolof at 22.55%, and the Fula at 27.88%. Or 27.80%. So figure 1, African and Mexican Amerindian HLA-B asterisk frequencies. So just dealing with the different tribes or groups, African and Mexican, and how high you find HLL in these different groups. So you got the Mayans, the Wolof, how they just mentioned, and the Mayans have it at the highest frequency, as you see. Discussion. It is interesting to note that while MAHLA show no relationship with East Asian, Polynesians, and Australians, they do show relationship to the Omani and African HLA alleles. The high frequency of the HLA-B asterisk 35 among MA and SSA, Mesoamerican and Sub-Saharan Africans, suggests that some relationship, suggests some sort of relationship. The frequency of HLA-B asterisk 35 among Mesoamericans and Sub-Saharan Africans is high, ranging between 22 to 31% among Sub-Saharan African populations and 30 to 45% among Mesoamerican groups. The frequencies of the HLA-B asterisk 35 and at 45% is highest among Maya. This is not surprising because the quadriphage, I believe the quadriphage is classified the Chantal Maya as sub-Saharan Africans, and sickle cell anemia is found among ancient Mayan skeletons. The fact that archaeologists have found numerous sub-Saharan African skeletons in Mexico, some of them showing evidence of sickle cell anemia, suggests that Africans were in Mexico before the advent of Christopher Columbus, and other anemia suggests that Africans were in Mexico before the advent of Christopher Columbus. And other Europeans indicate a large number of blacks lived in Mexico before Columbus arrived in the Western Hemisphere. This, along with I believe the Lankanden and the Otomi being classified as Negroes, may indicate that contact between Mesoamericans and Sub-Saharan African populations that led to shared HLA-B asterisk 35 among within each population took place prior to the European discovery of America. So to break down what he's really getting into with the HLA, so what he's getting into is basically, to break this down in a simplistic way, is the origins of some of these HLA genes or alleles are said to be African. And also, he's saying that you find them in the highest frequencies in Africans and Amerindians. So he's trying to correlate all that to say that is of African origins, and also trying to hint at that, you know, the first people were African, using the HLA, just specifically just focusing on that and not everything else that he brought up in the study as well. So I'm gonna pull up the other study real quick that actually gets into where they believe this HLA gene came from in Amerindians.
Push that shit, bro. Family, if you haven't hit the like button yet, go ahead and do that. Go ahead and do that.
All right, let me go ahead and boom, bam, there we go. All right, let me turn this freaking air off. This bad boy just blowing. We even do nothing. All right. So this is an actual study done on the origins of the HLA genes in Amerindians. So this is opposing what Clyde Winters was saying that it was an African origin, and using frequency along with origin to basically try to draw those connections to saying that the first people over here were African or of African origins. But we're going to see what this study is actually saying. The origin of Amerindians in the peopling of the Americas according to the HLA genes, admixture with Asian and Pacific people, not African people. All right, so abstract. The classical three waves theory of American peopling through Beringia was based on a mixed anthropological and linguistic methodology. The use of mtDNA, Y chromosome, and other DNA markers offers different results according to the different markers and methodologies chosen by different authors. At present, the peopling of Americas remains uncertain regarding time of population, time of when it got populated, and number of peopling waves in place of peopling entrance, among other related issues. So the number of peopling, which is the number of waves, and also where they entered into two people of the Americas. In the present review, we have gathered most available HLA data already obtained about first Native American populations, which raise some doubts about the classical three waves of American peopling hypothesis. In summary, our conclusions are Northwest Canadian Athabascans have had gene flow with close neighboring populations, Amerindians, Pacific Islanders, including East Australians and Siberians. Beringia was probably not the only entrance of people to America. Pacific Ocean boat trips may have contributed to the HLA genetic American profile, or the opposite could also be true. So people from America going to the Pacifics or to the other regions where you find HLA. Amerindians' entrance to America may have been different to that of the Athabascans and Eskimos or the Inuits,
And Amerindians may have been in their lands long before the Athabascans and the Eskimos or the Inuits, because they present an altogether different set of HLA-DRB1 allele frequencies. Amerindians show very few particular alleles. Almost all are shared with other Amerindians. Athabascans and Pacific Islanders, including East Australians and Siberians, our results, my bad, did I skip some? Amerindians show very few particular alleles. Almost all are shared with other Amerindian, Athabascans, and Pacific Islanders, including East Australians and Siberians. Our results do not support the three-wave model of American peopling, but another model where people entrance is not only Beringia, but also Pacific coast. Reverse migration, America to Asia, is not discarded, and different movements of people in either direction in different times are supported by the Athabascan population admixture with Asian Pacific populations with Amerindians. The HLA variability is more common than allele variability, my bad, in Amerindians. Finally, it is shown that gene genealogy analysis should be completed with allele frequency and analysis in population relatedness in migration studies. So just to break it down to contrast before I read on, as you see, Clyde Winters, he left out the Asian and the Pacific Islander HLA genes. And in this study, they are leaving out the African genes, HLA genes, because they're really more getting into relatedness. So they're saying that the more closely related genes to Amerindians, if we get specifically talking about the HLA genes, the people who have the closest HLA genes to Amerindians and those Amerindians that have the isolate HLA gene is the Northwest Canadian Athabascans, the Inuits, other Amerindians, of course, Pacific Islanders, and East Australians and Siberians. So another thing to contrast is he was suggesting that America was basically populated by Africans and getting into high frequency and origins. And what this study is getting into, it's saying that when it's looking at the HLA genes, what it sees is that it's more closely related to Asians and Pacific people. Not only that, but they are seeing that the three-wave model, which I get into all the time, is not fully supported. Not saying it didn't happen, but it doesn't fully support everyone who came into the Americas. So it's also getting into trying to show proof of another interest other than Beringia, and which is the Pacific coast. Which gets into, a couple other things that I've talked about previously, like the people from the Aleutian Islands having DNA that comes from people from Australia and stuff like that, Papua New Guinea. So that's what they're finding with the HLL genes, and maybe there even being a reverse migration from America to Asia. And that's how this gene flow might have occurred. So let's break it down. So that's two totally things, as you see. So one is saying Africans basically populated America. The other one is saying maybe Asians and Pacific people populated the Americas coming in through the Pacific coast. Or in reverse, people from the Americas, coming into Asia, into the Pacific. All right, so The first Amerindian natives are postulated to have come from Asia through the Barren Land Bridge. Oh shoot! Hold on, I can't even see. I was just checking to see if everybody hear me. The Kelp Highway. I was gonna check y'all out real quick. Oh yeah, the Kelp Highway. But I'm gonna get back to it. All right. Y'all can still hear me, can't y'all?
Yeah, you good, brother.
Oh, okay. All right, smooth.
You good. Keep cooking.
So yeah, like I said, I've been finding some intriguing things, but the first Amerindian natives are postulated to have come from Asia through the Barren Land Bridge between 30,000 and 12,000 years before present. These conclusions have been based on cultural, morphological, and genetic similarities between American and Asian populations. Both Siberia and Mongolia have been put forward as the most likely places of origin in Asia. Greenberg first postulated the triple migration theory, figure 1, for explaining the peopling of Americas. Amerindians, most North and South American Indians, 12,000 years before presence, the Na-Dene, the Athabascans, the Navajo, the Apache, 8,000 years before present, and the Eskimo or the Inuits or the Lutes or the Lucians, 6,000 years before presence. Research carried out before the widespread use of the Y chromosome, and other nuclear DNA markers, including mtDNA, for the study of populations, supported the three-wave model. However, other mtDNA studies have not. Other authors postulate only one wave coming from Mongolia, North China, as giving rise to the first Native American ancestor. The study of Y chromosome DNA markers seem to suggest existence of a single major paternal haplotype in both North and South American Native populations. However, other studies of Y chromosomes show that more than one paternal founder haplotypes arrived in America during different migrations, probably from Siberia. So here we go. Here's the map. So you got the Inuits, the Na-Dene. So I guess they just showing the Kennewick man. I know a lot of people have heard me bring him up. So that's where the Kennewick man is from, 9,000 years before present. New Mexico, 11,000 years ago, stone tools. Monte Verde, 33,000 years before present, 12,000 years before present. The Meadowcroft, 12,000 years before present. The Cactus Hill, 15,000 and 16,000 years before present. The Pedra Ferrada, 40,000, 17,000 years before present. And this is some of the theories. So we have the Sotran theory, people coming from the Arctic islands, coming from Europe, basically, and then the Trans-Pacific people coming from Asia in the Pacific Islands. A map of America showing the most accepted theory of peopling of this continent from Asia through the Bering Strait. Amerindians, 30 to 12,000 years before present. The Na-Dene, 8,000 years before present. The Athabascans in Canada. Californian Indian isolates in the Navajo and Apache. From southern United States, the Inuits, 6,000 years before present. The Aleuts from Aleutian Islands in the Bering Strait are considered separate from the Inuits in linguistic and other anthropological parameters and were present in the islands before Eskimos reached North America. In addition, Aleut HLA profile is different from the Inuit's profile. Other theories of peopling of Americas are arrows, trans-Pacific from Australia, Pacific Islands, and from the Iberian Peninsula or the Sotran people. Archaeological relevant findings are also represented. Section references, particularly the Kennewick Man from Washington State, USA, the Meadowcroft, Pennsylvania, USA, and the Cactus Hill, Virginia, USA, and Pedra Ferrada, Brazil, and Monte Verde in Chile. More recently, new mtDNA analysis has somebody text me. Oh, okay. All right. But more recently, new mtDNA analysis has suggested that all mtDNA lineages must have been isolated in Asia before entering the New World by at least 7,000 to 15,000 years. They even suggest that this place must have been Beringia, which is now underwater, and they will never be able to get any samples from because it's all underwater. Also, a dispersal of Amerindians coming from Asia has been put forward through coastal. I shouldn't say never because they could still get the stuff underwater, but I doubt that they'd do that. It's probably not worth the money. Has been put forward through coastal Pacific line based on all available archaeological, anthropological, and mtDNA and genetic data. All these calculations are done by using paternal Y chromosome or maternal mtDNA lineages may be biased when population displacements are concerned, as in putative Amerindian displacement from Asia to the Americas. In addition, other authors using nuclear histocompatibility, histocompatibility or HLA markers do not regard as important and impossible to establish the number of timing of migration waves. The important issue is whether immigrants, Amerindians, were already differentiated in Asia into such ethnic groups whose descendants are still to be found in Asia. So they still haven't found some of the Amerindian descendants or ancestors in Asia. So that's when people be like, certain things are only, like certain haplogroups are only in America. Certain HLA genes are only found in America. So that's what people are getting into. If we were differentiated, then the question of how and when they crossed the Barren Land Bridge is a secondary one. Y chromosome and mtDNA studies seem unable to resolve this question, mainly because the studies have been gene rather than population based. Their emphasis has been on variant genealogies rather than on population frequency studies. In this regard, HLA data may be more informative because maternal and paternal lineages in both frequencies and genealogies may be studied more comparing populations. Aleut insertion investigations have also been carried out to ascertain the origin of the first Americans. The results are not concordant with the multiple wave migration hypothesis. But before I continue on, let me explain the multiple wave hypothesis, which is they believe people from South Asia might have migrated into America first, and then people from East Asia came in and replaced them. Or they believe people from South Asia met up or mingled with people from East and Northeast Asia, then they crossed over from the Barren. Or they believe all of them were met up and were in the Barren or Beringia for a while and then crossed over. So So yeah, so that's the three-way model, still all coming across Beringia. So that's why they said earlier, this the HLA is kind of going against that. So the results are not concordant with multiple wave migration hypothesis. A surprisingly short genetic distance between Chinese and Native Americans was found and explained by recent gene flow from Asia. A trans-Pacific route of American peopling from Asia or Polynesia has been suggested because HTLV-1 virus strains share identical sequences in Japan and in northern coast of South America. And some HLA alleles may have been introduced by the same trans-Pacific route. Finally, both genetic and archaeological evidence suggests that a two-way transatlantic traffic occurred before Columbus discovered America. Archaeologists in New Mexico have recently found tools used 20,000 years ago in Spanish Sotran culture. All these discrepancies and uncertainties about Amerindian origins may be due to methodological sampling differences and also to the different genealogical history of each genetic marker and or to the phylogenetic usefulness of different DNA markers. For instance, functional molecules, cytochrome, BMT-DNA are used against and an admixture of intronic and exonic DNA markers. As in the ALU or STR studies, the obtained molecular genetic history cannot be the same one. In addition, population movements should be studied like a group of genes, movements, etc., when gene frequencies, genetic distances, dendrograms, and correspondence analysis, which better reflect the population displacement in other populations, Asian and Amerindian relatedness, and afterwards completed with genealogies. The quasi specific HLA alleles and the HLA haplotypes in mtDNA and the Y chromosome markers. Thus, in the present work, we have studied the North, Meso, and South American Amerindians' HLA gene frequencies and compared it with those of other North American Indians in worldwide populations, particularly with Asian and Pacific populations. Also, we have studied the following Amerindian ethnic groups: the Sere, the Mex, the Mexicans, the Zapotecans, the Guaranis, I'm messing this up, the Lakota Sioux, the Mazatecans, the Teniks, the Mayans, the Kojis, the Arsarios. We're going to skip those because I don't want to mess them all up, but y'all see them, y'all can look them all up independently. So to determine the HLA class 1, A and B in class 2, DRB1 and DQB1. So those were the same ones that Clyde Winters brought up, and that's another thing, that they do sometimes. He said that they weren't found in Asian and Pacific people, but it is found in them. So it's like stuff like that they be doing. It's just like, that's why people say that, they're not credible, because, when you do stuff like that and then people find it and they can prove it. Amerindian allelic lineages, hereafter alleles for simplicity, or specific HLA haplotypes by using DNA sequencing in serology. In other words, the most frequent HLA alleles and haplotypes in Amerindians, which do not exist or exist in very low frequency in other populations. Once again, let me say it again. Most frequent HLA alleles and haplotypes in Amerindians, which do not exist or exist in very low frequency in other populations. So, genealogy comparison, and to compare the Amerindians' HLA allele frequencies with those of other first American natives, Na-Dene, Inuits, and Aleuts, and also those of other worldwide populations, in order to clarify the still unclear peopling of the Americas and the origins of Amerindians. Groups of genes comparisons by using genetic distances, neighboring, joining, dendrograms, and correspondence analysis. Results and discussion. So let's get to the results and let's discuss it.
Yeah, boy.
So this is way more intriguing than what Clyde Winters was just trying to put off. So this is all right. So DRB1 alleles in the HLA extended haplotypes, North American and Meso South American populations. The low number of class 1 alleles found may be artificial, since many of them may not have been yet detected. In fact, many more HLA class 1 alleles are defined at present day. We have chosen DRB1 alleles because many populations are typed for DRB1 high resolution alleles and very few for HLA class 1 or other class 2 loci. No completely specific DRB1 alleles are found in North or South American populations. Some of the alleles are found in other populations in very low frequency. Okay. Footnote. At the moment, the only exceptions are DRB1 *0411 and DRB1 *0417 alleles, which are only found in all studied Meso and South Amerindians, bold red color, compared to previous times. All right, so North American alleles, North American haplotypes, Mesoamerican haplotypes, Meso and South American alleles, South American haplotypes. So this is just showing the different alleles and haplotypes found in the Americas. Geography of the most frequent HLA-DRB1 alleles and HLA extended haplotypes. The latter are ordered by frequency in indigenous populations of America. Most frequent North American DRB1 alleles are represented in blue. So the most frequent are represented in blue. So as y'all see, that's the top one's top. And then also, so wherever you see the blue. All right, Specific alleles are highlighted in red. Specific alleles, in fact, are quasi-specific alleles being found in very low frequency in Amerindian neighboring populations. Other North American Amerindians, Pacific Islanders, Inuits, Athabascans, East Asians, the Japanese, the Ainu. The DRB1 *0411 and the DRB1 *0417 are found in Meso and South American Amerindians, represented in bold red color. The Yupik, so they about to name off a lot of Native American names in the different percentages. Y'all can look this up again. I'm not going to name off each one of those. It was considered for figure elaboration. Most frequent extended 4 loci haplotypes in North America were taken from Aleuts, Lakota, Sioux, and the Yupik. The 5 most frequent ones were chosen from each population. Most frequent DRB1 alleles in North America were taken all from the Athabascans, Canadian Penutians, the Tingit, Lakota Sioux, the Yupik, the Lutes, and the Zuni. They are represented in blue color. Most frequent extended 4 loci haplotypes in Meso and South America were taken from the Arnaz Bellina papers, most frequent DRB1 alleles in Meso and South American Amerindians were taken from Table 1. In C highest frequencies DRB1 alleles found were DRB1. So those are the most frequent, as y'all see. All right, so you got the chart population studied in the present work. A total of 14,698 chromosomes were analyzed. Population reference population. I'm surprised it's not. It just popped up. Oh, okay, that's getting the reference. All right, let me scroll down. Open that up another time. All right, let's read this. Notwithstanding, some Meso and South American DRB1 Amerindian alleles tend to be quasi-specific, Table 1, Figure 2, red color, but not North American alleles, which are clearly shared with other non-Amerindian populations, Figure 2, blue color. This is concordant with the existence of gene flow between Amerindians and Pacific or Siberian people, but not necessarily with a migration of Amerindians from Asia or Pacific areas. Although there are signs of cultural or genetic context with Asia, or even with Iberians, Figure 1, DRB1 *0802 and DRB1 *0407 are present in all of the most frequent Mesoamerican haplotypes. DRB1 *0802 is also present in Siberian Inuits and Japanese Inu. Otherwise, it is present in almost all Amerindians. DRB1 *0407 is present in almost all Amerindian populations and absent in a non-significant frequency in other populations. DRB1 *0403 is present in one South American most frequent haplotype, Figure 2. But also is found in high frequency throughout Pacific Islands, Samoa, Papua New Guinea, New Zealand. I think that's the Maoris, Taiwan, Tonga, and the Cook Islands. A Pacific gene flow in either direction may not be discarded. By this genealogy approach, also, HLA frequency data, elaborated in dendrograms and correspondent analysis, separate more Amerindians from other populations, Figure 3.4. DRB1 *0407 is an Amerindian allele in one of the most frequent South American Amerindians. All right, so this is the figure. Let me see let me enlarge this for a second, if it's gonna let me. Okay. All right, so yeah, that's just, yeah. Macedonians and all that. The North European, Amerindians. So yeah, showing how it's splitting off. I can't see the top one. I can't see the top one. But yeah, y'all can come back and check out that chart though. It's basically showing y'all how, everything branches off. Neighbor joining dendrogram based on the HLA DRB1 allele frequencies. The genetic relatedness among Amerindians, Na-Dene, Inuits, Asians, Negroids, Europeans, and Polynesians are determined by calculating the genetic distance between populations. Using the HLA DRB1 allele frequencies, Amerindian clustered together and separated from the rest of the world's populations. Okay, so yeah, so I just wanted to see what they were talking about. Okay, I see what they're saying. Because if you look at the top of the chart, that's really a mix. Yeah, well, you can even see the Eskimos and people from Papua New Guinea. And then if you see at the bottom, you're seeing all other Amerindians that's separate in its own cluster from everyone else. All right, so correspondence analysis based on the HLA-DRB1 and HLA-DQB1 allele frequencies. The analysis shows a global view of the genetic relationship among Amerindian, Na-Dene, Inuits, Asian, Negroid, and European populations according to the HLA-DRB1 and HLA-DQB1 allele frequencies. These relationships are calculated in n dimensions and represented in 2 dimensions. Circles represent an approximate grouping of populations. So let's enlarge this to see what populations are close to each other. Okay, so we have Mexicans and mestizos. This look like a lot of different Amerindian groups. South American blacks, Koreans, Bushmen, West Russians, Aleuts, Berbers. So yeah. So once again, I think this is showing how Native Americans aren't really populated with the world. You do have specific groups that are with the rest of the world, but most of them are clustered with one another. Both genealogy extended haplotypes HLA-A-B-DRB1-QB1 and allele frequency and population analysis correspondence in NJ multidimensional population relatedness have been carried out. North Americans. The relatively low number of class 1 alleles found some years ago in Amerindians compared to other worldwide populations may be due to the fact that techniques were not by then detecting new class 1 alleles and many of the alleles had not yet been described. Shows that the most frequent extended haplotypes in North Americas are specific for North American populations. The Yupik, the Aleuts, and one of the 5 most frequent haplotypes are also found in Taiwan and Japanese populations. This shows that a low degree of North American haplotypes sharing is found between North American and Asian Pacific populations. However, there is a clear genetic HLA relatedness between isolated populations close to Beringia, the Inuits, the Udigays, what is that? The Nifs? I don't even know what that is. Northeast coast of Siberia, in the Koryaks, in the Chukchi from extreme northeast Siberia. In Northwest American populations, the Athabascans, the Alaskan Inuits, the Yupik, and the Tlingit, I believe. Map of relevant Amerindian and Asian populations. So let's see what this is comparing. A smooth relatedness gradient is reflected by gray intensity. It remarks the result obtained, and Amerindians are separated from the rest of the world by using HLA-DRB1 and DQB1 allele frequencies. However, North American Eskimos, the Athabascans, and the Tlingit, I believe the Tlingit, the Tlingit, I believe, yeah, the Tlingit. I've been saying that wrong. Cluster with Siberian close by populations, the Inuits, the Chukchi, the Koryaks, the Niviks, the Udgiz, the Lutes are also related to the Baikal area populations, to the Lapps or the Sami people. For population reference. All right. These results in which class 2 high resolution alleles, also specific class 1, class 2 extended haplotypes are used, suggest that admixture occurred between extreme Northeast Siberian groups and North American Na-Dene, including the Tlingit and the Inuit Yupik people. However, results do not indicate anything about direction of admixture or whether migration in both directions occurred. On the other hand, Asian populations, which are geographically not close to Beringia, with Japanese, the Ainu, the Manchu, Singapore Chinese, the Bai, do not cluster with North Americans, neither in NJ dendrogram or correspondence analysis. Finally, the Lakota Sioux Amerindians, which have inhabited in North United States, are not related with Asians and West Siberians, but with Meso and South Americans. Mesoamericans. Most frequent haplotypes, relatedness dendrograms, and correspondence do not relate these Amerindians with any Asian population, including Northeast Siberians. Haplotypes of Mesoamericans are shared with other Amerindians, and one of them with Alaskan Yupik. South Americans. These Amerindian speaking groups are related to other South American Amerindians and to Mesoamerican Amerindians. Most frequent haplotypes are shared with other American Amerindians, but not with Asians. In summary, the general view after analyzing the most frequent extended haplotypes genealogy is that Amerindians have little relatedness with Asians. This is also confirmed with allele frequencies in populations and the derived analysis. Genealogy studies are less suitable for comparing the relating groups of people. Also comparing the HLA, I keep saying HLL, LL Cool J, for loci, most frequent extended haplotypes of North Americans only share one haplotype, with Taiwanese and Japanese in low frequencies. Specific extended haplotypes for Amerindian ethnic groups in Aleuts. Some new extended 4 loci haplotypes have been found only in Amerindian and Aleut specific groups, and in no other either Amerindian or world populations. It is striking that in small groups of people, apparently specific HLA-4 loci recombinations occur and are fixed. The evolutive forces to achieve an appropriate extended haplotype may be advantageous for population to deal with its specific environmental pathogens. In this case, evolutive forces to drive de novo HLA haplotype appearance must include pathogens and not low-frequency genes-driven selection. However, both of these types of selection for including HLA or other genes variability and allele fixation in populations are mathematically indistinguishable. So, extended haplotypes only found in some Amerindian populations. So, haplotypes only found in Amerindians, basically. So, the Mazatecans, the Mayans, the Aymaras, the Lamas, the Quechua, the Tenex, the Mayos, the Nahuas, the Euros, the Aleuts. So yeah, there we go. In addition, this high haplotype variability in relatively small ethnic groups is concordant with the fact that HLA haplotype frequencies show greater variation among racial groups than individual alleles. Thus, new allele appearance may be a relatively rare event, usually by gene conversion mechanisms, compared with the new haplotype appearance. In fact, evolution for variability in the MHC may be more frequent in haplotype and not in allele diversification. New HLA alleles are continuously being described in populations. Anthony Nolan database. So you can click on that if you want to look at it. But this does not necessarily mean that are continuously being produced. They may have been fixed as low frequency alleles in populations for a long time and only described at present times according to technology advances. In conclusion, new specific haplotypes are found in North and South American Amerindians, while specific alleles for particular Amerindian populations are rarely found or not found. New alleles are being newly described in a particular population, but later found in others. Selection for variability within North and South American natives is acting upon haplotypes more than upon alleles. This finding may be universal for all world populations. So it's acting more on haplotypes, which we all know. They go mainly on haplotypes more than on your alleles, your antigens, which you find in your blood. Genes and languages. It was postulated that genes correlated with languages. However, from Fig 1, it may be seen that Na-Dene Inuit Siberian group is genetically very close as measured by the HLA-DRB1 frequencies and speak distant languages. This is confirmed by the HLA-DRB1 and the HLA-DQB1 correspondence analysis. Both the NJN correspondence analysis correlates quite well with geography, but does not correlate with languages. Some authors from correlation between genes and languages when selected ethnic groups and selected languages are used by only at macro geographical levels. mtDNA and Y chromosome markers. Specialists have studied genealogies of haplotypes and or other markers. However, for studying population relatedness and migration genetics, it is more suitable to study gene frequencies or allele frequencies as done in Figure 3 and 4. It is remarkable that northern USA Lakota Sioux is genetically close to other Amerindians from South America as expected. However, Canadian Athabascans go together with North American first inhabitants and Siberians. In general, mtDNA Y chromosome markers have studied the origins of Amerindians, postulated time and place of entrance of Amerindians, Athabascans, and Inuits, and whether the genetic findings fit with Greenberg linguistically based theory, the three waves of America's peopling. Also, archaeological findings have been contrasted with genetic findings. In the end, conclusions are diverse and no consensus exists about Amerindian origins and relatedness. I do want to add some on because they're saying Greenberg used linguistics, but also when they looked at the cranial morphology and the dental morphology, that also supported the three-wave theory. But like they're saying, the HLL gene is not supporting that though. All right, so the HLA Amerindian genetic anthropology. HLA has been ignored by anthropologists to study genetics, probably because of lack of HLA understanding. And the claim that HLA is shaped by selection because of disease linkage, mtDNA and Y chromosome are also linked to diseases. In addition, they only give a paternal or maternal view of markers genealogy, which may have been divergent in small primitive colonizing populations. However, HLA is a nuclear marker given an even genealogy and genetic history for both sexes. The best test showing the HLA is a good genetic marker for studying population relatedness is that it usually correlates with geography. HLA dendrogram or correspondence analysis based on HLA frequencies show that Amerindians, in the sense of Greenberg definition, seems to be separated from the other worldwide populations, including Northern Canadian Athabascans and the Inuits. The latter cluster in Figure 3 with Siberians. This means that the HLA-DRB1 and HLA-DQB1 allele frequencies are completely different in Amerindians compared from other First American natives or other world populations. In addition, the study populations show particular HLA-4 loci haplotypes for each specific study population. This is not the case for the HLA-DRB1 alleles. Except for two DRB1 alleles, DRB1*0411 and DRB1*0417. Meso and South American Amerindian alleles are shared with the following populations: Siberians, other First American inhabitants, including Athabascans and Inuits, but not Aleuts, probably because Aleuts come from the Baikal Lake ancient stock that are related to both Aleuts and European Lapps or the Sami. Asian Pacific Coast populations, the New Japanese, Taiwan, and to a lesser extent, the Indochina people, East Australian Aborigines, and Pacific Islands like the Papua New Guinea or Samoa groups. In this context, and because Canadian Athabascans have been placed in the postulated entrance from American peopling, and haplotype study was done by computing the most frequent Athabascan 2 loci haplotypes and looking where this part of chromosome 6 was found around the world. Genealogy study, which completes our population frequency study. Results are shown in Table 3, see footnote. Athabascans DRB1 and DQB1 genes are shared with neighbors, including the Alaskan Inuits, the Yupik, the Amerindians from North and South America, Siberians, Pacific Island inhabitants, including those of Samoa, Papua New Guinea, Cook Islands, Japanese Anu, and even Eastern Australian Aborigines. Only one haplotype in Table 3 is exclusively shared among Amerindians. This suggests that Athabascans are composed of a genetic HLA admixture and that gene flow has occurred between Athabascans and all the other above-mentioned Pacific Asian populations. The direction of the hypothetical HLA gene flow is not known and may have occurred in different directions in different times. Thus, there is no point to conclude about one or more waves of America's peopling from our data. However, this also shows that not only Beringia was an active past of primitive Amerindians, but also Pacific navigation was. Table 3. DRB1. DQB1 haplotypes also found in the Athabascans and also in other populations. DRB1, DQB1 frequencies. All right, so yeah, like I said, y'all can always come back and check out some of these frequencies, and they basically just showing you how each group, just seeing the people still checking in, yeah, how each group, I know y'all probably falling asleep. Y'all still in there? Y'all still hanging in there? I'm almost falling asleep myself. Woo. All right, we almost there, y'all. Y'all made it. Congratulations. Round of applause to everybody in the chat and everybody on the tube. We made it through the whole study, y'all. Results of North American and South American population HLA alleles also support this view. Why nowadays North and South American Amerindians are altogether different populations to the rest of the world regarding to the HLA frequencies is only a matter of speculations. It has been calculated that about 80 million first American natives died after 1492 AD within the following 100 years from Alaska to Patagonia. It was mainly due to a lack of appropriate immune response to European-borne diseases, mainly measles, influenza, and the plague. This may have shaped the first American natives' HLA profile by increasing rare HLA alleles able to present new pathogens to T cells. However, this is not likely since first North American natives, non-Amerindians, often suffered many epidemics and do not have as different HLA profiles from Asians as Amerindians do. First American natives, including Alaskan Inuits or the Yupik and the Athabascans, must have been in America long before calculated. They want me to work tomorrow. I'm sorry, I'm counting. Let me see what time I'm done. Oh shoot, yeah, it's icy. Okay, my bad. The Athabascans must have been in America long before calculated 20,000 years ago, because both North and South American first natives were similarly susceptible to European-borne diseases, indicating the existence of long population isolation. Conclusion. Finally, y'all still here with me, y'all?
Yeah, we good. We good. Yeah.
Just gotta make sure, man, because I know with my voice I can probably put y'all to sleep, but I just trying to wake people up with the information. But
Wake the fuck up. Everybody stay still. Don't nobody go nowhere.
All right.
Yeah, we're good.
We finally here. All right, y'all. So conclusion. Northwest Canadian Athabascans have had gene flow with close neighboring populations, Amerindian, Pacific Islanders, including East Australians and Siberians. Beringia was not probably the only entrance of people to Americas. Pacific Ocean boat trips may have contributed to the HLA genetic American profile, or the opposite could also be true. Amerindians' entrance to America may have been different to that of the Athabascans and the Inuits, and Amerindians may have been in their lands long before Athabascans and Inuits because they present an altogether different sets of HLA-DRB1 frequencies. Amerindians show very few particular alleles. Almost all are shared with other Amerindians, Athabascans, Pacific Islanders, including East Australians, and Siberians. However, specific Amerindian haplotypes are found in isolates. So what they're saying is specific Amerindian haplotypes are only found in Amerindians. They were formed because they were isolated for so long. So that's why they're different, being separated from everyone, being separate. That's another definition of that. So yeah, them having different haplotypes from everyone else as well. Genes and languages do not correlate. That's one thing. All right. But our results do not support the 3-wave model of American peopling, but another model where the people entrance is not only Beringia, but also Pacific coast. Reverse migration America to Asia is not discarded, and different movements of people in either direction is in different times are supported by the Athabascan population admixture with Asian Pacific populations and with Amerindians. So that's it. That's the conclusion. So I'm gonna break that down once again. Clyde Winters was saying that the HLA genes were of African origin and that Africans were the first to populate the Americas. While this study is saying that the HLL gene could come from Asians or the Pacific people, or Americans could have gave it to Asians or the Pacific people. Reverse migration.
Yeah, all that shit went over y'all motherfuckers' head. Yeah. DNA man in the house. Ripping shit up. Nah, that's crazy, man. So he basically overlooked the Asian part in that study.
Yep. Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's what the study was saying, is that they had a closer relatedness to the Amerindians than any other group.
Are they less less close to Africans and more close to Asians? Is that safe to say?
Yeah, that's what they were saying in that study.
Okay. Damn.
Besides
what totally opposite of what Clyde was saying then.
Yeah, they was saying.
All right, Clyde, we gotta put you on that pseudo list.
But
that was good, dog. I was listening.
So yeah, that was just the first one. I don't know if everybody sleep.
Oh shit, it's late, man.
Yeah.
I can wind it down, and we this ain't over, man. We gonna get you back because these studies are long, man.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's what I'm trying to tell boys, man.
Yeah, this shit's long, man. But no, I mean you read the whole thing and broke it down and was able to distinguish the difference between what Clyde wrote and what these articles are saying. They're just two different things. And these are comprehensive studies from that article that says opposite of what Clyde was saying pertaining Africans and stuff. So, I mean, let's set the record straight and so that people can understand that Clyde was just being, I guess, not truthful or not understanding what he was seeing enough to leave out or omit the Asian presence in this shit. So...
the Pacific people too. Yeah. Yep. So yeah, that's where he was flawed. Yep.
Good find, yo. Is that Mr. Robinson trying to come in?
Yeah.
What's up, bro?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, I went to go move my car, and the thing shut off and kicked me out. So I was like, I'll just chill out for a little bit.
Yeah, man. We chilling, man. Vanessa just wrapped the DNA shit up, man.
Oh, I heard it. Oh, I got a question actually.
Yes, sirski.
All right, man, to check this out. So I was thinking about it. So you know how when the Europeans came over and they brought the diseases, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Now here's a hypothetical because another theory is Mansa Musa in the 1300s sailed over. So nobody really knows if he made landfall. Nobody really knows, right? Correct?
Yeah, nobody knows. Yeah, that's correct.
No, Mansa
But
Musa ain't come over here, man.
but here, check this out
It
because
was
since
Abu
His
Bakr,
brother,
his predecessor. I keep forgetting that. His predecessor.
Abu Akari,
Yeah,
or
yeah.
something like that. His brother.
but even so,
Man, they made that shit up.
Yeah.
right,
I
but
mean,
even
the
so,
story was out there. The intent was there, but he never made it.
right, but even so, when people say that, wouldn't it be the same situation? Because if the Europeans came over and they spread diseases, even if Africans would have came over earlier, the same situation would have been had because there would have been diseases that were not present there as well, correct?
That's true.
Yeah. Yellow fever.
So that would
Malaria.
lead to the possibility that it still wasn't possible because there was no known wipeout because that should have happened.
Yeah, that should have happened.
Yeah.
Plus, we had contact with Europeans too.
And shit. I mean,
yeah. So yeah.
Christopher and them caught syphilis and shit, and that shit went back to Europe too.
Oh, I didn't even bring that up in my presentation. I do have one where they said that they went Europe
back home too.
Do y'all have the literature on them having sex with the animals on the ships?
Oh, I don't have that one. I just have the Europeans going wild. They came.
Can we pull that up real quick? Can anybody pull it up?
Oh, I don't have it. I read about that when I first got out of high school.
No, I did. You know what? I did read about that. But I like to put it out there.
Straight out of high school, straight into.
Yeah, man, that's crazy.
Yeah, that was my question because, like I said, I was thinking. I was actually talking to a buddy of mine, and he was saying, even with that theory, if the Africans would have came over, 100, 200 years prior.
At the same time, the Vikings came too. I don't think they had like a big story of like an epidemic occurring. So at the same time, and that was what a couple hundred years before, what the 1100s or something like that.
Well, I mean, I can see trading and then going back, but like actually establishing something like all the other ones did. Besides, every story that I've read, man, the natives back then was kind of ruthless with that boat. It looks like they won't have anything.
But I think it is a possibility. People probably could have.
Can y'all see my screen?
Well, like I said, I think it's 100% possible. It's just finding accurate documentation.
But like a whole bunch of people coming over here, with all those diseases and everything.
Now check this out. It says, case closed. Christopher Columbus introduced syphilis to Europe.
Oh.
Okay, so diseases came back and forth too. So it's like syphilis was one of the first global diseases, and the understanding where it came from and how it spread may help us combat the disease today. It says in 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue, but when he returned from across the seas, he bring with him new disease. That was a question mark. There's new skeletal evidence suggests Christopher Columbus and his crew not only introduced. Hey, can you put your mic on mute? New skeletal evidence suggests that Christopher Columbus and his crew not only introduced old world to new world, but brought back syphilis as well. Researchers say that syphilis is the cause of that bacteria that is curable nowadays with antibiotics. but it says the first known epidemic of syphilis occurred during the Renaissance in 1495. Initially, a plague broke out among the army of the Charles VIII after French king invaded Naples and then proceeded to devastate Europe, said George. Blah blah blah. It says syphilis has been around for 500 years, said the Zuckerman. But yeah, these are. Let's see what else it says down there. But yeah, they were cases of syphilis pretty much in Europe, post-colonial contact. So with all of that shit that they was doing when they got over there, there was because they were separated from. This is the first time people came in contact with each other in a long time. But so they were just shit that just things were getting passed around. I mean, we already saw what they were doing over there in Peru. So just thought I brought that up.
Yeah, I got some on that sickle cell anemia too, the Campeche site that they be talking about. That's that mug long too, and the R haplogroup. But yeah, that's all I got so far on the Clyde Winter stuff. Is still a lot more to get into, as you see. But
yeah, money.
But yeah, that's the HLA right there, HLA genes.
Well, shit, y'all. Kicking ass, y'all. Part 4, of course, is coming.
No doubt.
Part 4 is coming, yo. And 5.
Hey, and for that shit, look, either way, it wouldn't make a damn difference because it's not. That study is not saying that the people that we call African Americans today or Black people populated the entire Americas before everybody else. That still wouldn't say that either way.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? So that's how considerate people are. We checking shit that don't even matter. Like it doesn't make a difference if he was correct. If he was correct or not, it still debunks what the hell they're saying. It's not you placing an African over here or they're interacting with somebody. It does not mean that you are the first person to come over here, because that's a conversation that needs to be had between them as well, right? Because isn't it showing that they're not all actually connected with the same migration?
Mm-hmm.
They just all ended up over. The different American Indians ended up over here.
Different ways.
They come from different.
Have been connected though. They have been connected for a long time, but yeah, they didn't come over here in the same way.
Like different waves, right?
Yeah, so we're butting in on an argument that they should be having.
Mm-hmm.
They should be having that argument. What the fuck are we involved in? We know we can trace our shit quick. They got that argument where they need to dig deep in history. If they wanted to, they would be, the right people to have that conversation. Yeah. If we were here, we came here and interacted with the motherfuckers. It's that simple.
Yep. If you Asian, South Asian,
like,
or Amerindian,
thing that they do. They don't want to look at information. The undeniable proof is we came over here and we mixed in with these people. I don't care if they be like, oh, we're going to the 13. How you going to go to the 13 something? You can't go to 13 anything because the European didn't come over here to the 14 something.
And you saw the map they used.
All the maps, every single map we got in America is in AD time. Can somebody please bring me a map that got the Americas on it? North America, South America, in BC time. Do we have that map? Survey says.
And that's why I wanted to do that, the one on Christopher Columbus, to show, what exactly map he was using. Because you got to debunk that one. If they're going to really try it, they got to say that, he used some kind of weird, what did they say last time? It was Kimchi. What was his name? The Chinese guy? Quan Ki something?
Zhang He.
Right. So they're going to use that map. Even if there was a case where he came over here, it still doesn't mean anything because the Spaniards came over.
Yeah, this
Portugal came
video
over.
saying he made it. There's other people debunking it, saying he ain't never come over here.
Well, but that's the thing. Even if he did, they don't have any stories with them interacting with the
natives.
natives.
The
And on
natives
top of
have
that,
that story, yeah.
yeah,
Really?
and on top of that, not only did they not interact, but they say he charted like the whole, America, but in order to do that, he would have to actually make landfall.
Yeah.
He would have to
So
ride around the coast.
Uh-huh.
Circumnavigation. From east all the way to the west.
But not circumnavigation.
But then, like I said, Columbus used a whole different set, and they sure didn't have it on there. And we all know, through documentation.
We didn't see no Tamari. We didn't see none of that shit. We don't see it, y'all.
Yeah, but they make it seem like the Tartary people was over here in America. Them motherfuckers come from Mongolia and Russia. I looked into this shit before. It don't say shit about them being in America, making these big ass empires, building buildings out of bricks. Like they got buildings. Like they was like, oh, when the European wrote when they came over here, they saw these big ass structure like palaces. How? When we look at the natives, we don't see none of that shit. These motherfuckers is living in teepees, houses made out of certain material. They ain't got no furnace. They don't have no cutting tools to cut stone. If that was the case, their pyramids would be made out of stone. It's not. They made that shit with the material that they had in the land. They know how they constructed it. And majority of the pyramids they find over here in America, what they call their temples, they have to reconstruct them because the motherfuckers collapsed on themselves. This is a scientific fact. You can go look. They got, when you go into these places, like in the museums, they got the before Reconstruction and after Reconstruction. And it tells you what the temples look like. Show me that shit in the Pyramid of Giza. You don't have it. They didn't have to reconstruct the shit. It just was buried in fucking sand. These were master builders we talking about. The people here in America weren't master builders. So if the Islamic Moors was over here, they wasn't building shit. They was living in teepees like the rest of the people in the land. So they can cut this shit out.
All day.
Like, I don't understand excuse the language, but what the fuck is wrong with these people? Let's keep it. Nigga, you got to be crazy. Let's do this. We're gonna take African structures, right? Versus American structures. AD, BC, who wins?
Africa all day.
And we're not being biased. We can go into Asia. We can go into Africa. We can go into Europe.
They got more pyramids over here than in Africa. Yo.
They got structures dating back to BC.
Them jokers said there's more pyramids over here than it is.
It is. It's more pyramids over here in America than it is anywhere else. I give them
how
that.
many? How many?
Hold on, wait. They weren't calling them pyramids. They were temples.
Bro. Yeah.
I'm about to say, listen, that argument is kind of ridiculous. We just be letting them have it because there are no pyramids here.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? And when you know what you know about Kemet, right?
Right.
And Nubia, there are no pyramids here.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's like there's no.
It's not really a pyramid here. We just letting them have it. We're letting them have it because it's a structure and it has a pointy top and all that. So we're like, oh yeah, it's a pyramid, but it's not.
Because they got 200 of them in Nubia. I'm just.
But that's why we can't. That's why we can't let people slide like that. That's partially our fault.
Yeah, there's 200 pyramids in fucking the Sudan.
We just let them call it shit pyramid. So now they snuck into the argument saying we got more pyramids than you. But
what's their number? Well, I mean, I'm curious to know
like
what's
200 or something, isn't it?
Huh?
1,000.
1,000.
They're counting everything, bro. They count mounds. They're counting all types of shit, bro. They're not even. It's not pyramid.
Yeah.
They're getting away with all types of shit. Hills. Like what
pyramid?
Fuck.
Ant hills. Oh, that's a baby ant hill pyramid. You see that?
No. You can't have that. No.
But do they got that corn though?
Shouldn't the corn stand up?
How is that really an argument? Really, corn? Like corn? Really?
Corny ass dude, man. He's corny. We haven't heard from him since.
Who?
David, corny ass.
Man,
Yeah, we talking to you. I know you looking.
I made a video with him talking about he'll pull the rug from under us. Nigga ain't respond yet.
And pull up right now. Yo, we are like 80
Cap,
deep.
look, and I'm not trying to disrespect none of them, but they are cap. They know they can't go against us and win because we debunked them with their own sources. That's why you don't hear Lord Natural saying shit. The only person that and he don't Haitian Lost don't even say shit. He just put that super picture of Walter Plecker dressed up with dashiki shit on with the kente cloth shit. That's it. He can't respond because that dumbass nigga still thinks that what's his name? John Hanson was the first president of the United States and he was a fucking indigenous black Indian. He's a fucking idiot.
Yeah. Link is in the chat. I dare y'all to fucking.
You know how many times I expose that shit on TikTok live? I go live and I show people John Hanson wasn't the first black president of the United States. That motherfucker was over there chilling in Liberia. And they still say that shit. And they be like, yep, that's how I know these motherfuckers don't do no real research. None of them niggas do any real research at all. Their number one leader is naturalist to Yahweh. And we debunked all his sources. That's why these motherfuckers look. And this is real shit, y'all. Listen. And we was one of those dudes, right? Let's say the whole team, the whole group, the starting five. Let's say we was just regular people that really didn't know that much information, and they kept catching us and debunking our shit. You think they wouldn't have pulled up to the YouTube by now? You think they wouldn't join our TikTok lives?
Yeah.
They're like, oh shit, we can debunk these niggas. Let's get them. They don't pull up because they can't debunk our shit, and they know it. That's why they stay in their lane. That's what I love about that shit. They talk their shit and they stay in their motherfucking lane because they can't debunk our shit at all.
That's fact.
And if they think they can debunk it, they would have been did it by now. This is part 3. How many times have we been live on TikTok?
Part 3.
How many times have we been live? Look, and then you got the before the part 3, you got the warm-ups. You got the warm-ups to the parts, to the first presentation. We was doing warm-ups where our slavery shit was lining up back to back and back. And guess what these dumbass niggas did? Oh, well, y'all want to invite us to the panel to talk about the transatlantic slave trade. And y'all still don't think it exists, but when y'all talk to us, y'all want to act like it exists. Then when y'all amongst y'all own and black indigenous niggas, y'all want to act like this shit ain't exist. So that means y'all watching our shit. You mean to tell me y'all not researching the information that we putting out? You're not looking into it? That's because y'all want the transatlantic slave trade to be fake.
Mm-hmm.
Don't deal with beef. But
to the point, y'all was on a live, right? Talking crazy shit in the comments when we went over there for the little peace talk or whatever for the neutral people who didn't, come out their neck wrong, right? And they pop up, of course it was a setup, but it's okay. That's what you're supposed to do. You rep, you rock with your team. So I ain't got no problem with that. So, they pop up, but Yahweh didn't know before he got in live, right, with his natural ass, that they were sitting there like, yeah, this Cap, he ain't say that. But this Cap, he ain't never say that. And they are sitting here backing him up. They don't know, and he don't know what the fuck is going on. He gets up there and he says, a brother can't learn. I thought that slave trade didn't happen, but then I did my research, and now I know, okay, it happened, but the numbers, when did I say it, Mofax? What was the date? Oh, you don't want to give me the date, huh? Yeah, you ain't gonna tell them when I said it. You're missing the point. That your people were in here backing you up. They were on your side, and they didn't know that you updated your information. It was fake. You didn't update your. Let's be real. You didn't update your information. You caught in your bullshit. That's what happened. And now you're going to backtrack and go, oh, well, I did more research. The slave trade ain't hard to find, nigga. It's not hard to find. It's already something that exists, and your motive was to make it not exist, and it did not work. So you went back to default, which is the slave trade happened. Mm-hmm. Put the cap.
Yeah, a word of advice.
You can't pull up. You're gonna debunk yourself.
They won't pull up. They're never gonna do that. A word of advice. You need to correct yourself if you're wrong. You just gotta start doing that. Because what happens is you become real pseudo real quick if you don't start correcting what you're saying to these people. And it's either you just overlook it or you just intentionally deceiving the people.
They're intentionally lying to they followers. Look, and I was like, okay, well, I see what's going on. They don't care.
They
A
don't give a
majority.
fuck.
I call Goddess Tia talking about the people that got caught up in the transatlantic slave trade were criminals. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you, nigga? You got African people in your family.
How the fuck is kids criminals, nigga?
Yeah. Like,
They were kidnapping kids,
listen,
man.
Hold on, Mo. Before you go in, this is the
Man.
same person that wanted us to come to her live on a Monday at 10 o'clock to try to explain the transatlantic slave trade because she don't think the shit's real. But she let everybody that believe in the same shit she believed come in her live and talk about the shit they believe without proving none of this shit. They just was agreeing. Like, oh, the sky's pink. Yep, that's right. It's in this book, so it's real. Then
But we gotta
they
go
said the same
prove our
shit.
shit.
That everything in the Library of Congress is real. The Library of Congress is just the library for the Congress.
They have a
They
slavery
have
tab in the
a
Library of
fiction
Congress.
section in it. Like, it's like y'all don't know that shit. Oh, look, Harry Potter's in the Library of Congress. That means that shit was real. It was goblins and gremlins and dwarves and elves with magical fucking arrows. The fuck is wrong with these people?
Quick.
I'm telling you, they're gonna be start talking about Middle Earth in a minute.
Hey, you got that video, Suitin?
Which one?
The one where the girl pushed her own shit in. The black Indian jump.
What'd she say?
You just shared it.
Huh?
She was talking about
I share natural shit.
was that him?
Oh, you talking about the TikTok? Oh, bro, I don't. What did I share it on?
Hold on.
Was it on Big Suitin or was it on
Hold on. Let me see if I can.
Yeah, I gotta know the account. Let me go to my other account. Hold on.
Now I did find that 92,000 figure that they're talking about. I've heard it come up before. I just gotta find the actual video. But Dane had that.
Okay, I see it.
Can you pull it up, or you want me?
How do you do that?
I'll do it. I got it.
Oh, yeah, I gotta find that video that Dane used because that's what they're saying now. Because all of them are saying the exact same thing he did in that video. So whenever they bring up 92,000, it came from Dane, 100%.
Y'all see this?
Man, that's that Tartaria book. Ah,
hold on. Can y'all hear it?
That's you. No, we can't hear it.
Okay, I gotta do this a different way.
that's that wild book that I debunked. And we sat there and told him. You know what?
That's what I'm saying, Rob. They don't care. It don't matter what information we show them. They got a narrative to push. That's why I think these motherfuckers is really agents, bro.
Yo, check this out.
They're playing in the hand of Memorandum 46, and I think them niggas know it.
But here, check this out. Remember he was saying that, you're trusting the Europeans and all that other stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
I sat there and explained to him who the author was. And then I also said that he was a stockbroker that quit and started doing conspiracy theorists. And he was like, oh, well, he's an accountant, which I'm not sure how a stockbroker is an accountant, but that's beside the point. But I sat there and told him everything about this book when he's like, I just got it in the mail. And then he posted it. So that's wild weird. It's weird. A conspiracy theorist book by, James W. whatever. He's not even a historian. Not at all. I debunked that book. That's just messed up. And the other thing that I don't understand. So he said he was going to look into the numbers of the transatlantic.
But that's
so why would
C3
you?
and Mommy. Yeah, I know. I'll never forget her face.
Yeah, but like, why would you continue to push a narrative if you won't go back and verify the same thing that's needed in order for these conspiracy theories to go? Because they have to discredit the slave trade and slavery in order for all this other stuff to work. So why wouldn't you verify that first before you start speaking on stuff?
bad, y'all. I'm trying to figure out a different way to do this. All right, I'm gonna try it from the web browser.
And she was like, "These are the original inhabitants here in America."
Watch this. I'm gonna show y'all how this shit is wicked. What they're doing to people, right? And they're taking advantage of people. This shit is insane. Hold on.
Subconsciously.
Yeah. Let me.
They go after him all the time, but you see they don't fuck with us though.
Shoot, that lady straight up blocked me after I pulled her over there talking about she did DNA for 11 years.
When they see you know your shit, they don't fuck with you no more.
Oh, there we go. Stop sharing. All right, now I'm gonna do it from the web browser.
She came over, watched the video, and then blocked me. I put her on all the way blast, 100%.
Microsoft Edge tab.
You know, that's petty right there.
Hey, you're gonna say you did DNA for 11 years, and you flat out wrong. You deserve to be outed.
All right, can y'all see that?
Yeah.
Can you hear it?
So I'm making a new.
Yeah.
We good?
Yeah, we good.
And if you don't know, you literally did exactly what my brother was talking about. If you've seen the video, if you don't know, let me show you what I mean. It's not showing y'all no books, no authors, no scientists, no archaeologists, no anthropologists. In your video, you literally pulled out no evidence but this. And this is why we're saying to read books, because articles, as you can see, updated September 13th, 2022, first written 2016.
Listen to how idiotic that sounds.
Here we go. It's coming.
They want shit that's not supposed to be updated. Like you want shit that's going to be somebody says something and it can't be challenged. It's just set in stone. That's it. Nothing you can do about it. You can't update. This shit is ridiculous, bro. And these are the type of people they target. Somebody that will fall for that. It's illogical. You don't want a source like that can't change. Like, and it's just stuck in the past. And technology is going forward. Civilization is going forward. Discoveries are going forward. And you just stuck. The Mayans are black.
16. Or it could have been sometime before 2022, but I'm just assuming because your head is blocking it.
Yeah,
articles
his head is blocking it. Watch what she blocked.
But they're going through an identity crisis. I want to address that. See, when you have books like this that says things like this in the introduction,
it says
preparing
what?
You for what you're about to read.
She ain't prepared for what the fuck she about to read. She about to sit here and push her own shit in. Watch this shit.
You don't even know it.
They lived and roamed all over the Americas. The story begins with the first Europeans landing in the New World.
Is you deaf? You can't read what the fuck you just read?
What'd that say again?
Like, what the fuck are you reading what you're reading? It says Black Indians, right? The very, let me see if I can zoom in a little bit. No, I can't. It says the very word makes most people shake their heads in disbelief or smile at what appears to be a joke, a play on words. No one remembers any such person in school, any such person in a school text, history book, or Western novel. None ever appeared. Yet they lived and roamed all over the Americas. Their story began with the first European landings in the New World. That's where they come from. It came with the European. So what does she think she's talking about? And this is the same shit Yahweh did. He puts it on the screen. Earth Speaks did it. They put the shit on the screen, and you just listen to what they're saying, and they can even read it to you. They're sitting here liking this shit, talking about facts in the comments, and she pushed her own shit in. The story starts with the European landing here in the New World, with the African. These people are. It's almost.
She wasn't done pushing her own shit in though, because she actually shows what the original motherfuckers look like.
Yeah, I know. She went to the history book, Forbidden Histories of America, or Forbidden whatever. Shit was garbage. Talking about some of the Greeks were here first. You over here agreeing with the shit. Everybody migrated here from another land.
That's just the clear. They don't read. They just pass around this little information without verifying.
And then it says Black Indian. Why doesn't it just say Indian, idiot? That's an Indian, and guess what? That's a Black Indian.
Did you read the next? Did you read the next sentence after that?
Yeah.
It said the what is it? The Afro-American,
yep,
and their Indian ancestor. The very next sentence.
They not reading that shit, bro. That was the first time she read it, and it was too late. But they know it don't matter. They're gonna eat it up. It ain't like you about to go get the book and check it. Let me make sure it really say that. She read it right in front of you, and they still didn't take it.
It was like facts. Dodge the hijack was swarthy.
That's what my grandmama said. Do they got grandfathers? Because it's always the grandma.
My mama said we ain't asking. We know black.
Like
no
every
black.
time you hear it, it's the great grandma, but they don't ever say great grandfather for some strange reason.
Because then
y'all notice that?
The men ain't playing that shit. That's why. I know my grandfather ain't play that shit. Ain't no
like they don't say anything.
I'll never forget that. Like, why the fuck is he saying that? When I was younger, ain't no damn Indian. Now we see people were trying to get him to drink the Kool-Aid, and he the one who got most of the Indian DNA, and he was still telling your ass, I ain't no damn Indian, so how the fuck you gonna claim this shit and you come for me? I'm telling you I ain't. Like, that's crazy. So they be telling me, listen to your grandparents. What your grandma say? I just told you what the fuck they said. And y'all just don't want to be mixed with something. You don't want to have you're trying to be a whole different person. That's a crisis, man.
Mm-hmm.
That's a fucking crisis. How the fucking you
every
be
time
in anything these days?
Yeah, just watch it. Just watch every single time. Grandmother.
PowerPoint presentation together so they can give it to the babies. So you're trying to brainwash the youth to believing that the transatlantic slave trade was fake. Human civilization coming from Africa is fake. And we always been here in America without any real information. And it's funny that she had the audacity to put Haitian notes up there talking about, you don't have archaeology, anthropology. Nigga, y'all don't deal with archaeology or anthropology. So what the fuck they talking about? See, it's easy. Y'all attack consciously because this is some new shit. He ain't even gotten into the study. But when he get into the study and start smashing them, watch all the motherfuckers back off his ass. That's what it is. Whenever somebody starts pushing their shit in, they back off of them, go after a new victim. Look, how many motherfuckers y'all know on TikTok was up there making fun of Port? Then when Port started stitching their shit, pushing their shit in, they slowly start backing off his ass. Like, oh, this motherfucker ain't nothing we play with. When I saw, look, this is real shit. When I saw that, because we had a conversation with Port, it was like, bro, during the debate, you got to do this, this, and this. He was taking down pointers. He was like, yeah, I'm going to do this. Then the next day, that nigga was stitching people's shit, pushing their shit in with information. Then he was going on YouTube, getting the Dan Calloway shit, that Camario shit. I was like, damn, this motherfucker do research like we do research. And then you slowly, for a whole week, they start stitching the shit. Then they slowly start backing off. And then some of the motherfuckers got caught like blocking him, then trying to respond to one of his. You can't block a nigga and then respond to their shit. What type of shit is that? I want to brainwash the youth, bro. Like, it's cool. You go back and forth with somebody on stitches, but I'm like, nigga, I'm tired of that. Fuck the stitch. Bring your ass up here.
Okay.
Come to the summer
results. It says Nigerian 38%, Cameroon, Congo, West Bantu people 18%, Ivory Coast, Ghana 14%, Benin, Togo 10%, Senegal 5%, England. Well, you just interested in the African part, right?
You know, mostly I just wanted to see what percentage wise of African DNA is running through your veins, my brother.
Okay, it says 30. Well, we got that part. Okay.
We sure
Nigeria's East Central 2%. And that's all I see. Oh yeah, Mali 4%. That's all I see concerning the continent of Africa.
Okay, good deal, good deal. My second
I got a
question
question
was,
about
how
that.
much Native American ancestry do you possess?
Well, according to ancestry.com again, it says I have Indigenous American, Bolivia and Peru 1%, and Indigenous Americans, Mexico 1%. Well, less 1%.
Less than 1%.
Hey, Port, question.
Yeah, bro.
So on that part where he said, you just want to know about the African percent, and he said 38, but then when he went and started naming the other two, like 5%, did he not know that the other parts was African?
I don't know.
No. His stance is that it's all fake. He knows.
No. When you listen, like when you listen to what he said,
He literally
was like,
said,
okay,
"You
you
just
got
want
the
the African part of me, right?"
right, but he goes, okay, he's like, you just want the African, okay, you already got the 38%, and he was like, it's what he said. He said two things. He's like, oh, that's about it. But when I was looking at it, I was like, man, hold on, there's a lot of African other than that 38% that you're not
He
saying.
probably was thinking that it was just 38.
Right, but I don't think he knows what's in Africa, because if you actually listen to what he said, he was like, it's only these two, but there was a lot more African that he was missing.
He said a couple more than those two. I don't think he caught that shit.
Yeah, that's what I was listening to it. I was like, wait a minute, do you not know all those ones
He
that you're
said
skipping over are
Mali,
African?
Cameroon, Nigeria, Mali.
Benin, he definitely said Benin.
That boy probably really thought he was just 38%.
That nigga is a whole West
Yeah.
African. So
That's what I'm saying. If you play it, like,
100%.
but like I said, just listen back to what he said, and it's like, I guarantee if you listen back to it, that second portion is, oh, you just want to know the African? Okay, you already got 38%.
Play it again.
Yeah, and just listen to what he said. I guarantee what Africa or what's in Africa.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna play it one more time. Here we go.
And just pay attention to that part who said you just want to know the
My
African part.
results, it says Nigerian 38%, Cameroon, Congo, West Bantu people 18%, Ivory Coast, Ghana 14%, Benin, Togo 10%, Senegal 5%, England. Well, you just interested in the African part, right?
You know, mostly I just wanted to
Hold
see
on,
how what
restart that
percentage-wise of African DNA is running through your veins, my brother.
Okay, it says 30.
Damn. Hang on.
So that's the part that I'm talking about right there. So the first part, like, the first part, he names all the stuff, and then the second part, it's like he didn't know those were in Africa. If you listen to what he said,
I'm gonna try to play it and then stop it.
My results, it says Nigerian 38%, Cameroon, Congo, West Bantu people 18%, Ivory Coast, Ghana 14%, Benin, Togo 10%, Senegal 5%, England. Well, you just interested in the African part, right?
You know.
All right, pause. So those are all Africa he was just saying, right?
Oh yeah.
Now, then he asked you, you just interested in the African part? Well, he already was naming the African part. Now listen to what he said.
Hey, that's 85%.
All day.
And some more.
Right.
Oh,
then when you listen to the next part.
Mostly, I just wanted to see how what percentage-wise of African DNA is running through your veins, my brother.
Okay, it says 30. Well, we got that part. Okay. Nigeria's East Central 2%. And that's all I see. Oh, yeah, Mali 4%. That's all I see concerning the continent of Africa.
That nigga 91% African.
And you see, he doesn't know what to name.
You got to be crazy.
Yeah, so I heard it, and I was like, wait a minute, you just named all the Africa stuff, and then now the next part, you're like, I only see this.
African.
91%.
Nigga, you got to be crazy.
He's a whole West African, y'all. God damn. I got his DNA on file forever.
So I heard that when I first did it, and I was trying to message you like way back, and I was like, wait, did I just hear that right? I was like, it don't sound like he know what's in Africa.
Nope.
Oh, 91 ass. 91%.
Call that
smart
nigga 91
ass.
octane.
91 West Side.
He's higher than me. I'm like, what? 80 something? And then I got like 16%
That dude got
European.
me smoked. That dude smoked me. I'm jealous. He smoked me. Then he got 91. You gotta be ashamed. I want that. I wish he could give me his African. He don't.
I got 1%. They don't know.
It's not 1%. It's not 1%. When he goes, I think he said point.
No, less than
1%. Bro. That's like 0.5.
No, less than.
He's a 0.5% indigenous dude walking around here claiming 100% of that.
Good deal. Good deal. My second question was, how much Native American ancestry do you possess?
Well, according to ancestry.com again, it says I have Indigenous American, Bolivia, and Peru 1%, and Indigenous Americans, Mexico 1%.
Oh.
Well,
nigga, you got to be crazy.
Yeah, but I think he does think he's only 38%. Man, I only got 38%.
Everybody in the comment section, go find that debate part, right? Screen record where he's giving all his African shit and post that shit on TikTok.
Yeah, post
we gonna make these motherfuckers come out of hiding. They're gonna have to deal with this shit. They gotta deal with their books, all of that shit.
Yeah.
It ain't gonna stop.
I wonder if he got one of those what he say? He hit the turkey.
And look, this is I'm just banging with I'm banging with a couple of them, but the rest of them I'm just keeping it information wise. Because y'all already know the motherfuckers that I don't like. Now we never be friends. And they just don't have real information to stand on. We grab their books, we debunk their shit, we push their shit in, and then they get mad. That's what it is. They thought that they were gonna do what they do with everybody else. Like they go back and forth with the natives, right? They go back and forth with them all day, every day. Because the natives already came out their mouth and said they're not gonna do no presentation like this. They're not gonna do an actual debate off TikTok. So they both just want publicity. I don't care about none of that shit. I'm not gonna teach my kids to go follow these motherfuckers, and they just pushing their belief to get my kids to believe the same shit that they into without any real evidence. Not doing that. I don't even teach the kids the shit that I believe because I feel my kids should grow up and have their own foundational beliefs. Not doing that shit. I'm not grooming my kids to like the favorite teams I like. I'm not grooming my kids to like the same TV shows that I like. I'm not doing none of that shit. They can do that shit all they want. You got to come with real information. That'd be like, and let's say me, Vance, and Port City and Rob are having a debate on who's the best player, Michael Jordan or Kobe Bryant or LeBron. We're all bringing evidence, and we're bringing statistics to the table. We're bringing games, playoffs, stats. We're bringing all that shit. Who did what during this year? What was who were they up against? We're bringing all this information to the table, and when we would debate one of these motherfuckers, we're like, no, Steve Nash was the greatest basketball player of all time. And like, how? Because I said it. Like,
wait. I do got to ask you, though, for real quick. Michael Jordan still, they didn't claim him yet, did they?
No, I don't think so.
No, they have. They have claimed Michael Jordan.
Man.
I'm not bullshitting you. They've said it before. I heard this shit out of their mouth.
They got Michael.
Earth Speak said it, Haitian Law said it, and somebody else said it.
God dang.
Yeah, they got Mike, y'all. Damn.
I want to be like Mike.
Damn. They got my boy.
Man, we're going to need a draft or something, man. We're going to have to start getting you. God dang, man.
The Swarthy Drive presents.
Jesus Christ. They snatching up everybody.
Yep.
Swarthopia. They living it up. We're in heaven. We can just make up shit and just say it. Like, you can't make this shit up. Yo, we can't say that no more. You know what I said, bro, they make this shit up. That's literally what the fuck is happening. They just make
They snatched up Queen Latifah the other day. Montemute snatched up Queen Latifah. I'm like, man, you got to be kidding me.
Are you talking about the dancer?
Who? Monty Music Dancer? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yo, he snatched up Queen Latifah on one of his videos.
T-Y. Damn.
Well,
Oh,
since they
Queen
snatched
Latifah
up
was
Queen
an
What
Latifah,
happened?
I
Queen
hope they
Latifah was
know
not saying
that
she was
she
an
plays
African
for the same team. So if they're gonna claim her, they gotta claim all of her because she doesn't participate in playing for the opposite sex.
They claim no, they better not claim Prince and no James Brown.
They already took James, bro. They took
Man,
James Brown.
no. God dang.
I think James Brown do got
Lewis
something.
Gates got the whole genealogy
James
coming out
Brown do
with
got
the
something.
ancestry.
No, look, Vanta, they said Henry Louis Gates is an agent. He works for the government.
Nobody
He
care what
cannot
they
be
talking about.
trusted.
But they be like, trust the master teachers, bro. He whooping
No,
our
they
butt.
don't. I've never heard any of them say that, bro.
He's the
They ain't got no
master of the
master
master teachers.
They don't have a master teacher.
They all
Yeah,
teach
they
each other.
elders.
No, there's no, bro. Listen,
They
that's what I'm
elders.
telling you.
They
That's
don't
what
have
I'm
no
telling you.
structure, y'all. They
He's
just
our
Show
he's
me,
our elder.
show
That's
me
the
any
that's
black
their code.
indigenous person that believed the same thing that they believe in said anything about their master teacher.
Okay.
They just
I
say
know
my
they cut.
mom and my grandma said this. It ain't my grandpa said. It's always mama, grandma, great grandma.
Yep, that's it. And European pseudoscientists.
Well, that one dude that that's doing a docu-series that tried to come at me, he tried to snatch up Steve Harvey. I bet you he learned a quick one on that one. That man, Steve Harvey had a whole video. He's in Ghana, a whole video.
Oh, I saw you play that shit.
Man,
Look, listen, and this is real shit. Because I've seen it firsthand. Rob would take one of their shit, stitch it, and break it. Like he's breaking it down, right? And then I look up and they'll block him. But they not blocking the other motherfuckers that stitching their shit because they want to go back and forth because they feel like they. If I'm telling you, if they can't stomp you, they block you. The only person that ain't blocked me is Haitian Los. I give him his kudos. He ain't blocked me. Earth Speaks blocked me on majority of my accounts, and he started unblocking me. I think I'm only blocked on 2 accounts, but the rest of them blocked me.
Oh, Earth blocked me after he tried to 8 Mile me. That mug tried to 8 Mile me.
And they got a new dude on their radar. 05. That's the new guy. That's the new guy that they be. Well, he be fucking with them mostly. I don't see them coming for him. He be going for them. But
no, they go up for him. They go up for him.
Oh.
They go on his live because what he does is he tries to debate him on. He tells them to bring evidence, and man, they don't ever bring no evidence. It's bad. Good old Earth Speak. This mug did a whole video on his mama. After
you lying?
Yeah, I hit him with some real talk because I caught him in there talking about white people this, white people that. So I did a video to him because he came in one of my videos talking about I need some fruits and vegetables of low vibration. So I hit him with some real talk and asked him, and pretty much told him, he's mixed. Why would he do or say any of this other stuff? And then my man did a video with his mom in the background talking about I grew up with racism and people didn't like this and that and all this other stuff and people trying to down me. And I'm like, this motherfucker just 8-miled me. What kind of shit is this? And I was like, I'm not. And then I did another video on him telling him, ain't nobody talking about his mom. I'm just saying, if you mixed, why in the hell would you go so hard and say that the melanated people and all this, and you mixed, bro? It's like, what kind of have some respect about yourself? And he blocked me.
Man, fuck them niggas. That's 100. They accepted his look. They accepted him being mixed. Then this nigga gonna make a video talking about my wife's a beast, bro. My wife not mixed. Her mom is mixed, but she not. I don't get that. Like they accept who they want to accept. If you believe in the same shit they believe in, they accept you. They even look because Earth Speaks was talking mad shit about it's just for the melanated people because they didn't think Mexican people was melanated. The Native Americans ain't melanated. And as soon as the Mexicans and the Native Americans start believing the same shit Earth Speaks believe, guess what he did? He accepted them into his group. They're
Hey,
fake.
Kelly.
All them motherfuckers is fake. They be having fucking African and white people in their family, and they just deny this shit. Earth Speaks' own cousin got up there, was like, yeah, I'm not trying to debate my own cousin on here. So that means you don't believe in the same shit he believe in. That nigga Earth Speak came out his own mouth and said, oh, I don't teach none of this to my family and friends because I don't think that I should be teaching them this. And I don't want to start talking to them about my personal beliefs. Nigga, what the fuck is wrong with you? The moment I get some new information, I bring it to the squad. I'm talking to my family members, especially when I first came into knowledge. I was telling everybody. I didn't give a fuck if I was wrong or not. I was telling everybody. You mean to tell me you're not fucking doing that? That means you don't believe in the doctrine that you teach. Your family and friends should be the first motherfuckers you sharing this shit to, because them, your family and friends, you fuck with them on a day-to-day basis. And you mean to tell me you go run the TikTok to people you ain't never met in your life and tell them shit? That means you don't believe in the shit. It's fake. He's living fake. It's just some imaginary shit he believe in. It's pretend shit.
Come with me, and I will make you fishers of men.
Okay, shit, but I quit my job. He called, but honey, I ain't coming home no more. Bye. No, I'm nice. Yeah, put your mommy on the phone. Look. Listen, Linda, I'm never coming.
And look, I'll keep it 100. I'll keep it 100 with you. The video he did with his mom was an outstanding. I liked it. I literally liked that video. I'm like, look, this is what you should be pushing. I liked that video. It was awesome. It didn't, say anything to what I said, but I was like, if you put stuff like that, that's what, the community needs, because, you're addressing a lot of stuff. It just so happens, I don't know where it came from. Like I said, he tried to do that whole, oh, Papa Doc's going to say something. He's going to talk about you. What are you going to do? And you start talking about yourself and then say, tell him more about me. That's sort of like what he did. But like I said, the video was pretty good. I thought it was one of his best videos.
Yeah.
So if you can get a chance to watch it. It's him, and you'll see his mom in the background. I got the first picture on mine when I responded to that one, but it's like him and his mom's in the back.
What they talking about? What was he talking about on there with her?
He's pretty much talking about how he grew up. She raised him. He faced a lot of racism. He wasn't able to go to his family's funeral. He faced a lot of adversity. Then he's saying how it was like, he's showing pictures of like his dad and his uncles. I'm talking about, it was like nothing on what I told him. Nothing. It's nothing what I addressed. It was just people try to talk about him and think that they can hurt him. That's it. Had nothing to do with what I said. It was a sympathy
people that
video.
talk about him as the niggas in his own community.
Yeah, it was a sympathy video. That's all it was, a sympathy video. And then he had his mom in the comment section before it was blocked. His mom was in the comment section with all these hearts. And I'm like, man, you on TikTok, you see what your son's doing, talking about white people and all that other stuff. And then you letting this ride? Man, this is kind of weird. It's weird.
It's a code.
Total call.
But he was asking for donations the time that I was seeing it, because he wanted to go to, what was it? I don't know if it was Africa or something. He was like, I'm going to go to Africa.
He ain't going nowhere, bro.
Put my hands on something and bring back some knowledge.
He's been doing that shit since I've been on TikTok. Since I first found out about who this Earth Speaks, he's been talking about, I'm going to get these donations and I'm saving them and we're going to go to all these sites. Some of these sites you can't go to. You can't. He talking about digging. You can't dig unless you got permits. You backed by a university. You got to get special permits to do this shit, and you got to have a PhD and some type of doctorate. You can't just be a regular person off the street. He is lying to the people that's following him.
Yeah, Val, he did.
You can go there and take pictures all you want, but he talking about going to these mounds that are in North America, these temples that are in South America, and dig.
Wow.
What the fuck you digging for? He think he finna go to one of these sites and dig and find some shit that these archaeologists ain't already dug up and found? When you go to the Mayan ruins, right, the Mayan ruins where they got these temples, these are the archaeologists already dug there. They've been digging there for years. They just moved to different sites. He think he about to go there and just dig and just find some new shit. Look, this is us. If somehow he managed to go to some place and dig and he found some shit, how long you think it's gonna be before they come and confiscate that shit?
ASAP.
Because he's gonna go live. Look, I found this. The moment, like 5 minutes into his video, one of them special agents is gonna walk up. Yes, sir. This is private property. You found this. This doesn't belong to you. This is the government's. That'll be like you buy your land, you own your house. But if you dig and you strike oil, is that oil yours or does it belong to the government? And like he don't think. You are foreign. You got a passport. You don't even live. You don't even live in the country. You think you about to go to South America or in Mexico and just start fucking digging? You are a foreigner in this land. They gonna lock your ass up and we ain't gonna hear from you again.
What the fuck is you doing? It's gonna be over there. It's somebody in the cartel backyard digging, about to get his shit pushing. Digging all in their stash and shit.
Y'all saw what they did to that white woman that was in the Mayan ruins. She climbed all the way to the. As soon as she came down, they started pushing her shit in. Like, what the fuck? She's white. She's white. And now he's black. They already, a majority of them don't like your black ass anyway. You finna go there and try to dig up? They're digging up some shit. It's worse than climbing up to the ruin. You're trying to dig up some shit, and you there trying to prove that that's you. So you gonna go there and cuss them out. Listen, there is a reason why Seti is not allowed in Egypt no more, because he was cussing Arabs out, telling them that wasn't him. These are my people. So Seti is no longer allowed in Egypt. I'm sorry to say it. He's not. If he go there, they already said, look, we got a mark on him. Why you think the nigga be going to Ethiopia and shit? He ain't going. Seti's not gonna set foot back in Egypt. They got that man marked. So you think Earthspeak's about to go to South America? He about to go to Mayak, whatever the fuck you want to call it.
His dumb ass might do it.
And dig.
His dumb ass might.
Nigga, you got to be crazy.
They gonna push his shit in. What's his number one moderator's name? She gonna go live like, yo, I got some sad news.
He got hit with a poison arrow.
Right. He's just going to hear that. He gonna smack the back of his neck. You know how they always smack the back of their neck?
Right. Oh man, it bugs out here.
But that wasn't a bug, nigga.
Pass out.
And he light as shit.
I need some water.
That sunscreen ain't finna do shit. Now you dealing with mosquitoes. You dealing with mosquitoes you ain't seen before. Because he doesn't live in the. I'm gonna keep it 100. He don't live in the South. He lives up north. He ain't dealing with them southern mosquitoes. Now you in a different country, bro. These mosquitoes are something else. They're about to fuck you up.
That dude gonna be
and different. Each state got their own what the fuck is humidity? Each state got their own humidity. It's niggas that's in the South, right? They come to work in my state. They think they can handle the humidity. Then that heat hit their ass. I'm like, damn, this is a different type of fucking heat. I go to the South, like, damn, I was in Georgia. I'm like, damn, this is a different type of fucking heat because your body has to get acclimated to the state that you're in. And it'll take between 5 to 14 days for your body to get acclimated to the new climate that you're in. This is a scientific fact. And this nigga think he about to go to South America or in Mexico for
Lakers won.
On vacation. You're going to be there for less than 7 days. You ain't going to take no 2-week vacation, nigga. You got to cut hair. Wait for you to come back. Your body ain't getting acclimated to the fucking humidity there, the climate, none of that. So you're like, damn, nigga, it's too hot. We're going to go tomorrow. Have y'all ever traveled? Like, this is just the drive. You be like, yeah, I'm about to go on a 4-day vacation. So you be like, okay, this day's just for driving. And you get there and you think you're about to do all this exciting shit. And as soon as you get in the fucking hotel room, you just want to lay the fuck down. And then the next day you wake up, you refresh, you ready to go out there. Then that heat hits you like, shit, yo. That's what's gonna happen when he go there. Like, yo, I wasn't prepared for this. Just who got some sunscreen?
The whole
this insect repellent ain't working.
the
Look,
whole time him and his kids are walking, all they hear is, it's hot. Damn, it's hot. It's hot.
It's hot, y'all. Who used up all the damn sunscreen?
Look, my brother, right? He's allergic to mosquito bites. A lot of people in America are allergic to mosquito bites. If a mosquito bites you and you get bumps, you know how some people get bit by mosquitoes and they get big bumps? That's because your body's having an allergic reaction to mosquito bites. But people don't know that's what it is. So he's probably one of them. Now you in a different fucking country getting bit the fuck up.
Nigga, you got to be crazy.
And let's not go to the water, nigga. You in Mexico. You in Mexico. You might forget. And you might sip some of that water. So now you're stuck in the house. You ain't going nowhere.
You go to Peru, you're gonna get your shit pushed in.
One of my jobs, right? I was gonna go to Mexico because we had a facility in Mexico. I was gonna go there and work because some of us was going there to work. I was gonna be there for like a month and a half, and then the plant manager came up to me and was like, I don't know if we can send you because the cartel is there, and I was like, you got a loud mouth, and I want you to come back safe. I was like, what the fuck you mean? It wasn't hitting me at the time. And then I came home and told my wife, and my wife was like, you don't know when to shut the fuck up. I was like, what you mean? She said, you pro-black this, you pro-black that. And this is when I was like, black people was everywhere. We was everything. The Native Americans, man, all of that shit was us. This was like 2012, 2013, bro. I was on that shit. Nope, everything was us. And you picture me in Mexico, right? At a Subway, eating a Subway sandwich, and I'm sitting there talking to my coworkers because in the cartel, you don't know who they are. They could look like regular people. I could be eating a fucking foot long, and I was like, nope, these motherfuckers in Mexico, they was originally black people. One of them cartel men, no, they don't even like us anyway. They would have got up and just shot me in the fucking face while I got a mouthful of fucking Subway sandwich, extra cheese, toasted bread in my mouth.
knock the lunch out your mouth.
God dang.
Hey, that's where that shit will take you at though. And you can't see yourself until you get out of it and look back like, oh shit, I was tripping. What the fuck was I even talking about? Tripping. The claims that you make is ridiculous. Like, what the fuck did you even study to be sitting there talking about something? Like, yeah, I was everywhere. What the fuck did you study? What? That's a lot of research. God damn.
For all those people in the chat that don't know this, I'm just gonna tell y'all that out of America theory, where human civilization started in America, that came from a European. The only people that was pushing, the only people that I know that was pushing that the black people in the all these indigenous, all this shit was black, was people that were Pan-Africans. And then these black indigenous people twisted the shit and started using our own information to fit their narrative. This is exactly what happened. Go back and read Ivan Van Sertima, Clyde Winters, David Imhotep, Sheikh Anta Diop. All of these people was pushing that these people in these lands were us. Nobody, no black master teacher, no black indigenous, none of them, no Pan-African, none of them was teaching human life started in America. They got that shit from Europeans.
You know, that's why I asked that question. Everybody that does that, ask one simple question. Name me a black author or scholar before 1970s that said what you're saying now. They can't name one. Can't name one. I had one dude was dancing. He was dancing all around it. Couldn't name one. One just flat out told me, I don't even read black authors. I'm in that European stuff. I'm like, ooh. I'm glad you told the truth.
Shit, Steve said he don't even read books. Remember that?
Right?
I don't read books.
Look, matter of fact, I'm about to play that shit. Let me see if I still got it in my email. Hold on, y'all.
I don't read books. I was like, what the fuck does this nigga think he just said?
Oh, I heard somebody say that too. She I don't know where she is. I ain't heard her in a while. She says she don't read books. She don't watch the news. She just get all her stuff from TikTok and YouTube. And that was check this out. And that was right before she started saying that the Europeans stole our powers of telepathy, because telepathy. What? No, I'm sorry, telekinesis, because that's how we talk to people. And then I'm listening. I was like, wait a minute. And then she was like, yeah, we use our telekinesis. We talk with telekinesis, and I think I got that recorded, because I was like,
Nigga, you got to be crazy.
the whole time I'm thinking it's telepathy, but what did I know? It was telekinesis. So I don't know how you move stuff, but the telekinesis. And that was also right before they said that they stole the escalated things, that like you see in the airports.
Yeah.
That used to be all over the ground, not in the airport, but all over the ground. What? And then the Europeans took it up and then sold it back to everybody.
Nigga, you got to be crazy.
Shit is wild.
And that's before I entered the game, and I was like, "Oh, I gotta say something. This is beyond dumb."
Like I said, escalators all over the ground.
All over the ground. They took them up and then sold it back to everybody.
They was just sliding. They was sliding state to state, just standing there sliding.
Okay, here comes to end.
Talking with telekinesis, and then she can move stuff, but just talking to each other through telekinesis. I'm like, God damn, all right. Well, I don't know what happened. I didn't know that's the right term, but okay. Damn.
They make up shit as they go.
And you know what the bad part? Guess you know what all the comments were saying? Facts.
Nigga, you got to be crazy.
Now look, I want y'all to listen to this right here. Because no matter what goes on, no matter Report, Mo, Vanta, or Rob, right? If they want to debate, I'm gonna say they want to debate. Even if we get into a beef, I'm not gonna say them niggas lost a debate. That's fake shit. That is fake shit to me. Now watch this shit.
You can't handle me.
Can y'all hear it?
Yeah, you good.
You can't handle me. So why would I go on your panel and you out here telling everybody lies about you're gonna let me talk and all this other shit? You wasn't gonna do that because you couldn't even handle me this morning off one damn question. You couldn't even handle Mo Facts when he asked you some damn questions. You couldn't even handle Brother X when he asked you some damn questions. You got emotional, you got fucking sensitive, you didn't even read the bullshit that you have on your wall for one. You don't read shit that you post up. You recite shit, you regurgitate shit that you always come across. Not one person can produce any type of knowledge that you produce first. You always sharing people's stuff. Then speaking on it as if you the one that found it first. This is what we talk about in the bathrooms about you.
Oh, juicy.
Not just amongst me.
Listen,
but
one
other
more
people,
time, listen.
Bro.
About you. This is what we talk about in the bathrooms about you. What? Not just amongst me, but other people.
He
Other
telling
people talk about
everybody.
you, about the bullshit that you be doing. You be stealing people's content. You don't read books. You've been in the same book for 3 damn months. A book that I gave you.
Here it comes.
That I text to you. And you got the fucking nerve to call me out after all the damn information I gave you, after all the books I gave you.
He hurt.
I welcome your ass into the community. Nobody ain't welcome your ass in. You was out here stealing people's shit. I welcome you. You didn't put nobody on. You've been stuck at 89,000 for a long ass time. My page has been banned.
This dude is a whole clown and a half. Look, we pushed their shit in so bad they start turning on each other.
Turning on each other.
They start turning. What the fuck are you looking at, Earth?
The viruses have started eating themselves, you know.
Well, I came
Dude,
over
you
there
see-
and checked. I kept walked up and slid his chin on the wall, and he gonna get up and start fighting Earth.
Dude, that's what Goddess did to Kenya. Did y'all see that one?
I hadn't
Yep,
seen that.
I seen that. Well, I think I was in the live when that happened.
That's funny.
Ooh, man, she was doing her extra dirty.
I don't think the Goddess TV and Kenya like each other. I think they both trying to be like the top chick in the group.
Man, she had a picture of this woman with wrinkles all over her face. She was going at it.
They be tripping, man. It's cult leaders all fighting for the spot.
Yeah, but the rest of the video, he like, you ain't the fucking goat. You think you the goat? You ain't the fucking goat. And I was waiting for him to say, I'm the goat. But he paused like he was about to say that.
I'm the goat.
You ain't the goat.
You ain't the fucking goat. Like,
And then he was like, and Mo beat you in the debate.
That's the damaging part. They hyped this man up.
He was like, and Eminem burnt you on your own joint.
Yep, that's what he told me. He said I couldn't handle Earth Speaks. And then he turned around and said Earth Speaks couldn't handle it. This man is wild, yo. This shit is nuts.
I'm telling you, dog.
Y'all
How you
better
gonna
stay the
sit
hell
there
away
and
from me.
out your own homeboy because y'all had a disagreement? If y'all felt Earth Speaks lost the debate between me and Mo, then y'all should have kept that amongst yourselves.
This
Mo
what
done
we talk
hit me
about
up.
in
Mo
the
hit me
back
up.
room.
Like, yeah, you could have did a better job in the debate, but you at the end you still killed him because you stayed on topic. They could have did that shit. You don't see Mo making a video. Damn, Suitin, you fucked up in the debate, but yeah, you still stayed on point. We don't do shit like that.
You got class over
Look,
there.
and I'll be struggling with words. Look, listen, because y'all be there. Everybody in the chat, y'all be there. I'll be reading some shit. I'll be struggling with the word. Mo, come help. Porter, come help. These niggas ain't doing that shit.
Mm-hmm.
They not.
And now he's with that turkey hitting dude, right?
Go ahead.
He's with that turkey hitting guy, isn't it?
Oh my god, the turkey was hit.
Tall.
Oh yeah, the turkey dude. Yeah.
Oh, poor you missed, man. You missed the best part, man.
Shit.
That part right after your thing ended, he had the best part.
Damn.
That mug said he hit that turkey. He said he drove, came back, and the turkey was still there. And he said, I fucked a couple of feathers, and then I buried it. I'm like, God damn, you done fucked some feathers off that turkey before you buried it.
Yo.
That nigga took a feather.
Yo, oh man, you gotta watch the original video at the very end.
Somebody got to get us the whole joint, man. That shit was funny.
Oh,
he was like,
man
it was
said,
just glowing. It was glowing.
He said it was glowing.
Yo, he said, bro, he said when at the very end, like right before when the years cut off, he said he hit the he saw the turkey get hit, and then he said he left, came back. He's like, the turkey was still there, so I grabbed the turkey, I plucked a couple feathers, and then I buried it.
And he was like, they say disease. They say the feathers got diseases. Yes, nigga, they do. Like, what's wrong with y'all?
Feathers got diseases.
Damn.
They bugged out.
Yeah, somebody give me that whole clip, y'all.
Oh no, just go on your video where it says you stitched it. Just hit the name, and it'll lead you to the whole video.
Oh, he blocked me, I think.
Oh,
I think I'm blocked. I'll figure it out. I'll find him.
Man.
He's entertaining, man. That shit was funny to me.
What? Not just me talking in the back room. This is what we all been talking about in the back room.
Right.
We don't fuck with you, but that just means you fake. The fuck? You push this shit in, but then you push your own shit in. You just said we're fake and confirmed everything Susan was saying that they fake.
I'm telling you what they did with Kenya. I don't know. I just tuned in one time and she was just going to town. Oh man, it was horrible. Like I ain't never seen nothing like that before. She was just like It's like she done grabbed her, dragged her, flipped over, and started dragging her some more.
Oh, yep. Hey, this ain't her first rodeo. This is what the fuck she do. I'm willing to say Yahweh got that from her. Getting up there just all of a sudden snapping on somebody out of nowhere. Like, yo, what the fuck just happened? We've seen that shit happen plenty of times.
Fucking crazy, yo. Crazy. Well, look, y'all, I ain't gonna stay long. I'm gonna go ahead and wrap it up, y'all.
Peace to the chat.
We're gonna have to do a pseudo Sunday, yo.
Yeah, we gonna that's on if y'all want to go to the live, the TikTok live, and just do the post presentation.
Oh yeah, you're gonna do the post on your TikTok?
We can do it on TikTok or on the YouTube. It don't matter to me.
Yeah, it don't matter. I mean, go ahead. I can close this out. I'm getting a little fucking tired. You know how I get around this time.
Yeah, man, because we old, bro.
You know what I'm saying? I'm an old swarthy ass nigga. You know what
Right?
I mean?
Swarthy, that swarthy kicking in, ain't it?
That swarthy just got me fucked up right now.
You need to retune that swarthiness.
Family, y'all gotta
Jay, we about to go to TikTok anyway. You ain't missed nothing.
Yeah, do the TikTok and then you can record. I guess you can show once I close out, you can show the highlights and shit.
Yeah.
Bam.
All right, y'all. Thanks for showing up. Peace. We're gonna catch you on the other side.
Yeah.
Make sure y'all put the 12 toes down, feathers in the chat, rocks, anything you like. Y'all can now put the arrows in there. Those are activated. You know, they got poison on the tip, so be careful. Peace, and stay in the truth, y'all. Research, study, deal with the experts, and dodge the hijack. The people who saying dodge the hijack, that's them. Those are the hijackers. Peace.
Fact.
Hell yeah, fam. We appreciate the support. Right. Appreciate everybody. Go ahead, man. You can close out too.
All right, everybody. I enjoyed it. You know, I hope everybody got some good stuff out of here. You know, I learned a lot as well from everybody on the panel. I just want to say that I appreciate everybody. And again, research properly.
Yes.
And that's all I got. So y'all have a good one. Peace with everyone.
Man, thank you for coming, man, and welcome to being a part of the team, man. You always got something to contribute, man, and we definitely appreciate you having you here, bro.
I appreciate y'all. Y'all have a good one.
Take care, bro.
Peace out, y'all. I'm over here dozing off, man.
I know, right? Go catch Suitin', man. He gonna get on live, man. A little post joint.
All right.
Hell yeah, man. Van, take care, man. Thank you for coming through, man. I appreciate you contributing too, man, to the DNA, man.
Ain't no thing.
All right, brother. I holla.
All right, peace out, bro.
Peace, fam. Peace, man. Have a good night.
Peace to the chat too.
Peace. Vanta got that I'm sleepy voice. He's like, man, I'm about to go out. I feel you, Vanta. Shit. Oh man. Well, family, that's it, man. That is it, yo. We killed it again. Part 3 of a series of presentations, y'all. So thank you guys for hanging in there up until this point, and staying tuned and being engaged, liking, sharing, commenting, and stuff like that. We appreciate your support. We appreciate your cash apps too. We see that. We definitely realize and aware that you guys are supporting us. So I just want to say thank you. If y'all haven't heard it from Port City personally, I appreciate you guys. Thank you. We're going to continue to do what we do. And we're going to get ready for the next presentation. If you guys want to check the replay, go ahead and do that. This is part 3. We are right at 9 hours and 39 minutes. We ain't pushed 10, but we right there at 9 hours today. And that's just a whole lot of information. I mean, so feel free to watch these videos. We got a lot more to come in the future. If you have any suggestions about any time specificities in history, go ahead and drop that in the chat. And, you know, maybe we can go ahead and look at that as well. We want to be able to be interactive a little bit with you guys as well, too. So we're going to have a highlight of these presentations on the TikTok too. Follow me on TikTok and on YouTube. Hit the notification because you never know when we might come on. Pseudo Sundays is going down too. Pseudo Sunday. I'm going to try to find a time to do Pseudo Sunday. I don't know. So hopefully we can get that out the way. But yeah, fam. Definitely appreciate y'all. I'm going to close out with my little intro music. And I'm gonna talk right black to y'all later. All right. Go follow Pseudo on TikTok. Get off of here right now.
Let it flow.